Hey everyone, and welcome to Nighttime Stories. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're watching from. I always love seeing how far these stories reach. Now, get comfortable and relax. Have you ever read a horror story that felt too real? I do not mean one that just gives you a quick chill and fades away. I am talking about the kind that lingers. The kind that makes you sit in silence for a bit longer after reading. That weird aftertaste where everything feels just a little off, even hours later. I always love those. Not the cheap scream-filled stuff, but the ones that dig in and stay. The ones that feel like they know something about you. Or worse, like they changed something. That is probably why I signed up for the Midnight Study program. It was this odd after-hours thing my university offered for a select number of students. They said it was meant to help us focus better, giving us a quiet space away from distractions. I thought it was strange at first. Midnight to 4 in the morning inside the old university library. That sounded more like a dare than a productivity hack. But then they mentioned the scholarship. That is when my ears perked up. They were offering a grant. Not huge, but enough to get me through a few tight months. All I had to do was study in the library during those hours, alone or with a few others, depending on the night. I already stayed up late reading most nights anyway, so it did not seem like a big deal. I figured I would bring some books, read a little, and maybe write some notes to make it look legit. But there were rules. That is where things got weird. It was not just your standard no noise, no food kind of stuff. These rules were different. I remember reading them in my email, and something about them made my stomach turn a little. I will list a few, just so you get the idea. You may only enter after midnight and must leave by 4 in the morning, no exceptions. Check out a book before 12:30, even if you do not plan to read it. The library must know you are a guest. If you hear whispers from the aisles, do not try to find the source. Keep your head down and keep reading. The woman in the white dress sometimes appears on the second floor. Do not let her see you. If the lights flicker more than 3 times, close your book and leave immediately. At exactly 2:45 in the morning, the library will go silent. Do not move until the sounds return. If you hear your name whispered and no one is around, leave your book and exit the building. Do not look back. I know, it reads like the setup for a short horror story. I thought the same thing. I even showed the email to a friend and we laughed about it. He said it was probably some kind of immersive gimmick to make the program more exciting, make nerds like me feel like we were part of something spooky. I believed him, mostly, but part of me, not so much. Still, I signed up. Curiosity beat out hesitation. I showed up at 11:55 on a Thursday night. The campus was almost dead silent. Just the hum of streetlights and the occasional passing car. I stood outside the library, staring up at the old stone building like it might stare back. The place had always looked imposing during the day. At night, it felt heavier somehow. I do not know how else to put it, like walking into a memory that was not yours. Inside, everything was too quiet. There were maybe 5 of us total, scattered across the first floor. The main librarian, Miss Dawson, was behind the front desk as always. She had this way of looking at you without really looking at you. I am not saying that in a creepy way, just distant, like she was watching for something but not you specifically. I signed in, she nodded, and that was that. No conversation, no warnings. At 12:10, I walked up to the desk and checked out a book, a horror anthology. Seemed fitting, right? It was this thick, beat-up copy with yellowed pages and that old book smell. Honestly, it helped calm my nerves a bit. Ms. Dawson stamped the inside cover and slid it back without a word. By 12:30, I had found a spot in the back corner of the first floor. There was a reading lamp there, not too bright but good enough. I pulled out a notebook, jotted down a few things to pretend I was studying, and started reading. For the first hour, it felt like a regular late-night reading session. The kind I had done 100 times before, just me, a book, and the low hum of old fluorescent lights overhead. Then around 1:15, I heard it. At first I thought it was just my imagination, a soft whisper, maybe even the rustle of a page or the wind slipping through a vent. But then it happened again. Clearer, closer. I paused. Looked up. Nothing, just rows of books stretching into shadow. I went back to reading, telling myself it was nothing. That is when I remembered the rule. If you hear whispers from the aisles, do not try to find the source. Keep your head down and keep reading. That is what I did. It felt ridiculous at first, like I was playing into the creepiness of the setting. But as the whispers continued, as they started to take on the rhythm and tone of real voices, too low to understand but too real to ignore, I was glad I stayed seated, glad I did not go looking. I do not know how to describe it, but something in those whispers felt wrong, not just spooky or out of place, like they knew I was listening, like they were waiting for me to make a mistake. I gripped the book tighter, keeping my eyes on the page even though I was not really reading anymore. I just needed to hold on until it passed, until the sound faded. And eventually it did. But I did not feel relief. I felt watched. Like something had noticed, I followed the rule. And now it was waiting for the next one. I stayed frozen in that chair for what felt like forever, gripping the edges of the book like it was going to protect me somehow. The whispers had stopped, but the tension they left behind still clung to the air. I tried to read again, but my eyes just kept moving over the same sentence. I could not focus. My brain kept looping that same rule in my head over and over. If you hear whispers, do not go looking. Just keep reading. I had done that, and I was still here. So far, so good. I checked the time on my phone. It was 1:30. Not even halfway through the shift yet. I leaned back in my chair and took a long breath through my nose, trying to calm the pounding in my chest. Maybe I was just psyching myself out. I knew what I had signed up for. There were going to be moments like this. Creepy vibes, weird noises, maybe even someone pulling a prank. I told myself it was part of the experience, that I had to stay grounded, stay rational. That lasted about 5 minutes. At 1:35 I noticed movement upstairs, just a flicker at the edge of my vision. I looked up and my stomach dropped. There was someone on the second floor. I could only see part of them through the railing, but they were standing perfectly still, dressed in white, long black hair spilling over their shoulders like a curtain. I did not even have to see her face. I already knew. The woman in the white dress. Rule number 4. She sometimes appears on the second floor. Do not let her see you. I sank back into my seat and pulled my hoodie up around my face. I kept my eyes fixed on the page in front of me, pretending to read. My pulse was racing. I tried not to blink too much, tried not to move. If I just stayed still, maybe she would not notice me. Maybe she would go away. Seconds passed, then minutes. I did not hear footsteps. I did not hear anything. Just silence. That kind of silence that fills your ears so much it starts to buzz. Every part of me was screaming to glance back up, just to check, just a quick peek, but I did not. I had followed the rules so far, I was not about to screw it up now. Eventually, I forced myself to glance down at my phone. It was 2 o'clock. A whole hour had passed. I let myself exhale quietly, like maybe that meant I had made it through another round. Another test. I could still feel that lingering pressure, though, like eyes on the back of my neck. But there was no sound, no footsteps, no whispers. Just me and the hum of the overhead lights. I stood up slowly and stretched, careful not to look toward the staircase. My legs were stiff. My back hurt from sitting so tense. I walked quietly toward the vending machine near the hallway and bought a bottle of water. It dropped with a thunk, and the sound felt way too loud in the otherwise silent building. I twisted the cap off and took a long drink. It helped a little. When I got back to my seat, someone else had moved into the area, a guy I did not recognize. He looked a little older than the rest of us, maybe a grad student. He had headphones in and a thick textbook open in front of him. I gave a small nod as I passed, but he did not acknowledge me, probably too deep into whatever he was doing. That was fine. I liked the idea of not being completely alone down here. I sat back down and picked up my book again. I tried to get into the next story in the anthology, but I kept thinking about the woman upstairs. Was she still there? Was she even real? Or was my brain just playing tricks on me after reading all those rules? I checked the time again. It was 2:42. I did not know why, but my heart started pounding again. 2:45. The next rule. At exactly 2:45 in the morning, the library will go silent. Do not move until the sounds return. I braced myself. I had no idea what that would feel like. I kept staring at the second hand of my phone ticking forward. 2:45. Everything stopped. And I mean everything. The overhead lights still glowed, but their hum vanished. The faint sounds of papers rustling, the distant creaks of the old building, even the subtle buzz of electricity in the air, all gone. It was like someone had pressed pause on the entire world. My ears rang from the sudden lack of noise. It did not feel peaceful. It felt wrong. Even my breathing sounded too loud. I stopped, held it in, sat perfectly still. And then the scraping started. It was soft at first, like something being dragged across the wooden floor upstairs. A dull, uneven scrape that moved slowly, stopping every few seconds, then starting again. I clenched my jaw and stared at the table. My fingernails dug into my palms. The sound was coming from above me, the second floor. It was coming down the stairs. I wanted to look. I wanted to run. But the rule was clear. Do not move. So I didn't. The dragging sound moved closer, shifting slightly to the left, like whatever it was had reached the bottom of the stairs and turned toward my side of the building. My mouth went dry. I kept my eyes fixed on the table, refusing to even blink too much. My muscles screamed at me to do something, to run, to hide, to scream. But I sat still. Then the sound stopped, completely. No footsteps, no breathing, no movement. And that is when I heard it. Right next to my ear, a whisper, a voice. I see you. I felt the breath against my skin, cold and real. But I still did not move. I could not. Not even when the sounds returned a second later. The lights buzzed back to life. The distant hum returned. Someone coughed softly across the room. I blinked, swallowed, realized I had been holding my breath for way too long. The moment had passed. But I had not imagined it. I knew that. Something had come close. And it had seen me. When the sounds returned, it was like I had been pulled up from underwater. Every little noise suddenly felt deafening. The quiet hum of the lights overhead, the soft scratch of a pen nearby, even the faint shifting of someone in a chair across the room, all of it hit me at once, but it was comforting in a way. It meant whatever that thing was, it was gone, or at least I hoped it was. I did not move right away. I sat still for several minutes, trying to convince myself I had not just lost my mind. My palms were slick with sweat, and the back of my neck still felt cold where that breath had hit me. I replayed the voice over and over in my head, not loud, not aggressive, just a quiet statement. Like a fact, I see you, like it had been waiting for me to move, to break the rule. But I didn't. I followed it to the letter. I glanced around the room trying to be subtle. The other guy, the one with the headphones, was still there, still reading like nothing had happened. I felt like I had been through a storm and everyone else was just sitting there under a calm sky. I wanted to say something, to ask if anyone else had heard the dragging, or the silence, or that voice. But I didn't. I knew how it would sound. Besides, the rules had warned me. This was not the kind of place where you asked questions. I checked my phone. It was 3:15 in the morning. There was still nearly an hour to go. I tried to read again, but it was hopeless. Every sound made me flinch. A chair creaking, a book closing, a whisper of fabric as someone shifted in their seat. It all felt too loud, too sharp. My nerves were completely shot, so I did what I always do when I need to calm down. I put in my earbuds and played some soft music. Nothing intense, just background noise to drown out the thoughts in my head. It helped a little. But then something happened that pulled me right back into that pit of anxiety. A girl entered the reading room from the hallway. She looked like a student, maybe around my age. Dark hair in a braid, backpack slung over one shoulder, clipboard in hand. She was dressed like she belonged there, like she worked for the program or something. She made her way around the room, stopping at each table, asking questions in a voice too soft for me to hear. And when she got to me, she smiled politely and asked, "Could you come with me for a moment? We need to check something on floor 16. My stomach dropped. Rule number 5, if a nurse asks you to go to floor 16, say no. The building only has 15 floors. I looked at her clipboard, blank. Just a cover page, no writing. Her pen was uncapped, but she had not written anything. Her eyes were too still, too wide. I forced a smile and shook my head. I am actually in the middle of something. Maybe someone else can help. She did not blink. It will only take a moment. I felt my heart hammering. I tried to stay calm. Sorry, I am going to have to pass. I will let someone know, though. She stared at me for a second too long. Then, without a word, she turned and walked away, disappearing down the hallway without looking back. I sat frozen again, my music still playing faintly in my ears. That had not felt like a prank. That girl had not felt human. Her face had been too perfect, her movements too smooth. I pulled out my earbuds and sat there, trying not to panic. I was beginning to understand something. These rules were not just precautions, they were survival instructions. A guidebook for navigating something that made no sense. 3:30 came and went without incident. No more dragging sounds, no more strange visitors. But at 3:45 I started to feel off. It was like a fog crept into my mind, not a real one, more like mental static. My thoughts started to jumble. I would look at a word in my book and not recognize it for a second. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, shook my head. It felt like being half asleep, even though I was wide awake. Rule number 6. You might feel sleepy. Do not fall asleep outside the guard cabin. There was no cabin, not really. But I remembered there were security rooms on each floor. I had seen one earlier by the entrance. A small room with a desk, some lockers, and a window looking out into the hallway. I stood up carefully, slung my bag over my shoulder, and made my way there, every step slow and deliberate. When I reached the room, I closed the door behind me and locked it. I sat down in the chair, leaned back, and pulled my hood over my head. My eyes felt like sandpaper. My limbs were heavy. That fog was getting thicker. I knew I should stay awake, but everything was tilting sideways in my brain. I kept hearing soft sounds that were not there. A bell, a distant laugh. My own name whispered too far away to be real. I needed to stay awake. I needed to. But I didn't. Somewhere in that haze, I slipped under. And I dreamed. I dreamed of a hallway I had never seen, endless and white, with doors that led nowhere. I walked and walked, but there was no exit, just more hallway, and behind me, something followed. I could not see it, but I could feel it, like gravity, like pressure. It never moved faster, just stayed behind me, always getting closer. When I opened my eyes again, my phone said 4:20. I sat up, gasping. I was still in the security room. I had locked the door. I was safe. But something was off. The lights in the hallway were flickering, and the silence felt heavy again. Something had changed. And I had broken a rule. I stared at the hallway lights as they flickered, that jittery rhythm I had been warned about. Once, twice, 3 times. I held my breath. Then the 4th flicker came. Rule number 5. If the lights flicker more than 3 times, close your book and leave immediately. I was not holding a book anymore. I had left it at my seat. But I had broken a rule earlier. And now, here was another warning, blinking above my head like a siren in disguise. I reached for the door handle of the small security room. My fingers hesitated. The hallway beyond was quiet, too quiet, like it was waiting for something to happen. But I could not stay in here forever. If this place had its own rhythm, its own clockwork of rules, then I had already thrown a wrench into it. And I did not want to find out what happened when the rules were broken twice. I opened the door. The hallway was empty. The flickering had stopped, but the air felt thick, like I was walking through something I could not see. I kept close to the wall, my bag gripped tight in my hand. I figured if I could just make it back to the main floor, maybe sit near the exit, I could ride out the rest of the shift without attracting any more attention. The staircase was just ahead, and that was when I saw the elevator. It should have been dark. The elevator on the left had a sign taped over it when I arrived, out of order. That was how I remembered it. But now, the elevator was lit. The button glowed a soft yellow, and the doors were open just a crack, like it was inviting me in. I stopped walking. Rule number 7. You will be required to go to the 10th floor during the 5th hour. Take the second elevator, as the first one will be shown as out of order. That was not supposed to happen yet. It was too early. But maybe I had messed up the timing. Maybe sleeping had shifted the schedule. I checked my phone. 4:24. Still too early. The elevator doors opened wider. Inside stood an old woman, small frame, gray coat, hands folded neatly in front of her. She looked right at me with a gentle smile. "Going up?" she asked. My mouth went dry. Rule number 7 continued. An elderly woman will enter the elevator and greet you. If she says a floor number, stay in the elevator. If she says she is going the other way, apologize and leave immediately. I forced my voice out, trying to sound casual. "What floor are you going to?" She smiled wider. "I am going the other way." I nodded quickly, stepping back from the elevator. "Sorry, I will wait for the next one." She tilted her head, like she was disappointed. "Are you sure? It is quite cold in the stairwell tonight." My chest tightened. I nodded again, more firmly this time. "I am sure." The elevator doors began to close. Just before they did, I saw her smile twist, just a little. Not a scowl, not a snarl, just a little too wide, too knowing. Then the doors shut. I waited there, not moving, until I heard the soft chime of the elevator rising. I did not turn around until I was sure it was gone. The stairs were cold, like she had said, but the kind of cold that came from the inside out. I could feel it in my teeth, my fingers, the back of my throat. Still, I took the stairs slowly, one hand on the rail, the other in my coat pocket where I kept my flashlight. Floor 2, floor 3. I counted them under my breath, needing something to focus on. Floor 10. I stopped outside the door, marked OT. Just the letters, no full word. Rule number 8. Knock twice before entering. Keep a straight face. No matter what you see, stay quiet. My hand trembled as I raised it. 2 knocks. Firm, controlled. A voice from inside called out, "Come in." I opened the door, and immediately wished I had not. The room was a surgery theater, or at least that was what it used to be. A single operating table sat in the center, and the light above it flickered like it was struggling to stay on. Around the table stood figures, not people, not quite. They wore long coats, masks, gloves, but their movements were wrong, jerky, like puppets handled by invisible strings. And on the table, I cannot say what it was, not clearly. I saw too much and too little at the same time. Skin opened in patterns that did not make sense, a face twisted into something between a scream and a grin. Limbs that bent the wrong way. One of the masked figures turned toward me. Its mask was stained. Its gloves were soaked in something dark. "You are early," it said. I swallowed hard. "Sorry, sir." It tilted its head. "We are not ready yet." I nodded and took a step back. Another step. My shoe squeaked slightly on the tile. The figure flinched. I bolted. No time to think. I ran. Down the hall, back toward the stairwell. I did not care about quiet anymore. I just wanted out. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Fast, heavy, wrong. The doctor. He was coming. Rule number 8. If you fail to keep quiet, run. Take the stairs. The doctor will not stop until he catches you. I flew down those stairs like something was chasing my soul. Maybe it was. My foot hit a step wrong, and I slipped, crashing into the railing. Pain shot through my ribs, but I pushed myself up. I kept going. Floor 9, floor 8, floor 7. He was close. I could hear him now. Not breathing, not shouting. Just the sound of something moving with too many limbs, too much speed. Floor 5, floor 4. I burst through the stairwell door and threw myself into the hallway. The security cabin was just ahead. I dove inside and slammed the door. Locked it. Collapsed to the floor. Silence. Nothing followed me in. The doctor could not enter the cabin. I stayed on the floor for what felt like an hour, but the clock said only minutes had passed. My ribs ached, my head throbbed, but I was alive. And somehow, it was only 5 o'clock. I sat in the cabin for what felt like hours. My whole body was still buzzing with the leftover adrenaline. My ribs hurt every time I shifted even slightly, and I knew they were bruised, maybe worse. But I was breathing. I was safe, for now, and at that moment, that was enough. I pulled my hood up again, trying to feel smaller, like I could somehow disappear into the chair and pretend none of this was real. But it was, all of it. The woman in white, the doctor. The whispers. It had all happened, and I had followed the rules. Not perfectly, but enough to stay alive. 5:02. It was barely past the 5th hour now, and I knew what came next. Rule number 9. If you still hear things after 5 o'clock, press the blue button. Everything will turn off. Hide under the desk. Do not look at him. I remembered the wording. Not it. Not them. Him. But I did not hear anything. Not yet. I stayed in the chair for a while longer, keeping my breathing slow. I did not want to move unless I had to. Not with my ribs like this. 5:10. That was when I noticed the air shift again. You know that feeling when a room goes cold, but not because of temperature? Like the mood changes. The kind of cold that hits somewhere behind your eyes, and suddenly your skin feels too tight. That kind of cold. The sound started after that. At first it was nothing dramatic, just a low hum, like a faint vibration in the walls. I thought maybe it was the lights buzzing again, but then I realized the lights were not buzzing at all. In fact, they were flickering again. Twice, then once more. I held my breath. The flicker stopped at 3. Then I heard it. Laughter. It was soft, almost childlike, the kind of giggle you might hear in a playground. Except this was not a playground. It was an empty hallway in a hospital building that should not have anything funny happening inside it. Then I heard it again, closer. I stood up, slowly, and reached under the desk where the red and blue buttons were. The laughter faded out, but it was replaced by something else. Voices. Not whispers this time, real voices, but not human either. They were garbled, a mix of too many mouths saying the same thing in overlapping tones. I could not make out the words, but they were trying to get my attention. I stared at the blue button. Rule number 9 was clear. If the sounds do not stop, press it. I waited. The voices continued. I pressed the blue button. The lights went out instantly. Not just the overhead ones, everything. No hum, no buzz, no glow from the hallway, nothing. Even the small exit sign above the door blinked off. I was surrounded by total darkness. And I could feel him. Not see. Not hear. Just feel. It was like a presence that filled the space with something thick and heavy. The air pushed against my chest, and the back of my neck prickled like something was breathing just behind me. I slid under the desk. I curled up, hands over my mouth, barely breathing. The room stayed silent for a long time, but it was not a peaceful kind of silence. It was the kind that makes you feel like even your heartbeat is too loud. Like you are doing something wrong just by being alive in the same space. Then, footsteps. They were slow, bare feet on tile. I could hear the soft pad of each one as it moved closer. Not toward the desk, just across the room. Then they stopped. Right in front of the desk. I squeezed my eyes shut. He was here. I do not know how I knew it, but I did. Just like you know when someone is staring at you from behind, except this time, it felt like the stare could peel your skin away. He did not speak. He did not move. He just stood there. And then he started humming. A low, tuneless hum. It felt familiar, like a song from a memory I could not place. The kind of sound that gets under your skin and makes your chest tighten. And then he crouched. I could hear his knees crack, the slow shift of weight. He was on the floor now, right next to the desk. His hand touched the edge of it. I could see it even in the dark because it was wrong, too long. The fingers bent the wrong way. The nails were flat and wide, like they were meant for scraping. The humming stopped, and in the silence that followed, I felt his breath on the back of my hand. I almost screamed, but I did not. I just clenched my jaw and held still. The moment passed. He stood again, slowly. The footsteps started, and I felt the room shift, lighter, like the pressure had been lifted from my chest. Then I heard a soft click. The lights came back on. He was gone. The blue button had worked. I stayed under the desk for a while longer, just in case. Eventually I climbed out. My hands were shaking, and I had trouble standing. My ribs hurt even more than before, and my throat was so dry I could barely swallow. I looked at the clock. 5:49. I was almost there. Almost. Then I heard a knock at the door. It was soft, just 2 taps. I froze. Then another knock, 3 this time. I stared at the door, not moving. A voice called from outside. "Hey, your shift is over. You can come out now." I looked at the clock again. Still 5:49. Rule number 10. If someone comes before 6 o'clock and says your shift is over, tell them you are staying for the extra shift. The shift does not end early. I took a deep breath. My voice was hoarse, but I called out, "I will stay for the extra shift." Silence. Then footsteps, slowly walking away. I sat back down. The last 11 minutes crawled by, every second dragging. When the clock hit 6, the overhead speaker finally crackled to life. "Night shift is complete. Thank you for your service." No other sound. Just that. I stood up and packed my bag with shaky hands. My legs still wobbled with each step, but I made my way to the hallway. Everything was quiet now, still. And I was still alive. The walk down the hall after 6 felt different. It was like the building had let out a breath it had been holding the entire night. The silence that had pressed in so thick just hours ago was gone. It was still quiet, but the kind of quiet that felt normal. No whispers, no footsteps, no humming, just the faint hum of fluorescent lights and the low creak of the floor beneath my shoes. I passed by the security desk and noticed something strange. The monitor that had been full of grainy footage all night now showed clean, crisp images. The colors looked brighter, more real. It was almost like the building was only half alive during the night shift and came back fully in the morning. I did not stop to investigate. I did not want to know what the cameras had captured. Some things are better left unreviewed. Outside, the sun was barely rising. A pale orange glow hugged the edges of the sky. It should have been beautiful, peaceful even, but I could not stop shaking. I walked home slowly, every step making me more aware of the pain in my ribs and the strange numbness in my fingers. My backpack felt heavier than usual, or maybe I was just exhausted. I got home and collapsed on my bed without even changing. For the first time in my life, I did not care about the dirt on my clothes or the fact that my shoes were still on. I pulled the blanket over my head and just lay there. My mind kept replaying every sound, every shadow, every rule. Especially the voice at the end, the one that had whispered, "I see you." I had done everything right. I had followed every rule, but it had still seen me. That stuck with me more than anything else. I had not broken the rules, but maybe it had not mattered. I slept all day. When I finally woke up, it was dark again. A full 24 hours had passed. I should have felt better, but I didn't. My head ached. My body felt bruised in places I hadn't even noticed before. And when I looked at my phone, I had 6 missed calls from the hospital. No voicemails, just missed calls. I stared at the screen for a long time, then turned the phone off and tossed it across the room. I was done. Or I wanted to be. But the next night I couldn't stop thinking about it, about the building, the silence, the woman in white, the rules. It felt unfinished, like I had left something behind, something important. By the 3rd night, I found myself walking again, not because I wanted to, but because some part of me needed to. I told myself I was just going to walk by the hospital, just to prove to myself that it was still there, still real, that it had not somehow disappeared, taking the memories with it. But when I reached the front steps, the door was already unlocked. The lobby light was on, and someone was waiting at the desk. Not Ms. Dawson this time. It was a man I had never seen before, middle-aged, plain suit, no name tag. He looked up as I entered, like he had been expecting me. "Back for another shift?" he asked. I froze. "No," I said. I was walking by." He nodded like that made sense. "There's a new sheet," he said, "updated rules." He slid a fresh piece of paper across the counter. I didn't touch it. I just looked at him. His expression was calm, too calm, like he had done this 100 times before. "I followed all the rules," I said quietly, "and it still saw me." The man tilted his head slightly. "They always see you. The rules just keep you alive." He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how heavy the air felt again. The building was waking up. "I'm not staying," I said. "I can't." "You already did," he replied, "and you made it through. That means you're marked." "Marked?" I asked. "For what?" "For more." He tapped the paper again. "If you come back, follow the new rules. You might not understand them, but you don't need to. Just obey." I turned around and walked out. This time I didn't run. I walked slowly. My thoughts were spinning too fast for panic. That word echoed over and over in my head. Marked. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the woman in white, her eyes, her mouth, the way her head snapped toward me like something had pulled it from behind. And always, just before I opened my eyes again, I heard the whisper, "I see you." For the rest of the week, I stayed in bed. I didn't answer my phone. I didn't go outside. I didn't even turn on the lights in my apartment. I lived in the silence and hoped it would be enough to drown out the memory. But silence, I've learned, is not always safe. Because on the 7th night, something changed. My lights flickered. 3 times. My clock, the one on the wall above my desk, stopped ticking. And I heard it again. A soft knock at the door. 2 knocks. Then 3. I stared at the door from across the room, frozen in place. The knocks came again. A voice followed. "Time for your shift." And just like that, I knew. This wasn't a job anymore. It was something else. And I was already part of it. I didn't answer the door. Not right away. I sat there, frozen on the edge of my bed, listening to the silence that followed those 3 knocks. My apartment had never felt so still, like the entire world was waiting for me to decide. The voice had been calm, almost gentle, like a friend, reminding me not to forget something important, but I knew better. It wasn't a friend. And this wasn't a choice. Still, I didn't move. I waited, barely breathing, hoping that whatever it was would give up and leave. Minutes passed, or maybe more. I don't really know. Time gets strange when you're afraid. When nothing happened, I finally got up, slow and careful, and looked through the peephole. There was no one there. I opened the door anyway. The hallway was empty, just like I expected, but lying on the floor, perfectly centered on the worn-out rug, was another envelope. No name, no markings. Just thick paper, folded clean, and sealed with a wax stamp I didn't recognize. I picked it up with shaking hands, closed the door, and sat back down before opening it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, new rules, not for the library, not for the hospital. These were different. They were for me. Only me. There weren't many. Rule 1, you cannot return to your old life. Rule 2, the rules will follow you. Rule 3, you will be contacted again. Rule 4, you will answer. Rule 5, when the final call comes, you will go back. I sat there reading the words over and over, trying to understand what they meant. It didn't feel like a curse, not exactly. It felt more like a promotion. Like I had proven myself without realizing it, and now I had been given access to something deeper, something worse. I burned the paper in my sink. But even as I watched it curl and blacken, I knew it didn't matter. The words were already in my head, etched into my memory like scars. There was no forgetting them. Just like I could never forget the woman in the white dress, or the whispers in the shelves, or the voice that said it saw me. Weeks passed. I didn't tell anyone. How could I? What would I even say? That I worked one night in a cursed library, and now I was marked for some secret eldritch night shift for the rest of my life? That I couldn't sleep through the silence anymore because I might miss the next set of rules? There's no way to explain that without sounding insane. So I kept it to myself. I quit school, moved to a new apartment, changed my phone number, cut off everyone who might have asked questions. I thought that maybe, if I stripped away enough of my old life, they would forget me. Or leave me alone. But the truth is, I didn't want them to forget me. A part of me, small and buried deep, wanted to go back. Not because I missed the fear, not because I wanted to test fate again, but because in that twisted, quiet nightmare of a library, I had felt something I never felt before. Purpose. And that terrified me more than anything else. Months later, I got another envelope. It was slipped under my door while I was in the shower. No knock this time, no voice, just that same thick paper, sealed and waiting. I didn't open it right away. I left it sitting on the kitchen counter for 3 days. Ignoring it didn't change the fact that it was still there. Waiting. Eventually, I opened it. The paper inside was blank, or it looked blank, until I tilted it toward the light. Then faint words began to appear, etched in that strange, inkless scrawl I had started to recognize. You are ready. Your next location will be provided shortly. This time there are no rules. Good luck. That was when I knew this wasn't a game. It never had been. Whatever system I was now a part of, it didn't care about me. Not really. I was just a piece. A cog in some ancient, forgotten machine that kept turning in the shadows of the world. And I was okay with that. Because at least now I understood. The rules weren't there to trap me. They were there to show me the truth, to prepare me for something bigger, something more dangerous. Something final. I don't know when the next envelope will arrive, or where I'll be sent, but I know I'll go, not because I have to, but because I want to know how deep this thing goes, what it really is. Who built it? Why it picks certain people and not others. Maybe I'll find out. Maybe I won't. But whatever happens next, I'm not afraid anymore. Not of the woman in white, not of the whispers, not even of the voice that said it saw me. Because now, I see them too. And I'm ready. I could give you my real name, but I won't. Not because I'm trying to be dramatic, but because I've seen what happens when people go looking. I'm not paranoid. I just want to survive, and part of surviving means knowing when to keep quiet. That's what I'm doing now. I'm writing this down, not to warn anyone or to spread anything, but because I need to get it out of my head before it eats away what little sleep I'm getting. This all started a little over a week ago. I'm still in school, college, studying mechanical engineering. I've always been good at the academics part. Not a genius or anything, but I hold my own. The problem is money. Tuition is a joke, rent is worse, and my savings dried up somewhere around midterms. I'd been looking for a part-time job, anything to scrape together what I needed. I checked everything from food delivery to gas station overnight shifts, but the hours were garbage, and the pay barely covered the commute. That's when I found the ad. It was buried halfway down a classified listing site. Black text, plain background, nothing flashy. Just said they were hiring for a night guard position at a private medical facility. Good pay, short-term contract, 1 week. I almost didn't click it, but I did. The interview was strange, but not in a way I could put my finger on. The building itself was tucked back behind some warehouses on the edge of the city, not marked with any real signage. A woman met me in the lobby and led me into a plain white room with one desk, one chair, and a folder already sitting there with my name on it. They didn't ask about my past jobs or whether I had any security experience, just if I had any medical conditions and whether I could stay alert through the night. I told them yes and handed over my health certificate. They nodded like that was all they needed to hear. They told me I'd start the next night. 7 hours a shift, 11 at night to 6 in the morning. I could leave after that final hour ended, and I'd be paid the full amount for the week, even if I didn't stay longer. I figured, worst case scenario, I'd spend 7 nights being creeped out by hospital silence. Best case, I'd leave a week later with enough money to finally breathe again, so I signed. When I arrived for the first shift, it was 10:30. I figured getting there early made a good impression. The place looked less like a hospital and more like an institution. Tall, featureless windows, lots of concrete, and an entrance that felt like walking into a bunker. The evening guard was packing up when I got there. He was older, glasses, stiff posture. We shook hands. "You're the new guy, right?" he asked, already halfway out of his chair. "Yeah, first night." He smirked and slung his bag over his shoulder. "They paying you well?" "More than well," I said. I couldn't turn it down. He nodded slowly. "Yeah, that's what we all say at first. Only folks who take this shift are broke, desperate, or already looking for something they don't really want to find." I laughed a little. "Why do you say that?" He looked like he was going to answer, but then the building's PA system crackled to life. 11 o'clock, the start of my shift. "Time to clock in," he said instead. "Listen, whatever they gave you to read, read it, all of it, and don't go wandering." I started to ask him again what he meant, but he was already out the door. "You'll figure it out," he called back. "Just don't fall asleep, and don't be here after 10 in the morning. You don't want to know what this place is like after that." I stood there alone for a second. The hallway lights hummed above me. The whole place was too clean, like it had been wiped down just before I got there. I made my way into the main security office, which was barely bigger than a walk-in closet. One chair, one desk, a few monitors showing different hallways, and a soda machine humming faintly outside the door. There was an envelope on the desk, marked Urgent. I opened it and pulled out a single page. The paper was crisp, folded once, typed cleanly in block font. "Dear Night Guard," it started. It welcomed me to the company, said they were thrilled to have me join the team. Then it got to the point. There were rules, specific ones. It even suggested I take a photo of the page or keep it on me at all times, not just try to memorize it. I read the list once, then again. There were instructions for what to do when a man in a blue overcoat and black fedora showed up around midnight. I was not supposed to look at him directly. He would ask to visit a specific room, and if he said the right number, I was to punch a ticket from a machine in the drawer. If he said anything else, I was to deny him calmly. Under no circumstances was I to look at his face, not directly, not in reflections. Another rule told me I'd need to visit the 5th floor and check in on a particular room. If no one was there, I was to hide. If there was a doctor facing away, I had to ask if he needed something. If he did, I was to help quietly and leave. It warned me not to ask what it was. Just know that it does not like humans. There were more rules. About elevators. About floor 16, which doesn't exist. About an old woman who might greet me and how to know whether to stay in the elevator or leave it. About the 10th floor and a room marked OT where a doctor might call me in. It told me to keep a straight face no matter what I saw. I remember sitting there for a while, holding that list, thinking it had to be a joke, a test maybe, some kind of psychological screening for how well I could follow instructions under pressure. I wish that were true. The shift had just started, and I already felt like I was being watched. The first hour passed slowly, too slowly if I'm being honest. Every tick of the clock felt like it was stretching out longer than it should. The lights in the office flickered now and then, but not enough to make me panic, just enough to keep me alert. I kept glancing over at the note, checking the time, and wondering when I would start feeling like I wasn't completely alone in the building. That feeling never came. It was worse than that. The silence wasn't peaceful or quiet. It was like the building itself was holding its breath. At exactly 12 o'clock, I felt something shift. I don't mean a sound or a gust of wind, just a feeling, the kind that creeps up your spine without touching you, the kind you don't notice until it's already halfway through your bones. I was sitting at the desk, checking the monitors, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. To my right, in the peripheral gap between the doorway and the hallway outside, there was movement. A man standing there. He wasn't moving toward me, just standing still, like he had been waiting. My first instinct was to turn and look, but I stopped myself. I remembered the rule. Do not look directly at him. I kept my head turned toward the monitors, only shifting my eyes as far to the side as I dared. Blue overcoat, black fedora, no reflection in the glass of the monitor in front of me, no shadow, just a still shape. "Excuse me," he said. His voice was soft, almost too calm. "Can you look at me, please?" My throat tightened. It took everything in me not to respond right away, not because I wanted to defy the rules, but because my brain was stuck, like it needed a moment to reboot and remember how to speak. "Sorry," I finally said, my voice a little too dry, "but I've been told not to." He was quiet for a second, just breathing. I could hear it, slow and steady, and very wrong. There was something in the rhythm that made my stomach twist. Too slow for a normal person, too calm. "Fair enough," he said eventually. "I'd like to visit the patient in bed 13, room 106. My fingers immediately went to the drawer. The ticket machine was there, just like the note said. I fumbled with it for a second, then punched the ticket and set it on the desk without turning my head. My hands were shaking, but I kept my eyes forward. "Here you go," I said. He didn't respond. I didn't hear him move, but when I glanced sideways again, he was gone. The air felt lighter. My ears popped, like I'd been holding my breath the whole time. I rubbed my hands together to stop them from shaking. For a brief moment, I wondered if I'd hallucinated it all. If maybe I'd dozed off for a second and dreamed it, but the ticket stub was still sitting on the desk, neatly torn and real in my hand. At 1 o'clock, I checked the note again. I was supposed to go to the 5th floor and enter room 510. The idea of leaving the office scared the hell out of me, but I knew what the instructions said. I grabbed my phone, stuck it in my back pocket, and left the room. The elevator ride was short. The building was dead silent, the kind of silence that presses against your head until your ears start to ring. I walked the 5th floor hallway slowly, counting the door numbers until I reached 510. The door was plain, no window, just a small brass number on the wall beside it. I knocked once. Nothing. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was cold, the kind of cold that sinks into your clothes. The lights were dim, buzzing faintly. There was no one in the bed, no one at the desk. It was just empty, which meant it had escaped. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't want to know. I turned back toward the door to leave, but something told me to wait, that there was something wrong with the hallway, like it wasn't safe anymore. So I turned and looked for somewhere to hide. There was a small utility closet built into the wall across from the bed. I opened it slowly and squeezed inside, trying not to breathe too loud. The light above me flickered once, then went out. Something stepped into the room. I heard the door creak, then soft, dragging steps across the tile. Not fast, not loud, but heavy. Like whatever it was, didn't care about being heard. I held my breath. The footsteps paused somewhere near the bed, then, slowly, turned toward the closet. I closed my eyes, not because I thought it would help, but because I didn't want to see what would happen if the door opened. But it didn't. A second later, the lights flickered back on. I waited 5 slow breaths before opening the door. The room was empty again. I stepped out, heart racing, and walked back to the elevator without stopping. The ride back to the main floor was the longest minute of my life. When I got to the office, I shut the door behind me, sat down and stared at the monitors. Nothing unusual, just still hallways and empty rooms. At 2 o'clock, I heard a knock on the door. A soft one. When I opened it, there was a woman in a nurse's uniform standing there. Blonde hair, clipboard, pale skin. She smiled and said she needed someone to accompany her to floor 16. My mouth went dry. I remembered the rule. "We only have 15 floors, I said. She didn't blink. Yes, that's true, but sometimes patients wander. "I'll send someone else," I said quickly. Her smile stayed in place. "That won't be necessary." "I insist," I said, voice firm this time. She didn't argue, just nodded once, slowly, and turned to walk down the hallway. I watched her until she turned the corner and disappeared. I shut the door again and locked it. 3 hours in, and I already wanted to quit. But I knew I couldn't. Not yet. By the time the clock hit 3, I felt like I had been awake for a week. My eyes were dry, my hands were fidgeting with anything they could touch, and I had this persistent headache that felt like it was slowly burrowing behind my left eye. The air in the guard room was cold, but not like normal cold. It felt like it had weight to it, like the longer I sat there, the more I was being pressed down by something invisible. The lights still buzzed faintly, and the monitors were quiet, same blank hallways and empty floors, but none of it made me feel any safer. The note said the 3rd hour would be uneventful. I remembered reading that line and thinking it was a relief, something normal in the middle of all this. But now, sitting there with that gnawing silence creeping in again, I started to wonder what uneventful meant to whoever wrote those rules, because uneventful did not feel like nothing. It felt like a setup, like quiet before something worse. I was trying to convince myself it was just nerves when I heard the sound. It was soft but sharp, like a cart rolling over loose tile. Something was coming from down the hallway. I leaned forward and looked at the monitor that showed the corridor outside the guard office, but nothing was there. I could still hear it, though. A squeak and roll, stop, squeak and roll again. I didn't move. Then came the knock, just one, gentle, like someone trying not to disturb me. I opened the door, slowly, keeping my back to the wall just in case, and there she was. A nurse. She looked exactly like the one from the previous hour. Same pale skin, same too clean uniform, same expression like she had learned to smile from a photograph. She was holding a clipboard and stood with both feet perfectly together, as if posed. "We need you to come with us to floor 16, she said. I didn't say anything for a second. I just stared at her. My mind flashed back to the page. The rule was clear. Our building only had 15 floors. "I'll send someone else," I said, repeating the line as calmly as I could. "There's no one else," she replied. Her tone didn't change. Still soft, still friendly. "We need you." I swallowed hard. "I can't. I'm not allowed to leave this post." She looked down at her clipboard, then back at me. "You really should come." I shook my head. "I won't." She didn't argue. She just turned, walked back down the hallway, and disappeared around the corner. No sound, no footsteps, just gone. I closed the door again and locked it. I sat there for a while after that, waiting for something else, but nothing came, just more silence. The third hour crawled by slower than the others. Every few minutes I thought I saw something move on the monitors, but every time I blinked, it was gone. A flicker at the edge of the camera, a shift in the light, a hallway that looked just a little different from how I remembered it. I didn't check. I just kept watching. Then, around 4, the exhaustion hit me like a wave. 1 second I was upright, hands on the desk. The next I was fighting to keep my head from nodding forward. My eyes stung, and my brain felt like it had turned into soup. The cold wasn't helping. It made my arms feel heavier, the kind of tired where even thinking about moving hurts. I remembered the rule. Do not fall asleep outside the cabin. If I had to sleep, the note said, I needed to lock myself inside the cabin, but I did not want to sleep. Every instinct I had told me sleeping was a trap. Like the second I closed my eyes, something would crawl into the room and sit down next to me, or worse. I stood up fast, trying to shock myself awake. My knees buckled slightly. I held onto the desk and took a few deep breaths. I reached into my pocket, grabbed my phone, and turned on the loudest music I could find, something obnoxious with heavy bass and screaming vocals. It helped, not much, but enough to keep me vertical. I staggered out of the office toward the soda machine. The hallway was empty, but it felt wrong. The air had a heaviness to it, like the air in a room where someone is holding their breath. I punched in the code for the energy drink and grabbed it the second the can dropped. My hands were trembling so badly that I almost dropped it before I could crack it open. The first sip was awful. Warm, bitter, chemical. But it helped. As I leaned back against the wall and drank the rest, I thought I saw something at the end of the hallway. Not a shape exactly, more like a shadow that did not belong to anything. It flickered and vanished before I could focus on it. I walked back to the guard room, making sure to keep the door open long enough to see all angles before stepping in. I locked it behind me and checked the time. 4:17. I was still standing. I didn't sit down. I paced for a while, kept the music on, kept blinking hard and shaking my arms to keep the blood flowing. I think I slapped myself in the face more than once just to feel something sharp. At 4:42, I started hearing a sound from the far left monitor, a tapping noise, soft, spaced out, like fingernails on glass. I looked at the monitor. It was camera 5, the glass panel across from the nurse station. There was no one there. But the sound kept happening. Tap, pause, tap, pause. I muted the music, turned the volume on the monitor feed up. Still just that soft tapping. Then I heard it again, this time not from the speaker, but from behind me. I froze. There is no window behind the desk. I remembered that clearly. The rules mentioned that too. I stood perfectly still. The tapping continued. I reached for the drawer. The gun was still there, cold and heavy. I picked it up, loaded it slowly, and held it down at my side. The tapping grew faster. I closed my eyes, took one long breath, and pulled the trigger behind me. The gunshot rang through the office like thunder. My ears rang for several seconds afterward. Then silence. The tapping stopped. I waited. When I turned around, the wall was the same as before, solid, unmarked, no cracks, no bullet hole, no broken glass, just the wall. And that awful, empty air pressing in on me again. I sat back down, music still playing faintly. The clock ticked toward 5, and I knew the worst was still ahead. I must have checked the clock at least 20 times between 4:58 and 5 o'clock. I wasn't counting down with excitement, though. It was dread. Every minute dragged harder than the last, like I was waiting for something I couldn't name but knew I wouldn't like. At 4:59, the lights flickered just once, but it was enough to make me stand up and check the lock on the guardroom door again. Still sealed, still closed. I even pulled the chair closer so it would wedge under the handle if something tried to open it from the other side. At exactly 5 o'clock, everything stopped, not in a normal way, not like the calm of a room where nothing is happening. The building just stalled. Like all the sound got sucked out of the walls. No humming lights, no security feed static, nothing. I stood there for what felt like an hour in that frozen silence, feeling like even blinking too loud might get me noticed by something I could not see. Then, from the end of the hallway shown on monitor 1, I heard it. Voices, but not just any voices, familiar ones. The first was my mother's. She was calling my name, not panicked, not angry, just like she used to when dinner was ready, and she wanted me to come down from my room. Then it was my professor, the one who always seemed more interested in our stress than our homework. He asked me how my project was going and whether I had time to talk. Then it was my best friend's voice, saying he was outside, waiting with food. Said I should come unlock the door and hang out for a bit. None of these people were here. I knew that. Every single voice was a trick, but hearing them made my stomach turn. They sounded so real, so completely normal. I turned the music back on, loud enough to drown out most of the noise. It helped, but only for a little while. The voices kept coming, different ones. A teacher from elementary school. The guy who ran the convenience store near my apartment. A girl I dated briefly who used to hum when she was nervous. They all sounded happy, casual, like we were just catching up in the middle of an ordinary day. But the way they all stacked on top of each other, voice after voice weaving into this tangle of sound, it was wrong. Too much, too loud, too human. I pulled my hood up over my ears, even though it didn't help. I paced the small office like an animal stuck in a cage, trying to breathe evenly and not scream. My skin felt too tight. My eyes watered. I don't know how long I kept that up, but eventually the voices started to twist. They got harsher, like they were unraveling. The words slurred together, the tones flattened. It went from familiar to mechanical, like someone using a broken recorder to play back conversations. That was when I knew I had to leave the office. The note said the 5th hour required a trip to the 10th floor. That meant using the elevators again. I did not want to go back into those halls, but staying in the office while that sound surrounded me felt worse. I took the note out again and read it one more time, just to be sure. Use the 2nd elevator, not the 1st. The 1st will say out of order. That was fine. I remembered that part. The hallway outside the guard office was too quiet, but at least the lights were still on. My footsteps echoed louder than I expected. I pressed the elevator button for the 2nd one and waited. The doors slid open slowly, like they were dragging. I stepped inside and hit 10. As the elevator moved, I watched the numbers light up above the door. 1, 2, 3, 4. At 7, the elevator dinged and slowed to a stop. The doors opened. An older woman stood there, smiling gently. Her hair was white and tied back in a braid, and she wore a long gray coat over what looked like a nurse's uniform. "Good morning," she said, as she stepped inside. "Morning," I replied, trying to sound casual. She stood next to me and folded her hands over a small leather bag. She smelled like lavender and dust. "Which floor?" I asked. She looked up at me with glassy eyes. "I'm going the other way," she said. I felt my body lock up. I nodded quickly. "Sorry, I'll catch another one." I stepped out without making eye contact. I kept my eyes fixed on the wall opposite the elevator until the doors finally closed again. Then I turned around and walked all the way to the stairs. 10 flights felt like 100. My legs burned, but I didn't stop. When I reached the 10th floor, the hallway lights were flickering steadily. It looked different up there, less like a hospital, more like an office that had been abandoned halfway through renovations. There were wires hanging from the ceiling, and some of the doors didn't have numbers. I found the one marked OT. The letters were etched in crooked, like someone had done it with a knife. I knocked twice. A voice called out from inside. "Come in." My fingers were trembling as I opened the door. The lights in the room were dim and tinted green. There was a table in the center, but I couldn't see what was on it. A man stood with his back to me, wearing a stained lab coat that hung down to his knees. His hands moved methodically over whatever was on the table. I couldn't breathe. The air smelled like chemicals and old meat. "Did you call for me?" I asked, keeping my voice flat. He didn't answer, just kept working. I wanted to leave. Every part of me was screaming to run, but I remembered the rule. So I said, "Sorry, sir," and turned to leave. That was when he stopped moving. I did not turn back. I walked quickly but didn't run. I closed the door behind me, then broke into a sprint the second I hit the hallway. The lights above me popped one by one as I ran. I heard the door behind me slam open. Something screamed. I didn't look back. I ran down the stairs, taking two at a time, breathing so hard it felt like my lungs were tearing open. I made it to the ground floor and shoved myself back into the guardroom, slamming the door shut and locking it with every latch it had. I dropped to the floor and crawled into the far corner, hugging my knees. It took a long time for the screaming to stop. When it did, the only sound left was the slow ticking of the office clock. 5:57. 3 minutes left. I did not move. I must have sat in that corner with my knees pulled to my chest for the entire last stretch of that hour. I could feel every second drip, passed like cold water, down the back of my neck. The room wasn't dark, but it felt darker somehow. The lights were still on, the clock still ticked, the monitors still showed those quiet, sterile hallways, but everything felt thinner now. Like the walls were just holding their shape until something pushed through. At exactly 6 o'clock, I heard it. 3 sharp knocks on the office door. I didn't move. Then a voice followed, soft and casual, a man's voice. "Shift's over," he said. "I've got it from here." I stayed frozen. The rules had been clear. If someone came before the announcement, if someone said the shift was done and the time was 6 o'clock, I was supposed to respond a specific way. I took a shaky breath, cleared my throat, and said, "I'll work the extra shift. My shift's not over." Silence. Nothing on the other side of the door, no footsteps walking away, just dead quiet. I waited. Eventually I stood up slowly and peeked through the peephole in the door. No one was there. I sat back down in the chair and stared at the clock. 6:01, then 6:02. Every part of my body was vibrating, but I kept my eyes on the second hand, willing it to keep moving. At 6:04, the announcement finally came. A quiet chime over the PA system, followed by a soft voice. "The night shift is now over. Thank you for your service." I didn't even realize I had been holding my breath until I let it out all at once. I packed my things as fast as I could, grabbed the envelope with the rules, and left the office. The hallway looked the same, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that the air was wrong, too still, like it had been sucked through a filter and put back in the wrong way. The front doors were unlocked now. I pushed them open and stepped out into the early morning light. The sun had not fully risen yet, but the sky was beginning to shift into that pale blue that means the world is waking up. I walked to the bus stop without looking back. When I got home, I didn't eat. I didn't shower. I went straight to bed and curled up under the covers like I used to do when I was a kid and scared of thunder. I thought I would fall asleep immediately, but my brain was too loud. I just lay there, staring at the wall, listening to the faint hum of traffic outside. Eventually, exhaustion won. When I woke up, it was already dark again. I had 4 messages on my phone, all from unknown numbers, All of them were just recordings of silence. I deleted them without listening to the full thing. I thought about not going back. I really did. But the money was already half spent in my head. I needed it, and something in the way that announcement said thank you made it feel like quitting was not going to be as simple as not showing up. So I went back. Night 2 was easier in some ways. I knew the layout better. I knew what to expect, sort of, but it was also worse because I knew what could go wrong. I kept thinking about that doctor on the 10th floor and the way the lights had burst above me as I ran. The scream still echoed in my ears every time the hallway went quiet. The second night followed the rules exactly. The man in the blue coat showed up on time, said the right thing, and left when I punched the ticket. I visited the 5th floor. This time there was a doctor at the desk. I asked if he needed anything. He asked for a pen. I placed it in the drawer near the bed and left. The whole exchange took maybe 30 seconds, but it felt like walking across a frozen lake that could crack open at any moment. The nurse came at 3, same uniform, same smile, same request. I gave the same answer. She didn't push, just left again. The rest of the shift passed in silence, but the silence felt loaded, like someone holding a heavy box over your head and waiting to see if you'd flinch. I drank 3 energy drinks and didn't sit down once. My legs ached, but it was better than the alternative. On night 3, I started noticing things I had missed before, like how the elevator buttons never lit up the same way twice, or how room numbers would occasionally swap places on the monitors and then switch back when I blinked, or how I started seeing people in the reflections of the security glass that weren't there when I turned around. I stopped using the bathroom on the 2nd floor because every time I went in, I saw a figure standing in the last stall facing the wall, never moved, never reacted, just stood there. I stopped going completely by night 4, held it for 7 hours instead. On night 5, I broke a rule, not on purpose. It was during the 5th hour. I was on my way to the 10th floor, but the 2nd elevator was already in use, and the 1st one said out of order. But I was tired. I didn't want to wait. So I got in the 1st one. It moved, normally at first. Then it stopped between floors. The lights went out. When they came back on, the walls were covered in handprints. Hundreds of them, some small, some too big, all of them pressed flat against the walls like they had been trying to get out. I didn't scream. I think I just stood there, heart pounding so hard it made my vision blur. Then the doors opened to a hallway I didn't recognize. I stepped out. Everything was wrong. The walls were too long. The floor was sloped slightly, just enough to make walking feel unstable. The lights buzzed in a low, growling tone. I turned to get back in the elevator. It was gone. Just a wall behind me now. I walked for what felt like 10 minutes before I saw a stairwell. When I pushed the door open, the stairs were covered in wet footprints. They led upward. I followed them. Every step sounded like I was walking on a damp towel. Eventually, I reached the 10th floor. I opened the door. It was normal. Just the hallway I remembered. I didn't question it. I ran back to the guard room and stayed there until the shift ended. At 6:04, the announcement came. Same voice. Same thank you. I walked out, slower this time, and sat on the curb outside the hospital for almost 20 minutes before getting the nerve to move. I wanted to believe I had imagined it, but the handprints were still on my jacket. I didn't go home right away after that 5th night. I sat at the bus stop long after the sky had gone pale, watching the quiet streets and trying to convince myself that I hadn't actually lost my mind. The handprints were gone from my jacket by then. I had looked down sometime between the elevator and the exit, and they had just vanished, like maybe they were never there at all. Or maybe they were only ever meant to be seen when I needed to believe they were. By the time I got back to my apartment, the sun was fully up. I didn't sleep. I just sat on the edge of my bed, holding the crumpled note with the rules and wondering if finishing this job would really mean anything. I had one night left, One final shift, 7 hours and I'd be done. I kept telling myself that, over and over, like it would make it easier. That night I got to the hospital a little earlier than usual. The front lobby felt colder than it had the other nights. The air didn't move. The light from the fixtures seemed dimmer. The tile under my feet felt sticky, even though there was nothing there. I walked straight to the guard office and locked the door behind me. I didn't greet anyone. I didn't look down the hallway. I just went in, sat down, and waited. 11 o'clock came and went like it always did. The lights flickered once, the clock ticked over, and the first hour began. I read over the rules again, just to remind myself of every word. They felt etched into my brain by now, like something I could never really forget even if I tried. The man in the blue coat came at midnight, right on schedule. I saw him through the corner of my eye as he stood near the hallway entrance, unmoving, waiting like a shadow with bones. His voice came soft and patient. "Could you look at me, please?" "Sorry," I replied, exactly like before. "I've been told not to." "I want to visit the patient in bed 13, room 106, he said. I punched the ticket, placed it on the desk, and didn't turn my head. A moment later, I felt the air change again, like a vacuum had lifted. When I glanced sideways, he was gone. The next hour was quiet. I went up to the 5th floor like always, entered room 510. This time there was nothing in the room, no doctor, no sound. Just that chill that meant something had moved. I backed out slowly, never taking my eyes off the walls, and closed the door without looking behind me. I took the stairs instead of the elevator, even though my legs already ached from the tension. The nurse came at 3, same woman, same smile. She asked me to follow her to floor 16. I shook my head and told her I would send someone else. She didn't protest. Just walked away like a wind-up toy with her key turned too tight. I shut the office door and bolted it again. Then came the 4th hour. The drowsiness was worse than ever, but by now I was prepared. I had 3 cans of energy drink lined up beside me, my headphones in with the loudest, harshest music I could stand. I didn't let myself sit down. I paced the room, tapping the beat of the music against the side of the filing cabinet with my knuckles, just to stay grounded. I counted the seconds aloud. Anything to stay awake. It worked. I made it. At 5, I followed the final instructions. I used the second elevator, even though the first one lit up temptingly, like it wanted to be picked. I ignored it. The second elevator was slow, but safe. I reached the 10th floor, walked calmly to the room marked OT and knocked twice. A voice invited me in, and I did what I was supposed to. I kept my face neutral. I didn't speak unless prompted. I saw the doctor working, his hands moving through something that didn't belong to any medical textbook. I felt sick, but I didn't let it show. He didn't speak to me, just kept working. I left when I was supposed to, and I didn't look back. The final hour was different. It felt like the whole building knew this was the end. The lights in the hallways dimmed. The cameras on the monitors grew fuzzy and distorted. Shapes moved in the edges of the screen, never stopping, never clear. The office felt colder than ever. My breath fogged in the air for the first time since I'd started. At 6 o'clock sharp, the knock came at the door. "Shift's over," said a voice. "Time to go." I didn't move. I waited. "I'll work the extra shift," I replied. "My shift's not over." The silence that followed lasted longer than it should have. Then, footsteps walked away. At 6:04, the announcement came one last time. "The night shift is now over. Thank you for your service." This time I didn't pack up right away. I sat there for a few extra minutes, letting the relief settle in slowly. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff and realizing you were not going to fall. I felt lightheaded, but not sick, shaken, but not broken. I left the office, walked down the hallway with steady steps, and pushed through the front doors as the first rays of morning light slipped through the clouds. Outside, someone was waiting for me. A man in a gray suit stood by a black car with tinted windows. He nodded politely as I approached. "Congratulations," he said. "You've completed the contract." I didn't respond. I just looked at him. I was too tired to speak, too hollowed out to care. He handed me a white envelope. It was thick, sealed with a red stamp that looked like a company crest, but had no name. "The full payment is inside," he said. "You are not obligated to return." I nodded and took the envelope. He didn't offer a handshake. He didn't ask questions. He just got into the car and drove away. When I got home, I opened the envelope and counted the bills. It was more than they had promised, way more. Enough to cover school and then some, but I didn't feel like celebrating. I quit the job that same day, didn't give a reason, didn't have to. No one ever contacted me again. Sometimes late at night, I think I hear that voice in my head, the one that says, "Shift's over." I always check the clock when that happens. It's never 6 o'clock. Just my brain, trying to make sense of something it was never supposed to survive. But I did survive. That's the part that matters. And I never went back. I started this job because I needed a paycheck, not because I had any interest in forgotten television or cursed analog nonsense. I'm not even that into tech. I barely passed my AV class in high school, and I still sometimes press the wrong button when I'm switching between HDMI inputs. But my friend Michael inherited this old television archive building from some distant uncle and needed someone to help run it. And I figured, sure, why not? Free coffee, short commute, weird vibes, all boxes checked. The place is in Long Beach, kind of tucked between a sketchy 24-hour liquor store and a Filipino barbecue place that only opens on weekends. There are maybe 600 square feet of shelving, mostly crammed with old VHS tapes, beta cassettes, reel-to-reels, and stuff I can't even identify. No windows, one bathroom. The whole place smells like melted plastic and carpet glue. When Michael got the keys, we joked that it looked like a Cold War panic bunker for Nickelodeon. For the first few weeks it was fine, quiet, dusty. There was something kind of comforting about being surrounded by dead formats, like time couldn't really reach inside. Most days I came in, booted up the cataloging software, and watched static while eating leftover Chinese out of a cracked Tupperware. Michael handled the legal stuff and tech work. I did the sorting and logging, and we let the building hum. Then the complaints started. It wasn't from our side. We were barely making noise in the daytime. It came from the night shift clerk at the liquor store next door. Said he was hearing banging inside our walls around 2 or 3 in the morning. Sometimes shuffling. Once, he swore he heard someone arguing. Loud, panicked voices that came in and out like a badly tuned radio. Michael rolled his eyes and said the kid was probably baked out of his mind. I believed that. I mean, the whole street smells like weed half the time. Still, it was weird. Then someone called the cops. I came in on a Tuesday morning and found a cruiser idling outside the building. Michael was already talking to an officer out front. They had gotten a report about possible break-ins. Apparently, one of the nearby shops said they saw shadows moving inside our front lobby window around 4 in the morning. But when they came to check, the door was locked and nothing was missing. Except one thing. A full box of unlabeled Betamax tapes was gone. Just not where it should have been. I found it later on another shelf near the back of the archive, completely untouched, just sitting in the wrong place. The security system, which runs on actual coaxial lines for some reason, didn't show anything. No motion detected, no people, just hours and hours of dead air. Still, the weirdness kept stacking. Michael didn't want to invest in real overnight security, said it would kill our already tiny budget, so I offered to stay late one night and keep an eye on things. I figured I could knock out a few inventory entries, bring my own snacks, and treat it like a chill little solo lock-in. I mean, worst case, I'd see a raccoon, right? That Friday night, Michael closed up at around 11. The intern had already pieced out around 9, leaving behind an open can of Monster and a half-eaten granola bar. The place was quiet, and I was wired from too much gas station coffee. I set up shop in the back office we were using as a makeshift security hub. The lights were dim, The air conditioner was rattling. I had my laptop, a thermos of heavily sweetened caffeine, and a Bluetooth speaker ready for backup if things got too quiet. I locked the door behind Michael after he left and decided to poke around the desk a little. It was one of those ugly gray metal ones, the kind you always see in old school supply rooms. The top drawer was surprisingly heavy and stuck at first, but I managed to yank it open. There was a pistol inside. It was old, black, and clearly real, the kind of gun that feels heavy, even if you've never held one before. Next to it was a magazine full of ammunition, and under both of those, a folded piece of yellow notebook paper that looked like it had been jammed in there for years. I moved the gun to the side slowly and unfolded the paper. It was a handwritten list, just black ink, kind of cramped handwriting. It looked rushed, like the person was writing faster than they could think. At the bottom it was signed with a name I didn't recognize, just one word. Jefferson. The title at the top said, "Rules for Overnight Staff." That got my attention. I had read a ton of those fake horror posts on forums before. You know the type. The ones where the haunted mall or mysterious hotel room comes with a weird list of instructions. It had become kind of a genre, but this felt different. It wasn't trying to be scary. It was trying to be useful. The first rule said, "For the love of God, follow all the rules. You're probably not going to die, but you will be in great pain." The next few were more specific: salt, crucifix, yelling at something knocking, rebooting cameras if a child appeared. There was a rule about glass tapping and something about not listening to a particular band. I skimmed it twice and found myself weirdly unsettled, not because I believed any of it, but because the tone was too calm. Not written like a joke, not theatrical, just direct, like someone leaving instructions for how to use a tool you don't understand yet. I closed the drawer. But I didn't throw the list away. I left it unfolded on the desk and glanced at the clock. It was almost midnight. I figured I'd give it an hour or two, and if nothing happened, I'd just crash on the couch in the break room. It was around 12:27 when the first camera flickered. Just once. Only for a second. But when it came back, something was different. Not broken, not obvious, just different. I leaned closer and stared, and that's when I saw him. He was standing in camera 12 in the corner of the back aisle near the Betamax shelf. A man, wearing a suit, holding a briefcase, and looking straight at the lens. I did not move at first. I just stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The man in the suit was perfectly still, just standing there in the dusty aisle where we kept a row of unmarked Betamax tapes. His briefcase hung loosely in one hand. His face was tilted slightly downward, like he was thinking or maybe just staring at the floor. Then he looked up again, directly at the camera, right at me, like he knew I was there watching him. My first instinct was to check the time. The tiny red clock on the monitor read 12:31. I rubbed my eyes, blinked hard, and looked again, still there. He was just standing in that same position. Something about the way he moved, or rather did not move, got under my skin. He did not feel like a person. He felt like a mistake, like something that had slipped in through the wrong door. I remembered the list. Rule 5, if you see anything strange on the cameras, especially a child, reboot the system. If that fails, press the red button under the desk. I did not see a child, but something about the way this man was just standing there with his too clean suit and unmoving frame made my stomach curl. I figured it was close enough. I reached under the desk and felt around until I found the red button. It was cold, metal, and clicky. I pressed it. The monitor immediately went dark, static for about 6 seconds, then black. I counted in my head. When the feed returned, the man was gone. The Betamax aisle was empty. The floor was clean. Nothing looked out of place. I sat back in the chair and tried to laugh, but it came out sounding more like a cough. It did not feel like relief. It felt like the silence after a balloon pops. I stayed in that chair and just watched the screens. The rest of the archive was still. Camera 7 showed the entry hallway, Camera 4 watched the loading dock, and Camera 10 pointed at the old editing bay where we stored all the tapes no one had ever cataloged. I looked at every monitor twice, then checked again. Nothing. I told myself it was probably just a glitch, a reflection, something my brain turned into a person because I was alone and caffeinated and primed for weirdness. But I kept thinking about the man's briefcase. How solid it looked, like a real object, not something born from static noise or poor lighting. I should have gone home. I should have called Michael and told him I saw something weird and that I was not going to finish the shift, but instead I stayed, because I wanted to believe it was nothing. Because if I left, I would feel like I lost. At 1:22, the knocking started. It came from the front door. Not loud, just 3 soft rhythmic knocks. I sat up, heart instantly in my throat. The room went dead quiet. I could still hear the hum of the monitors, but it felt distant, like it was playing through a wall. I waited. Another knock, this time louder. Then silence. The list. I turned to look at it again, scanning with shaking fingers. Rule 2. If anything knocks between 1 and 3, place the crucifix at the foot of the door. If the knocking continues, do not open it. Do not speak. Do not respond. The crucifix was in the drawer. I pulled it out. It was small, wooden, smooth from years of handling. I walked to the door slowly, knees stiff. It was locked, of course. The bolt was still engaged. I could see nothing through the peephole, only darkness. I knelt down and gently placed the crucifix on the floor right in front of the door. It felt ridiculous. I am not religious, not even a little bit. But the act of doing it made me feel like I had drawn a line in the sand, like I had agreed to play by the rules. The knocking stopped. I stood there a little longer, then stepped back. I returned to the chair and watched the monitors. Nothing on camera 1, nothing on 3. I scanned them again, still nothing. At 1:37, I heard footsteps. They were soft and uneven, like someone walking with a limp, slow, deliberate. The sound moved past the door, through the hallway outside, and vanished toward the back shelves. I stared at the monitor for camera 6. No one was there. I checked again. Still empty. I do not know how long I sat there listening, but eventually the sound stopped. No more footsteps, just silence again. At 1:54, the lights flickered. Just once, barely a second. Then everything went back to normal. I could hear the AC again, the fan on the computer, my own heartbeat. I stayed like that until 2:04, when the power to camera 9 dropped out completely. The screen went black, then white, then black again. Then, for exactly 3 seconds, it showed a little girl standing in front of the vending machine in the hallway. She was wearing a white dress, bare feet, long dark hair. Her hands were pressed against the camera lens like she was trying to reach through. I did not hesitate. I rebooted the system. Everything went dark. I sat there in complete silence, watching the monitors come back online one at a time. Camera 9 was empty. No girl, no trace. But the vending machine's lights were off, and they had been on earlier. I did not like how quickly I was starting to accept these things, how natural it felt to follow the list, like the rules were not some weird legacy prank but a kind of lifeline. At 2:29, I got thirsty. I stood up slowly and made my way to the break room. The hallway felt different, not cold, not warm, just still. I kept thinking I would hear another knock or a footstep behind me, but everything stayed quiet. I filled a paper cup from the water cooler, drank it too fast, and stood there trying to decide if I should go back to the desk or just curl up on the couch and close my eyes for 10 minutes. That is when I heard it. A soft tapping, like fingernails, on glass. Behind me. I froze. Rule 7. If you hear glass tapping behind you, do not turn around. There is no window. Use the gun. Fire until the sound stops. Then you may look. I reached for the gun. My hands were shaking. I did not want to touch it. The gun. I had never held one before. I am not the type of person who likes firearms or even talks about them. The idea of using one even now scared the hell out of me. But the tapping kept going. Not loud, not aggressive, just insistent. Fingernails, a pattern, like someone drumming their fingers across glass they were pretending did not exist. And that was the worst part. I knew for a fact there was no window in this break room. There never had been. Just cheap drywall, some dented cabinets, a mini fridge, and a microwave with a stuck timer button. I backed up slowly, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The tapping followed me, like the sound was physically attached to a point right behind my head. I turned my body without moving my neck, like a weird shuffle turn, and reached for the break room drawer where I had seen the gun earlier. It was right where I left it, sitting next to the list and the half-used pack of gum. The metal was cold, heavier than I expected. I loaded it carefully, trying to remember how movies made it look easy. I kept my finger off the trigger, like I had seen people do in safety videos, but my hand was shaking so badly it probably would not have mattered. I stood in the middle of the room, gun aimed low, eyes glued to the microwave in front of me, refusing to look behind. The tapping picked up speed. Then I turned. I pulled the trigger. The shot rang out like a bomb, ears ringing, lights flickered. It echoed off the concrete walls and made the air feel electric. I kept shooting, 4 times, 5. I do not even remember pulling the trigger each time. I just remember the sound, the kickback, and the way the tapping finally stopped. When I opened my eyes, everything was normal. There was no glass. There never had been. Just the microwave, the cabinets, and a scorch mark on the far wall where one of the bullets had hit. I sat down hard in one of the plastic chairs, hands still wrapped around the gun. My ears were ringing so loud I could barely think. I sat like that for a long time, just breathing and trying not to pass out. Eventually, I got up, put the gun back, checked the time. It was 2:46 in the morning. The hallway lights buzzed as I walked back to the security office. It felt like I had been gone for days. The room smelled faintly of something sweet, like burnt sugar or cheap perfume. I did not question it. I just sat back in the chair and stared at the monitors. That is when I started to hear voices. It started as a low hum, like a distant conversation coming from another room. The sound was faint at first, just background noise. I assumed it was static bleeding in from one of the old feeds. But then I heard a name. My name. Soft, calm, like a parent trying to wake you gently from a nap. Then I heard Michael's voice. "Hey, you good? You in there?" I stared at the monitor. No one was in the hallway. The front door was still locked. There was nothing on the cameras, just the low buzz of voices that were slowly getting clearer. "Open the door. Come on, man, it's me." I leaned forward, pressing the volume mute toggle just in case it was interference, but the voices were not coming from the monitors. They were coming from behind the wall. I looked down at the rules again. Rule 9. From 3:30 to 5, ignore everything. They will try to scare you. They will try to confuse you. Play loud music. Do not listen to 9-inch nails. The clock clicked over to 3:15. I pulled out my phone and put on music. Something loud, something dumb. I do not even remember what I picked. I just turned the volume up and let it drown out the voices. For a while, it worked. I closed my eyes and breathed through it, mouthing lyrics I barely remembered from high school. The kind of music you hate but somehow know every word to. Then my phone screen went black. The music stopped. The voices returned, but they were louder now, more distinct. My parents' voices, my old high school friends, my boss from my first job at that chain bookstore. Even the barista from the coffee shop I used to go to before it closed. All of them were calling my name, pleading, laughing, screaming. I covered my ears. It did nothing. I tried humming. Nothing. The voice that finally broke through all of them was Michael's again. "I found something," he said. "In one of the boxes. You have to see it." That was the worst one, because it sounded exactly like him. No filter, No strange tone or weird echo, just his voice, plain, real. I stood up and yelled, "Shut up!" Everything went quiet again. The room felt heavy, like the air had thickened, like I was underwater. I sat back down. It was 3:33. For the next 15 minutes, I did not move. I just sat there and stared straight ahead. Every few minutes, a monitor would flicker. Camera 4 showed a shadow that was too tall to be human. Camera 10 displayed a looping hallway that I had never seen in the building. Camera 1 went black for 7 full minutes, then came back like nothing happened. I followed the rules. I did not open the door. I did not answer the voices. I did not look at the corners of the room, even when something inside me said I should. At 4 o'clock on the dot, everything stopped. The voices, the glitches, the tapping, the smell, all of it. It was like the building had exhaled. I looked at the crucifix still lying on the floor by the door. I walked over and picked it up, carefully returning it to the drawer. It felt warm, almost too warm. Then I sat back down. I wanted to cry, but I didn't, because something in me knew it wasn't over. I was not tired, not exactly, more like my body had passed tired and hit a strange kind of full-body buzz. Everything felt slow. My limbs were heavy. My thoughts felt like they were sloshing through wet cotton. I considered texting Michael, but what would I say? Hey, the building might be haunted. Also, I shot at a wall. No, that would have to wait. The clock read 4:15 when the monitors all went black at the same time. Then a sound started from somewhere deep in the back of the archive. It was not footsteps. It was not voices. It was something dragging. Something heavy. And it was getting closer. I do not even know how to explain the sound properly. It was slow, like metal scraping against tile, but heavier, deeper. Every few seconds, it would pause, like whatever was dragging it needed to catch its breath. Then it would pick up again, slow, steady, closer. I froze in my chair. My mouth was dry. I tried to swallow, but my throat didn't work right. I turned the volume on the monitor feeds down to 0, but I could still hear the noise. It wasn't coming from the cameras. It was coming from inside the building. I switched through the channels anyway, just to be sure. Flipping one after another like some kind of routine would help me feel better. Every screen was dark, not broken, just off, like they were refusing to work until I dealt with whatever was coming. I wanted to believe it was a pipe or something shifting in the walls. I really, really did. But it wasn't. The rhythm was too clean, too patient. I tried to count the seconds between drags. I made it to 4 before it scraped again. It was getting closer to the office. I stood up and pressed the blue button under the desk. It clicked, but nothing happened. No lights, no change in sound, no reset. Just a quiet click and then silence. For one hopeful second, I thought the noise had stopped for good. But then the dragging sound came again, louder now, and my stomach turned over. That was when the power came back on. The lights in the ceiling flickered once, then hummed to life. All the monitors came on at the same time, each one showing a slightly different angle of the archive, just like before. But one of them, camera 6, showed something else, something standing at the far end of the hallway. I leaned forward to get a better look. It was a man, I think, tall, maybe 6.5 feet if I had to guess. He was hunched a little, as if his back didn't quite fit the space around him. He wore some kind of old uniform, like a postal worker or a janitor from the 80s. His skin looked dry and stretched tight across his skull. No hair, just thin patches of what looked like dead grass. He was holding something behind him. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it dragging. He looked up at the camera. I stopped breathing. I did not move. I did not blink. I didn't even know if I was blinking before that. I just stared, and he stared back. His eyes weren't right, too small for his head and too bright. Like someone had stuffed flashlight bulbs into empty sockets. The feed cut out for half a second, then returned. He was gone. I turned around, Nothing in the hallway outside the office. No footsteps. No sound. I waited. 10 minutes passed, then 20. The monitors kept flickering in and out. Nothing else moved. I looked down at the list again, trying to figure out if I had missed something. If there was a hidden rule I had skipped. But it just ended at number 11. After that, the page was blank. At 4:38, the back door slammed open. Not a knock, not a creak, a full slam. The sound of metal hitting concrete echoed through the walls. I stood up so fast I knocked my chair over. I ran to the door, deadbolt still locked. I pressed my ear to the wood, heart pounding, nothing. I didn't hear footsteps, no voices, just that dragging sound again, somewhere in the building. I backed away and grabbed the gun, the same one I had fired earlier. I checked the magazine, 4 bullets left. I did not want to move, I didn't want to breathe, but the silence was worse. I cracked the office door and peeked out into the hallway. The lights were dim, flickering the way they always do in horror movies right before someone makes a bad decision. I stepped out, gun in hand, and made my way toward the back of the archive. The hallway felt longer than it should have. Every step made the floorboards creak just a little, even though they never had before. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me or something breathing near my neck, but there was nothing, just me and the dull humming of old lights. I reached the storage room and froze. The dragging sound was coming from inside. I leaned against the door frame and slowly peered in. There was a trail of dark marks across the linoleum. Something heavy had been pulled through the room, leaving streaks that looked almost oily. The room itself was empty, no one inside, no strange figure, no tall man, just that awful smell like rotting electronics and something vaguely sweet. The dragging had stopped. I backed away, one step at a time. I kept the gun aimed low, trying not to breathe too loud. I made it to the middle of the hallway when all the lights cut out again. Pitch black. I froze. Something exhaled, not me. I spun around. Nothing. Then I felt it. Not a touch, not a sound, just a presence. Heavy and wrong, pressing in from all sides like I had stepped into a room that was just a little too small. I turned again and bolted for the office, not looking back. I don't know if anything followed me. I don't know if I would have survived if I had turned around, but I made it. I slammed the door, bolted it, and dropped to the floor. The clock on the monitor blinked 4:43. Everything was silent again. I stayed like that, sitting with my back against the door, gun in my lap, until the time read 5:04. I did not look at the cameras. I did not check the hallway. I just waited. At 5:05, I opened the door. Nothing. The hallway was empty. The lights were still off, but everything looked the same as before. No shadows, no dragging trails, just the building, still and dusty. I walked outside into the morning light. It felt unreal, like I had stepped through something, like I had been somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. The air smelled like exhaust and damp pavement. Birds were chirping. I could hear a garbage truck a few streets over. Normal sounds, bright sounds. I got in my car and drove. When I got home, I didn't sleep. I just sat on my couch with all the lights on and tried to convince myself that it had all been one long, exhausted hallucination, that I had imagined it, that I had stayed up too late in a weird place and scared myself into thinking I saw something. But I couldn't, because when I took off my jacket and tossed it on the floor, a scrap of yellow paper fell from my sleeve. It was the rule list, but someone had added to the bottom in the same cramped handwriting. 12. Do not leave the building without checking the monitors one more time. If you saw him twice, he saw you too. I read that last line over and over. I even held the paper up to the light, half expecting to find a watermark or a smudge that would prove it was a trick my brain pulled. But no, the ink was real. The handwriting was identical to the original list, that same jittery, rushed print, with a couple of letters doubled up like the writer's hand had slipped. 12. Do not leave the building without checking the monitors one more time. If you saw him twice, he saw you too. I had left the building. I had not checked the monitors. I had driven straight home, shaking the entire way, convinced that daylight would fix something that clearly lived in the dark. I thought I could outrun it. I thought, if I could just make it out the front door, maybe whatever I saw would stay trapped in that building. But the list didn't lie. I had seen him twice, and now, apparently, he had seen me too. The day passed slow and foggy. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I would hear that dragging sound. I would picture the way his body didn't quite fit the hallway, the way his eyes glowed like something stuffed inside a mannequin, and I'd jolt back upright like I had fallen from a height. I didn't turn on the television. I didn't eat. I just sat there, dead tired, spinning through everything that had happened. By the time the sun went down, I knew I was going back. I don't really know why. Not exactly. There was no plan, no mission, just this weight in my chest that wouldn't let up. It felt like I had left something unfinished, like walking out of the building without checking the cameras, had broken some kind of unspoken agreement, like I had left a door open behind me. And now something might be walking through it. I packed a backpack with a change of clothes, 2 energy drinks, and the pistol. I wasn't going to use it unless I had to, but I didn't want to be without it either. The sky was turning that kind of late purple by the time I pulled into the archives parking lot. Michael's car wasn't there. The front door was still locked. Everything looked quiet. Normal. I let myself in with my key, locking it behind me the second I was inside. The air was still, thick, like it had been waiting. I stood in the lobby for a long moment, just listening. No noise. No movement. No dragging sounds. I made my way to the back office, flipping on lights as I went. They buzzed the way they always did, dim and unreliable, but they came on. Nothing flickered. The cameras were already running when I stepped into the security room. Every screen showed a different angle of the building, the back hallway, the break room, the Betamax aisle, the front entrance. And there he was. Camera 12. Same place, same posture, same cheap uniform and lifeless frame. He was facing away from the camera this time, like he'd been mid-walk and stopped. His shoulders were too high. His arms hung too low, like someone had tried to build a person without the right parts. He hadn't been there when I left. I checked the clock. It was 11:47. I stared at the screen for a full minute, maybe 2. He didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there, waiting. I flipped through the rest of the cameras again. Everything else looked normal. Empty aisles, quiet halls, nothing dragging, no shadows. I sat down slowly and pulled the list back out of my bag. The original rules, rules 1 through 11, with the new 12th line added in the same desperate scrawl. It felt like holding someone's diary. Not something meant to be passed around, something private and frightened and left behind. I set it next to the keyboard and watched the monitors. I didn't blink. At 12:23, he moved. Not much, just 1 step, but it was enough to prove he was real. His left leg bent wrong at the knee, like it was bending in 2 directions at once. He took another step, closer to the end of the aisle. I could hear the dragging sound again now, faint but rising, like he was pulling something that had been stuck to the floor. I checked the hallway camera. Nothing yet. Camera 12 cut to static for exactly 3 seconds, then came back on. He was gone. The dragging sound stopped. I sat frozen in the chair, gun already in my lap. I held it loose, safety off, barrel down. The clock ticked over to 12:26. Then I heard something scrape just outside the office door. Not a knock, not tapping. Something long and sharp dragged across the wood, like a nail or a piece of metal. I held my breath, my hand tensed on the grip. Another scrape. Then a voice. It wasn't loud, wasn't even clear. It sounded like someone whispering through a mouthful of dirt. "You forgot something." That's all it said. Once, then silence. I didn't move. I waited for a knock or a scream or a sound from the vents, but nothing came. I watched the clock until it hit 12:44. The hallway camera turned on. It showed me. Standing in the hallway, staring at the camera, same clothes, same backpack, gun in hand. Only it wasn't live. I was still in the chair. I checked my reflection in the black monitor screen, still sitting, still breathing, still me. But on camera, I was standing. Then the me on screen smiled. The camera feed glitched and returned to an empty hallway. I stood up slowly, still watching the screen. I didn't feel real. My feet were heavy. My arms felt disconnected, like I was wearing them instead of owning them. The smell came back. That burnt sugar and old wires smell. It filled the room fast. I turned around, expecting to see him behind me. Nothing. I checked the other cameras again. All clear. Except camera 6. There he was, standing at the door to the security room. I whipped around. Still nothing. I turned back to the feed. He lifted his hand and knocked once. Then twice. Then a third time. I turned to the list. Rule 2. Between 1 and 3, if there is knocking, place the crucifix in front of the door. I had not gotten that far yet. It was not even 1, but it did not matter. I was not going to wait again. I opened the drawer, grabbed the crucifix, and dropped it in front of the door like it was a live wire. I backed away, waiting for the sound. No knock came. Only laughter. Somewhere deep in the building, something started laughing. The laughter didn't echo. That was the part that really stuck with me. No reverb, no distance. It sounded close, but flat, like it had been piped directly into the air from inside my own head. The kind of laugh that wasn't joyful or mocking, just empty, performed. As if whatever was laughing didn't even know what the sound was supposed to mean, but had seen people do it and decided to copy it anyway. I stood there in that quiet little office, holding the pistol in one hand, the rules page in the other, and I listened to that thing laugh until it stopped. It didn't fade out, it just stopped. 1 second it was happening, the next it wasn't. The monitors kept humming, screens all normal. No more versions of me, no tall man at the door, no children in the vending machine camera, no dragging down the hallway. Just silence. And somehow, that was worse. The clock read 12:58. 2 minutes until 1. 2 minutes until the window of rules truly began. I thought about how much I wanted to leave. Just grab my bag, walk out the front door, and never step foot in this building again. Let the tapes rot. Let the cameras short out. Let the whole archive sink into the pavement like it was never there to begin with. But that list, that page of rules I'd been dragging around like a cursed receipt, it stayed in my hand, crumpled now, soft from all the times I'd folded and unfolded it. I stared down at the last few lines. Rule 12 was still there, staring back at me. I had seen him twice. He had seen me too. I didn't know what would happen if I left again. I just knew I couldn't risk it. The second the clock hit 1, the building shifted. Not physically, nothing moved, but the air thickened again. My skin prickled. That same scent of burnt electronics crawled through the vents. I turned up the volume on the old speakers, grabbed my phone, and put on music, not 9-inch nails. I remembered that rule very clearly. I picked something loud and messy, static-filled guitars and shouting vocals I didn't fully recognize. It helped, not a lot, but enough to stop my hands from shaking. At 1:13, the first knock came. One hard knock, right on the security room door. I didn't move. The crucifix was already there, just like before. I didn't answer. The knocking came again. 2 more. Then silence. Then something scraped across the floor outside. It circled the room once, slow and heavy, then faded away. I stayed sitting. Music still playing, still breathing. My jaw hurt from how hard I was clenching it. At 1:29, camera 9 flickered and went black. I waited 3 seconds, then rebooted the system. No hesitation this time, just like the rules said. When the feed returned, the screen showed an empty hallway. No girl, no movement. At 1:35, the lights above me flickered again. This time they stayed dim, like they were fighting to stay on. That awful hum filled the office, the one that always came before the tall man showed up. I looked at camera 6. He wasn't there. But I didn't trust it. I checked every camera twice, still nothing. At 1:51, the dragging started again. Closer this time, right outside the office. I held the gun tighter and turned the music up. I kept repeating the rules in my head like a prayer. Play music. Do not open the door. Do not talk to the voices. Ignore everything between 3:30 and 5. But it wasn't even 2 yet, and I was already starting to lose it. The dragging moved past the office and down the hall. It paused for a while in front of the break room. Then, after a minute or two, it kept going. I didn't follow it on the cameras. I didn't want to know where it went. I just waited. By the time 3:30 hit, I was halfway between panic and exhaustion. The voices started up again like clockwork. My parents, Michael, a girl I used to know in college, the barista from the old coffee shop, all of them talking to me at once, through the speakers, through the walls, through the vents. I turned the music louder. I curled up in the chair, eyes closed, and waited. At 4, I put the crucifix away, just like the rule said. The voices got angrier after that. Some of them yelled, some cried. A few laughed that same fake, hollow laugh I'd heard earlier. But I didn't answer. I waited. The lights buzzed, blinked, held steady. No camera glitches. No mirror versions of me. No children in white gowns. No tall man at the door. By 4:58, it was quiet again. The quiet wasn't peaceful. It was the kind that presses in around you, like the world is holding its breath. I sat in that chair and counted each second as it passed. 5:01. 5:02. 5:03. At 5:04, I stood up and turned off the monitors. I walked out of the security room, down the hallway, through the front lobby, and unlocked the main door. The sun wasn't up yet, but the sky was turning that soft shade of blue that only shows up when the night has given up. I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. And that was it. Nothing followed me. No voice called my name. No laughter echoed from the hallway. The archive stayed behind me, still and quiet, and finally done. I drove home with the windows cracked and the music off. The city was waking up. I passed joggers, delivery trucks, street sweepers, normal things, real things. When I got to my apartment, I put the rule sheet in a box and sealed it, not because I thought it was cursed or anything dramatic. I just didn't want it near me anymore. Michael called me around noon, said he'd come by the building and saw my note on the door. I told him I was done. I didn't explain. I didn't need to. He just said he understood. He offered to sell the place. I told him that was probably a good idea. The next week, someone from some indie film preservation group reached out about taking over the building, said they'd heard rumors about the tapes, wanted to make a documentary or maybe a series. I didn't respond. I kept the pistol, even though I don't ever want to use it again. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I hadn't followed the rules, if I'd opened the door, if I'd answered the voices, if I'd looked too long at the version of myself that wasn't me. But I didn't. I followed every single rule. And now I'm here. And he's not. If you have ever heard of skinwalkers, you know some of the terrifying stories that come with the name. You also know that there is one rule you should follow. You shouldn't talk about them, or it could attract them. I unfortunately didn't listen to that rule. Being that I moved from southern Utah to East Tennessee, I thought I was safe, since they originate from the Navajo tribes located in Utah. I could be wrong, but that is what I believed. If you don't know much history about skinwalkers, I highly recommend researching them on your own due to the fact I don't know how much longer I will survive. I live in a pretty rural part of East Tennessee. There are maybe 200 people in a 30-mile radius of me, which means there aren't many indigenous people around either. Where I live is mildly wooded on the property, and the properties next to me are the same, but towards the back, where the property line ends, it's very densely wooded. I don't know if the property owners before me weeded it out that way, but it seems that way. I live alone with an American Bulldog mix named Maxine. What makes everything even better is, I live in a fifth wheel, so you can guess it's small. The slightest wind makes the whole camper rock like a boat. The slightest move makes the camper rock too. My camper has modifications to it like a deadbolt implemented into the door. It is kinda set up like a studio apartment, just mini. I have a couch, and a full-size bed, and a kitchen. It's all small but very cozy. Just enough room for me and Max to live together comfortably. My camper is insulated well, so you can't hear anything except loud sounds around you. On the given chance a car passes the property I'm on, you won't hear it. But when the rooster crows in the property just next to me, I can hear it. The crow will just be muffled. Another thing to mention is, I work from my camper and don't go many places except my parents, or friends if I'm up to driving an hour to see them. Max is my protector. She is friendly until I give her a hand signal. Then she will start to snarl and sit in between my legs. I haven't really seen her act protective or even heard her snarl at anything without my signal until now. Even when a wild fox or skunk comes meandering across my property, she hasn't acted protective. The only way I can explain it is she will escort them off the property. She will stay her distance, but she does in a way escort them off. It's cute in a way. She isn't mean to them, doesn't bark at the wild little creatures, won't lunge or chase them. It's almost like she is protecting them. After 3 years of living here, Max won't venture into the densely wooded area of the forest. She doesn't act scared, but she won't go past the property line unless she is on a leash or in the car. After 3 years of living here, you get accustomed to the wildlife and the sounds they make at night. I would say I'm pretty confident with how well I know the area. Well, that was until now. Around a month ago, in August, I was throwing a bonfire for a friend who was going to leave for work-related things. And I don't exactly know how we got into the topic, but we started to talk about spooky, scary things. A friend of mine asked me if I had any spooky folklore to tell, since my friends knew that I lived in southern Utah and was most likely wanting me to go into mythical creatures and what I knew, and if I had any stories. I myself have a very open mind about literally everything. I believe in ghosts and witchcraft, but most of all, if an indigenous person tells me shit, I'm gonna believe them, whether or not it's true. Well, I gave in, thinking I was safe, and started to tell them about skinwalkers and then Skinwalker Ranch, and how freaky it was that you can't access it anymore because the military won't let you go near it for some reason or another. I mostly touched on spooky things about skinwalkers, how they are shapeshifters, and how one stalked my grandmother. I went into the nitty-gritty. I talked about how they can lure you into the woods or desert, and how my grandmother's first herd of cattle were ripped apart and thrown around like chew toys. She lived in northern Utah. I talked about the screams and how they are blood-curdling and like nothing you have heard before. I detailed about how they can shape-shift from one animal to another, and how that animal will sometimes stand up on 2 paws and walk like a human. I also detailed how they are evil, and I made sure to put emphasis on it. All of what I was talking about had my friends in a trance. We were sat around the fire, in a circle, drinking beer, and when I spoke my stories, they all stopped drinking and focused on what I was saying. It was awesome for me because I'm usually the back-burner friend. No one really asks what goes on with my life except horny guys on Tinder looking for a lay, or my parents. The night went on, and one by one my friends went home. Don't worry, I made sure they were sober and had a bite to eat before giving their keys back. Slowly it became only me and one of my close friends. She leaned in to ask me if everything I said was true, and I did tell her I believed in it, but it's an old tale from my grandmother and Navajo tribes. After another hour of us shitting the bull, she left, and Maxine and I went to bed. Everything was normal after that for about 3 days. Then the weird shit started happening. The morning of the 3rd day after the bonfire, I was taking Max for our normal morning walk when we started approaching the end of the property line. Max started snarling and the hair on her back raised, and she started barking at the tree line. It set me off guard, and I tried giving the signal to Max because I thought it was some drugged-up person walking in the forest. I couldn't get Maxine's attention. I called her by her nickname, then her full name, but nothing was working. She stood her ground, barking and snarling at the tree line. That's when I heard a twig snap in the woodline, and Max ran as fast as she could back to our little camper. Like the sane person I am, I didn't investigate. I ran like hell. I didn't want to die. Ironic, right? Once we both got inside, Max seems restless and paced the camper until I made her lay down and rest a bit. Maybe she was having an off day. After her nap, she seemed back to normal, and nothing else seemed to happen during the day. I had forgotten about the stories I told around the fire 3 days beforehand, so I wrote it off as maybe a bear or wild cat, and it made sense because she hasn't seen one before. But it was still weird of her to act how she did. As the day grew older and the sun was ready to set, I let Max out to go and do her business before I started getting ready to settle into my comfy bed and read. Max came back and laid down on her couch, and we got settled. I must have fallen asleep reading because I woke up to my book laying on my chest and a blood-curdling scream. Max was up on her couch on all fours, staring dead at the door, to the camper growling and snarling. I quickly got up and locked the camper door. I guess I forgot to before I fell asleep, and lifted up my bed to grab a .22 pistol I kept underneath just in case. I called Max to sleep on the bed with me. I'm not going to lie. I was scared. No, not scared, petrified. Max was alert next to me as the screams went on through the night. The screams finally stopped around 4 in the morning, and I fell asleep clutching the gun in my right hand and my left hand on Max. I slept until the late morning. I woke up around 11, with Max seemed to have fallen asleep, half laying on me facing the front of the camper. I woke Max up to take her to go to the bathroom and to walk around and play a little, and it was like she was back to normal completely. But today we didn't go back to the property line. We stayed closer to the camper and worked and played and listened to nature's music. The day went by normal. At night it was back with the screaming. This went on for a couple weeks, and me and Max got used to it, still wary but used to the screams, until one night came along where things got even more terrifying. It was about 2.5 weeks after the blood-curdling screams started. When they started, the screams weren't close by us. They were by the property line in the back, by the dense woods. Well, they seemed to be getting closer this night, probably more towards the middle of the back property, and there were 2 creatures letting out these horrific screams. By this point, I still haven't remembered the skinwalker stories I told the night of the bonfire. Either way, I was still terrified. But again, I got used to the screams and fell asleep, with Max by my side. When me and Max got up the next morning, it was around 9 in the morning. We went outside, and it looked as if a tornado went through. My picnic table was flipped over, the fire pit had been thrown 50 feet to the right, and dead animals ripped and tore to pieces were left absolutely everywhere. And that's when it hit me. You aren't supposed to speak of skinwalkers, or it could attract them. But I was in East Tennessee, not Utah or the surrounding states, so how could it be a skinwalker? Me and Max took the 20 minutes walk to my nearest neighbor, who I rarely talked to. I had Max on a leash, and as we were coming up onto the small cabin the lady lived in, I noticed dead animals all over her yard too. I knocked on the door and she warily opened it with gun in hand. Now this lady isn't violent or mean in any way. She is actually rather nice. As she opened the door, she saw it was me through the screen door also in place and set her gun down. "Hey, Max and I just came over to see how you were doing." "Oh, hey, Sarah. I'm doing okay." She had trailed off. "So, weird shit has been happening on my property, and I was just wondering if you have heard screams or anything else at night. I noticed that you have wild animal carcasses littered all over your yard." "Yeah. In fact, my dogs went missing a couple days ago, and She was cut off by something slamming down next to the house. Her house had trees surrounding her house and littered across her property mildly like mine until you hit the property line. Her property was about 2 acres wider than mine on each side, but the densely wooded forest started where mine had started. She grabbed the gun from arm's length of her and ran past me to the side of the house. I followed her, and Max went in front of me with her hair up, but not barking or snarling. When I reached my neighbor, she was crouched down and sobbing. Max and I walked closer, and it came into view that 2 dogs have hit the ground from above. I won't go into detail about them, but it was gruesome. Something had dropped them from the trees. Which is weird because skinwalkers don't normally come out during the day, or so I thought. My neighbor quickly stopped crying and ushered us to her truck. She clearly didn't want my company anymore, but I don't blame her. She was going to drive us back home. It took maybe 3 minutes to get from her place to mine. She dropped Max and I off. I thanked her, shut the door, and my neighbor quickly sped off. It was safe to say me and Max spent the rest of the day inside with the door dead-bolted. I heard weird sounds from outside, but I didn't dare to investigate. That night, for the first time in a while, was quiet, and for a brief moment I thought I was safe, that life could go back to normal. The next 2 nights lead me to where I'm at now, telling this story, in hopes that someone can tell me what to do. On the first night after the normal night, shit went haywire. Me and Max had fallen asleep around 9 p.m. after a fairly normal day of cleaning my property and getting it back to normal. We were awoken by a god-awful scream, and twice as bad stench that seemed to be right outside my camper. I knew I had the door dead-bolted shut, so I wasn't worried until my camper started shaking like someone was trying to tip it over. This went on for what seemed like forever, until I heard 2 gunshots from the left. Whatever this thing was got hit and screamed a scream I have never in my life heard before. That's when the laughing started. Whatever this thing was started laughing. Like I said before, I don't know much about skinwalkers, so I didn't know they could laugh. The laughing started to go further away in the direction of where the gun went off, and then the rest of the night was quiet. Too quiet. The silence was so deafening, it freaked me out even more. The night crept on, and still I didn't hear anything. I started drifting off into sleep when I started to hear banging on my camper door. The banging shook the entire camper. Then I heard screaming. "Help me! Please let me in! They're coming! Please! Sarah! Hurry, let me in!" The voice seemed to be my neighbor, but off. I couldn't explain it. On one hand, it sounded like her, but on the other, it had a slightly off dialect as hers. She had a deep twang to her voice, since she grew up in East Tennessee her whole life. But this voice almost like it was trying to mimic her voice. The stench came wafting in through the AC vents just in time, right as I was about to unlock and open the door. I stood frozen in my tracks. The voice then warped to be my father's voice, pleading for help, but I knew I couldn't open that door, or it would mean certain death. Then came the other voice, my mother, from the second creature. But again, like my neighbor, the dialect was slightly off, but they were crying for help. Underneath my full-size bed was a huge storage compartment. It was accessible by a sliding door by the base of the bed. I had it built from metal to fit in the camper, also to use it as a bed frame, but I only kept one gun, my pistol underneath, in case I needed to hide in there for some reason. Well, this was just that reason. I slid open the door and climbed inside and called Max to come in with me. Then I shut the door. Everything became muffled at that point. The voices switched between my siblings to my parents, to my neighbor, but since I wasn't willing to come out, this seemed to piss these creatures off even more. I hid under the bed and shook until morning, when I heard police knock. I was wary to come out from my metal shelter, but I did and opened the door. "Hello, is this Sarah?" Bleeping out my last name for protection's house. One police officer initiated. "Hello. Yes. I'm Sarah. Is something wrong?" "We just wanted to ask some questions about you, neighbor." Bleep for her protection. "Did you witness any grizzly bear or wild cats on your property lately? Maybe even a person?" "Well, not a bear or wild cat, but some weird stuff has been going on around here lately." And I told the officers about everything that had happened in the past month, up until that point. Of course, I knew nothing was going to come of it because the police force don't go looking into mythical creatures, but they did take my statement and left. But before they did, I told them if they needed to get in contact with me, to go to my parents' address. That's when they told me it was a good idea to leave because my neighbor had been brutally murdered and ripped apart by something or someone. It was her who shot at the creatures. At that point I was done. I was ready to pack up and leave, so I started to pack everything up, and I called my parents to let them know I was moving onto their property. My dad asked if I needed help, and I obliged, and he said he would be there within the hour to help me load up my camper onto my truck, which I have only done a handful of times. Then I called my place of employment and apologized for the late reports, and let them know I would get back to work tomorrow, that I was having some trouble with getting them uploaded. I was only halfway through packing my shit when my dad arrived. He didn't ask any questions but did in fact help me pack and secure the inside of my camper down so when traveling my stuff wouldn't fly all over the place. He noticed that all of my outdoor items have been completely trashed and pushed them to the side and out of the way, which I thanked him for since there was no way in hell I was taking them with me, especially after what I heard from the police. We finally finished packing and hooking up my fifth-wheel camper to my truck in the late afternoon, around 5 p.m. I loaded up Max, and my dad led the way. I finally felt a weight lifting off my shoulders. I finally felt like I was safe. Maybe whatever is there will stay there. My dad didn't ask me what was wrong, he just knew. And like any good father, he helped me get packed and ready to move back home. Even though I was still going to live in my fifth wheel with Max, I felt safe. As I was driving, I felt happy again, not so terrified of whatever was going on behind me. I was singing and dancing and giving Max all the love and appraisal she deserved for helping me get through it all. As all this happiness appeared, I quickly went. I looked over into the woods, and two creatures were running alongside my truck in the woodline. The way back to my parents' house was through back roads in the county, which means they were long, curvy, heavily wooded, and more than one creek winding through them. Most of the creeks didn't have guardrails since the roads weren't used as much as they would be in a city or town. The roads were easy to navigate in the day, but since the sun was setting quickly, I knew we had to get to the house as quickly as possible. I tried everything to distract myself from the creatures running beside my truck. I looked over at Max and she was sound asleep, not even noticing them. Somehow I couldn't keep my eyes off of them. I tried as hard as I could to focus on the road and my surroundings. I tried to focus on how pretty the leaves looked during the fall. I thought of my family and friends. I thought of all my wonderful co-workers who did on occasion call or send me flowers for being good at my job. I looked at all the streams and creeks I was passing and admiring how beautiful they looked. I listened to the radio playing all my favorite oldies and sang along to them. Still, my eyes drifted. They weren't slowing down, they didn't seem tired. These creatures were still weaving in and out of the tree line, staring me down. I couldn't quite look at them long enough to figure out what they were, but they were some sort of dog-like creature. Yet, as I was driving, they seemed to be quiet. They didn't scream or do weird noises like I heard the night before. They almost seemed to be waiting for something. The sun was setting even faster. It was slowly getting darker and darker. Luckily, I had amazing headlights to light up the road in front of my pretty well. But still, the part of the county we were in had a 2-lane road that was small. Only one yellow line distinguished which side of the road you were on. Since I had a heavy-duty truck, I had to ride in the middle so I wouldn't send my truck nor my camper into the ditch. I continued to drive behind my dad, occasionally looking to see how far ahead he was. He didn't travel faster than the speed limit, but this time he was 30 yards ahead of me. I sped up to keep close behind. I was slowly catching up when we passed over one of the deeper creeks. Bam! Splash! Something had hit the side of my truck hard enough to flip it off the road. I must have been unconscious for hours. When I came to, I woke up with someone flashing a light in my eyes. I could see their mouths moving, but all I could hear was a deep ringing. Everything seemed fuzzy, and I drifted between conscious and unconsciousness. The last thing I remember was getting loaded onto the ambulance and seeing my truck and camper in literary pieces. I couldn't see the Max at first, but when I did, I noticed she was 10 feet up into a tree and shredded to pieces. I don't remember much, but I do remember I had been transported to a hospital near a decent-sized city, and I had been in a coma for only a couple days when I finally woke up. I woke up in the middle of the night when a nurse came to check on me. When she opened the door and saw I was awake, she ran out in a panic. It must have been a good 10 minutes when she and a man came walking in. "Hey, you're going to be fine. I see you have woken up. Do you know where you are?" the man said. I couldn't talk. I had a fucking piece of plastic shoved down my throat. When I noticed it, I started gagging and coughing. The nurse quickly grabbed something and shoved it into my IV, and I was out like a light again. From what my parents told me, I had to be put into a coma for 3 weeks to let my body heal from the accident. I eventually woke up, healed and ready to get up and go. But alas, I still had to stay for a week to let my body adjust. I don't really know. Eventually, I did get to go home to my parents. I had no truck, I had no camp trailer, and I had no Max. I still remember the shape her body was in, and I don't think anyone but me noticed. I spent most of my first day home mourning the loss of Max. I missed her so much. She didn't deserve this. I felt like all of this was my fault, and essentially it was. That night the noises started back up, the screams, the different voices, everything. I was pissed. What could they possibly want? They killed my dog, ruined my truck and camper, and put me in a coma for weeks on end. I got up and wobbled outside. "Shut up, go away." I screamed everything I possibly could to get them to go away. I walked out further into my parents' yard to confront these senile creatures. That's when I noticed they didn't look like dogs or coyotes or wolves. They kind of did, but not fully. The back end of them was the body of a dog, but the front was humanism, and the head of the creature was big, fluffy, and misshapen. There were at least 20 of these creatures. I quickly turned on my heel and went back inside. I could tell they were running right for me, but I couldn't run. I was still hurt. I accepted the fact that I could possibly get killed, and I was fine with it. I wasn't with anyone, and my parents have multiple children. I reached the door, quickly ran and shut it, and locked it all in time. I could hear the creatures throw their bodies against the house, and it felt like a never-ending earthquake shook the house to its core. I could feel them breathe. My parents came running down the stairs and grabbed me, rushing me down to the basement as the back door splintered into pieces, letting more and more of the evil creatures in. My dad deadbolted and hit a little red button in the basement. The sound of screeching metal filled my ears as a metal box surrounded the room. "Why haven't you ever told me of this?" I asked. "I built it just in case," my dad replied, and with that reply he went cold. That's when I knew this has happened before, to Grandma, and as far as I know, to me. I turned to my mother and I asked her, "What happened?" She looked at me and sighed. She knew exactly what I meant when I asked her question, which sent her into a story I have never even imagined. Back in the day, when Grandma was a young teenager, her parents lived here in Tennessee. She dated a young Shawnee boy. She loved this boy to pieces. They spent every waking moment attached at the hip. Well, her daddy didn't like him too much. He thought it was unethical, fucking racist bastard, and decided to, well, take care of the problem. Since then, the Shawnee tribe has cursed any land our family was touched. That's why she died when you were young. Different creatures of the day or night stalk us, waiting for the moment to kill us. And you called upon one of the night creatures, and now they're here. I could hear furniture being ripped to pieces and the house torn apart. My heart pounded out of my chest. I was angry. I was depressed knowing what my mom was going to say next. "They are here because you called them upon us again. We lived in the shadows. Until now." She stopped and turned away. I could tell that she was angry and frustrated. I felt my heart sink to my stomach. I did this. This was all my fault. It had felt like we have been in this metal imprisonment for weeks. We had enough food, and only one single flashlight. We had buckets with lids for hours. You know the business. We slept on the floor in sleeping bags, and for pillows we used our jackets. It was coyish, a little too cozy. My parents didn't really talk to me, nor I to them. I was subsequently the one who brought this upon us, with the help of my grandmother, of course. Throughout this entirety, we still heard the creatures scream. They had stopped ripping apart our house after a few hours. Unfortunately, they did surround the metal box, or that's what it seemed like. They were waiting for us to come out of hiding. They would quiet down for a couple of hours, Then they would scream and try to lure us out of our metal bunker, using the voices of people in our lives. One by one, they cycled through people, from my mother's patients to friends and family members, until all we heard was what seemed like a crowd of people screaming and bawling their eyes out. They did this every single time. Every single time. It was wearing my mom out. At one point, I and Dad had to physically sit on her to get her from pushing the button. Hell, let's be honest, it was wearing us out. They knew how to trigger our emotions. Only a handful of times did I hear Max's disembodied yelp and screams. It infuriated me. My poor baby didn't deserve this bullshit. Every time I heard that yelp, I wanted to push the button and run out to save her. But right before I did, I remembered each time that she was gone. I was going insane. I felt like shit for putting Max into the situation that leads her to her demise. I felt like I had put my family in a death or death situation. My parents wouldn't talk to me if at all. And I was defeated. What I believed to be a day, everything was going about as our new normal when I started hearing whimpering. A couple of the creatures started to whimper for a while, then struck absolute chaos. Sirens and gunshots and what sounded like chanting rang through the metal bunker. It was a bittersweet feeling to hear something other than creatures trying to kill us. At one end, was it just our minds playing tricks on us, or was it real? My parents heard it too. They actually started talking to me and to each other. Then we made up a game plan. When the gunshots and sirens stop and we hear voices, we will hit the button and take the risk of going back into the house. If we die, whatever. If we live, awesome, let's move on with our lives. And we took our places around the bunker and waited. It seemed like hours had passed before the gunshots and sirens stopped ringing. That's when we heard two voices calling out our names. Hesitantly, my dad hit the button and slowly the mental prison we had been confined to lifted. I could hear the slabs of metal slamming back to their dormant position and light filling up the room like a pleasant ocean. I was the first to walk up and out of the bunker. I walked up the stairs. That's when I saw her. I remembered at that moment, if for any reason that someone couldn't contact me or my parents, they were to call my closest friend Sierra. She was my 3 and final emergency contact on all my forms. Next to her was the cop on the scene at my accident. I walked up with my hands in the air so I wouldn't get shot and killed by the policeman, and my parents followed behind closely. I hugged Sierra before I could notice my parents' house. It was in absolute shambles. A whole wall had been torn off and ripped to pieces. All of the furniture had been turned literally inside out. Holes in the wall, the whole 9 yards. People who I didn't recognize walked around the house chanting something, and the police officer started to speak. I don't remember much of the conversation, but I do remember that the hospital called Sierra to notify her that I hadn't made it to one of my appointments and couldn't get a hold of me. She had informed them that she hadn't been able to get a hold of me either, and then she contacted the authorities. She had driven past my parents' property before the authorities had arrived and smelt a stench that was all too recognizable and called a friend who was a part of the Shawnee tribe. Then had called the authorities to tell them to meet her somewhere close by to explain the situation she had just seen and to give her and them time for the Shawnee tribe to arrive. From there, that's when they saved us. The officer looked at my parents and started to explain that unfortunately with situations like these, we had to go into a protection plan, kind of like the witness protection plan, but different. The indigenous groups of America came up with a protection plan for people who had things like this happen, which meant me and my parents and Sierra had to uproot our lives and move somewhere completely different. Change our names and social security numbers, and become completely different people. I looked towards my parents and they looked so undeniably defeated, but eventually agreed. The officer turned to me and Sierra and asked if I wanted to do the same or risk having my life be taken. I and Sierra agreed. Before I could be whisked into a new life, I asked to go outside and get a breath of fresh air. The officer agreed, and I walked out the back door. This time there weren't any weird creatures smiling back at me viciously. I sat down on the grass in my backyard and looked up to the sky and thanked Max for everything she did for me. I thanked my neighbor and her dogs, and all the animals who died in this process. and I apologized to all of them. Then I sat, in pure silence, embracing every twitter from the birds, every day of sunlight that grazed my skin, and breathed. From not far, but distant enough, I heard a tiny whimper. I got up, and despite my mind telling me, "How stupid can you fucking be? You almost died just now. Stop walking towards it," I let my body walk towards the bush that it was coming from. I reached underneath to see what it was and to pull it out when I felt something fluffy. Not really surprised, I pulled out the fluffy little creatures from under the bush, and I looked at it and smiled. A small dark fox with markings around its ears and eyes like Max's looked up at me. It was malnourished and needed somewhere warm to be, so I took it and walked inside. The cop looked at me and the foxling and ushered us to his vehicle without question. Here I am, on this car ride to the station. All I can hope for is peace and protection. I am going to look after and raise this foxling as best I can until it's time to be released into the wild. Wish me luck. I never thought I would be the kind of person who chased after legends, but when I first heard about the place everyone called the Showers, I felt a thrill. It was late October, and I was a 16-year-old named Matt, new to this small Midwestern town. I found out about it through someone who insisted it wasn't just an old ghost story. He said there was a real teacher named Mr. Simmons, a guy who swore by what he and his college friends experienced in rural Nebraska. I laughed when I first heard the story, but later I found myself thinking about what he described. Mr. Simmons had been the kind of dedicated teacher everyone liked but didn't really know. He taught history and local legends, always disappearing into tangents about haunted houses or abandoned hospitals. One cool Halloween day, he decided to tell us something that seemed different. He closed the blinds in his classroom at dawn, lit a single orange candle, and sat us on the floor in front of a rubber pumpkin. His voice was soft but steady when he described the story. He said he'd driven across the country with 3 friends after graduating college. Their plan was simple: no maps, no schedule. Just drive through New York, Pennsylvania, the Great Plains, and beyond. One evening they found themselves in Nebraska, somewhere near Broken Bow, without a plan for dinner or a place to sleep. They stopped at a dusty motel, exhausted but excited. One of them mentioned his grandma lived nearby. They joked about sneaking in, but when they tried to call her, there was no answer. Nothing felt unusual at first. They headed deeper into the farmland under the pale moonlight, past golden fields that stretched for miles. Hundreds of acres ended at an unlit gravel road, then a patch of scrub and trees. Then they saw a faint glow ahead. A small, nondescript building with blinking fluorescent lights stood off to the side. It was like a poultry processing shed, but somehow it seemed alive when they walked inside. Cattle sounds, broken fixtures, an abandoned smell lingering in the stale air. They walked through the empty warehouse, hearts pounding, searching for someone who could direct them to the grandma's farm. That's when Mr. Simmons paused. He said the air felt thick, heavy, as though it was slowing their breath. The lights flickered. He told us our faces went pale. They saw a narrow door at the far end, a cellar door slightly ajar, with a dim bulb pulsing inside like a heartbeat. It gave off an awful stench. He made us cover our noses as he dropped his voice. He called it the smell of rot, metal, and pain. He said it made him lean forward to breathe. Something inside him whispered they should run. They went down the stairs, one step at a time, lights buzzing overhead. Shadows clung to the walls, twisting and jerking in their vision. The corridor was low-ceilinged, and smells got worse. Then a bulb popped mid-corridor. They jumped back as a piece of rusty tin fell, slicing their friend's forehead. Blood flowed. The pain made something inside them snap. Their friend collapsed. One of them grabbed at the wound. Another shouted. Mr. Simmons told us his voice shook even now at the memory. The injured friend slumped forward, and somehow his tumble opened the red cellar door further. A hallway of barely flickering bulbs stretched behind him. They rushed forward to help him, and as they did, there was a sound like a group of children moaning in the distance, a low, jangled wailing that made the hair on their necks stand straight. He told us everything went slower from that moment, like watching life in a vat of thick syrup. They carried their friend into the tunnel, and then he saw them. At least 20 small figures lined the walls, children, their hair long, stringy, tangled. They wore nothing but nightgowns. Their blank eyes glistened in the dim light. Each figure just stood, unmoving, as though they were carved statues. The injured friend whimpered. The others froze. He said he realized time had slowed and senses sharpened. He smelled wet wood, metal, and a sweetness like rotting fruit. He remembered thinking in horror, "This place is alive, and something in it feeds." One of the children stepped forward, tilting its head. His tone dropped lower. It was a slow movement, almost mocking. The child stood beneath a rusted showerhead. Water dripped. The lights flickered in time with the drips. The tap of water felt like a ticking clock. He told us their friend looked up in panic. They dropped him and ran. They fled back up the stairs, past the cellar door, the tin, the lights. Their friend stumbled behind them, collapsing outside the building. They cradled his head, while the cries in the dark hallway grew faint. Then, silence. They sped away in the old station wagon. Their friend bled out before they reached a proper town. No one believed their story. They explained the cuts made by metal falling. The story died, like his friend's dreams. But Mr. Simmons kept it alive by telling it, year after year. He told us at least 3 classmates walked out of his class that morning. Several got sick. The rest sat, petrified, until the bell rang. Summer came, Halloween passed, but the story remained. It was the only moment I ever saw Mr. Simmons break. His eyes teared as he insisted the place was real, and they lost someone there. Then he carried on as if nothing had happened. After class, I stayed behind and asked about the friend. He told me his name was Tyler. He had been 23 and wanted to sail the world. He never made it. The others moved on, but Mr. Simmons stayed. He never went to Broken Bow again, but he never forgot. I left the school that day with my heart in my throat. I told nobody else, but every night I lay awake thinking about that red door, the hall, the children in soaked nightgowns. I told myself it was just a tale, the kind that scars a school full of teenagers for a morning, but I could still smell the rot when I closed my eyes. That winter, I found an old road map in my basement. My father's 3rd car had a dent and smelled like his cigarettes. I traced a finger across the dusty lines until I found Broken Bow. At 100 miles west, the road narrowed until it ended in fields, and for a moment, I felt that chill again. I pushed the thought away. I was just a kid who liked ghost stories. But even now, more than 10 years later, I remember that corridor. I can hear the dripping. I can see the pale faces. I can feel Tyler's bleeding head in my arms. The showers, he called it. I think I know why. The days after Mr. Crane's story passed in a strange haze. For a while, I wasn't sure if anyone at school had really heard what he said, or if we all collectively decided to pretend it never happened. By Monday, the jack-o'-lantern was gone. The windows were open again, and everything in his classroom looked painfully normal. Mr. Crane acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had ever occurred. He handed out worksheets, reviewed dates for an upcoming test, and didn't so much as smirk at anyone who tried to bring it up. But something about him had shifted. It was subtle. There was an edge in his eyes that hadn't been there before, a stiffness in the way he stood. He always used to crack jokes or throw in some movie quote, but now he spoke in straight lines, like his voice had forgotten how to smile. I tried not to think about it. After all, it was just a story. A really good one, sure, and maybe one he told a little too well, but a story nonetheless. That's what I kept telling myself every time the details came creeping back into my head late at night. I told myself it was fiction, the kind of thing teachers spin up to keep bored kids interested. But something about his voice when he talked about the cellar, about those kids, about the smell, it didn't feel like a performance. It felt like a confession. It wasn't until I found myself outside the school library 3 days later, flipping through a road atlas like a lunatic, that I realized the story had its hooks in me. I traced highways through Nebraska, checked county maps, searched for anything near Broken Pine, the town he had mentioned in passing when he left the bar in my dream. I wanted to believe that he made it up. But what if he hadn't? That thought kept gnawing at me. I had always loved ghost stories and urban legends, but this was different. This was personal now. Something about the way he looked at me, the way his voice cracked when he talked about his friend. It made me think there was truth buried under all that mystery. So I started researching. I couldn't find anything online about a place called The Showers. No missing persons reports matched his story, and no one I spoke to had ever heard of anything like it. The area outside Broken Pine was nothing but farmland and empty space, no strange buildings, no children in nightgowns, no red doors in the woods. Still, I couldn't shake the need to see it for myself. I brought it up to Marcus and Alina the following week. We were all sitting around in the student lounge, killing time between classes. They had both heard the story too and were just as weirded out as I was. "You want to what?" Marcus asked, setting down his soda. "I want to go," I said, "just to see, just for a night." "Are you out of your mind?" Alina laughed, but her eyes didn't join in. "It's probably just an old barn. A weird coincidence," I said. "But what if it's not?" Marcus leaned back. "You don't think you made the whole thing up?" "I did. I still kind of do," I said. "But something about the way he told it, it just didn't feel fake." We argued about it for a while, but in the end, curiosity won. That weekend, the three of us loaded up Marcus's old Subaru with snacks, flashlights, a road atlas, and enough caffeine to fuel a 3-day rave. We told our families we were going on a weekend camping trip, nothing unusual. Nobody asked too many questions. The drive took hours. The further we got from the city, the more the sky opened up and the land stretched out like an endless sheet. It was beautiful, in that quiet, suffocating kind of way. We didn't talk much once we crossed into Nebraska. It wasn't planned. We just kind of stopped. There was something about the way the air tasted. Cold, dry, heavy with silence. We rolled into Broken Pine just as the sun started to sink behind the trees. It wasn't much of a town. A gas station, a diner, a few houses scattered along the road like they'd been forgotten there. We stopped at the diner for coffee, and Marcus struck up a conversation with the waitress. "Hey, you ever heard of a place around here called The Showers?" he asked casually, like he was asking about a hiking trail. The woman froze for a split second, not long, but just enough. "Nope," she said. "Doesn't ring a bell." But the way she said it, too fast, too flat, it felt like a lie. We didn't press her, just thanked her for the coffee and left. 10 minutes later, we were driving along a dirt road just like the one from Mr. Crane's story, headlights bouncing off the trees that loomed like skeletons in the fading light. We almost missed the turn. There were no signs, no markers, just a narrow path that looked like it had been carved out by animals rather than cars. But something in my chest whispered, "This is it." The tires crunched through gravel as we pulled into a clearing. There it was, a structure, long, low, metal-sided. The lights were on inside. Marcus cut the engine, and silence swallowed us whole. For a minute, none of us moved. Then I got out. The others followed. We approached the building cautiously. There were no signs of life, no vehicles, no sounds, just that same unnatural light spilling through the cracks in the siding. A breeze stirred the trees, and for a second I thought I heard something, a voice, or maybe a cry. Inside it looked almost exactly like Mr. Crane described, empty, vast, lit by harsh overhead lights that buzzed like angry bees. No furniture, no equipment, just silence and metal. "Doesn't look like much," Marcus said, but his voice was strained. Alina pointed to the far end of the building. "What's that?" A door, wooden, painted red. We crossed the floor, shoes echoing against concrete. My heartbeat was a drum in my ears. The handle was smooth and cold beneath my fingers. I turned it, and the door creaked open. We stood at the top of a stairwell, shadows swallowing the space below. A faint smell drifted up to meet us, metallic, rotten, familiar. Alina covered her nose. "Oh God." I swallowed hard and looked back at them. You don't have to come." But they did, and we started down. The staircase creaked beneath us with every step, groaning as if it resented the weight. The deeper we descended, the colder the air became. The warm autumn night outside had felt pleasant enough, but here it was like walking into a freezer soaked in rot. The smell was sharper now. Not overpowering, but just enough to sting the inside of your nose. It smelled like rust, like something wet and old, left to fester in the dark. No one spoke. I think we were all afraid that if we broke the silence, the walls might hear us. I kept glancing back at Marcus and Alina, making sure they were still behind me. Their faces were pale, shadows stretching over their eyes, but they kept going, one foot after the other. When we reached the bottom, the stairwell opened into a narrow hallway. The floor was dirt, but it had been packed down so tightly that it felt like concrete. The walls were lined with sheets of corrugated metal, just like Mr. Crane had said. They shimmered dully under the faint light of single, low-hanging bulbs spaced irregularly along the ceiling. Some flickered, some pulsed, some were just dead. They gave off just enough glow to let us see the path ahead, not enough to feel safe. The corridor twisted and turned with no clear pattern, like it had been dug in a hurry. Sometimes we had to duck under the low ceiling. Sometimes it opened up, only to squeeze in again a few feet later. The only sound was our breath, and the soft shuffle of our shoes scraping the earth. And that smell, that never went away. At one point we reached a section where the lights had all burned out. It stretched for maybe 30 feet, just pure blackness. I hesitated. So did the others. But Marcus took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. It cut a white beam through the dark, revealing more of the same narrow hallway, though the walls here seemed more warped. Bent inward, as though the earth was trying to swallow the place whole. We kept going. None of us wanted to say it out loud, but it was becoming clearer that this wasn't just some old storage building. It felt wrong, off, not haunted exactly, just unnatural. Like it wasn't supposed to exist. Eventually we came to a split. The hallway veered left and right, forming a crude fork. There were no signs, no marks, just that sick, stale air and the quiet flickering of the lights above. I pulled out a coin and flipped it, even though I didn't believe in that kind of thing. Heads, we go left. It landed in my palm. Left it was. As we turned, Alina grabbed my arm. "Wait," she whispered. We stopped. I followed her gaze to a small gap in the metal wall, just wide enough to see through. I leaned in. On the other side was another hallway, dimly lit, and a door. It looked exactly like the one upstairs, wooden, red, with a silver knocker. "I think we're going in circles," Marcus muttered. But that wasn't it. We hadn't passed that door before. I was sure of it. There was something strange about how it looked behind the metal slats. The paint looked fresh, new, but the wall surrounding it was filthy, crusted with grime and streaks of something dark, almost like soot. Or blood. We moved on. No one wanted to open another red door. Not yet. The hallway narrowed again. The lights were fewer now, and the ones that remained barely clung to life. There were long stretches of near blackness, broken only by the sickly glow of Marcus's phone light. The air was colder, the floor damper. At one point, I felt something squish under my shoe. I didn't look down. Then we heard it. A sound, faint at first, like something scuttling across metal, far away, then closer, a dragging noise, wet, slow, the kind of sound that doesn't belong in places where people go. We froze. I reached for Alina's hand and found it shaking. The sound faded, just gone, swallowed by the walls. We waited, breath caught in our throats, but nothing happened. After a long minute, we moved again. The hallway opened up suddenly into a wider chamber. It wasn't much larger than a garage, but compared to the tight tunnels, it felt vast. There were no lights here. Only the weak beam from Marcus's phone, now held with both hands, as if it were a weapon. This was where the smell hit its worst. Thick, rancid, like something long dead and never buried. The floor here was concrete, cracked and sloping slightly toward a drain in the middle. Along the walls were pipes, thick, rusted pipes, with dark stains trailing down from their joints. One of them was dripping. In the far corner was something covered with a tarp. I didn't want to look. I truly didn't, but we had come this far. Marcus went first. He reached out and pulled back the tarp with a sharp tug. Dust and grime flew into the air. Alina gasped. I stepped forward, heart in my throat. Underneath was a large metal cage, not a kennel, not a trap, a cage, meant to hold something alive. The bars were bent. Something had forced its way out. I turned to say something to the others, and that's when the lights flickered. Just for a second, a pulse, a heartbeat of illumination. And in that moment, I saw something standing in the entrance of the chamber. It was tall, lanky, almost skeletal, arms too long, head tilted, as if it were trying to listen. Its skin was a pale gray, stretched tight. Its eyes, if they were eyes, were just two gleaming spots of white. Then the lights died again. I grabbed Alina and shoved Marcus toward the tunnel. "Go!" I shouted. We ran. I didn't look back. I heard something behind us, something wet and scraping and steady, but I didn't stop. We twisted through the maze, turning at random, desperate for any sign of the stairs. The tunnels all looked the same now. Every turn could have been one we had already taken. Panic clawed at my chest. Then finally we saw it, the red door. Not the first one, another. This one stood slightly open. We had no choice. We pushed through it into a narrow stairwell and clambered upward, slipping and stumbling over ourselves. The scraping sound was louder now, closer, echoing behind us. I didn't dare turn around. We burst out into the main building, daylight gone, night having swallowed the world whole. We sprinted for the car, lungs burning, the smell still clinging to our clothes and skin. Marcus fumbled with the keys. The door clicked. We piled in, slammed it shut, and he turned the ignition. The car roared to life. Only then did we look back. The building was still there, still silent, still lit from within. But something was standing in the doorway, watching. Of course, here's part 4 of the rewritten horror story with full paragraphs, no AI phrases, and adhering to your formatting requests. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly ahead of us, each step echoing louder than the last. The air grew colder with every breath, thick with dampness and a metallic tang that coated the back of my throat. The flashlight flickered, and I smacked it with the palm of my hand to keep it steady. Owen walked ahead of me, his steps hesitant now. Neither of us had spoken since the last turn in the corridor. We were too deep in it to back out now. We reached another junction. This one led to a metal door, out of place, new, pristine even. It looked as though it had just been installed, clean against the rotting boards of the corridor walls. Without a word, Owen tried the handle. It gave way with a slow screech. He pulled the door open, and the light from my flashlight spilled into a long concrete room. Pipes ran along the ceiling, some dripping steadily into puddles below. The sound was rhythmic, like water clocks ticking down time we did not have. The floor was slick and uneven. The concrete walls were stained in dark blotches that I did not want to identify. In the distance, the room opened into another chamber. That was where the smell hit us, thick, rotten, sharp. I gagged and pulled my shirt up over my face. Owen turned to me, his face pale, and gestured silently for us to keep going. I don't know why we didn't stop. Maybe it was the curiosity. Maybe we were already too far past fear. We walked into the chamber, and that's when we saw them. Shower heads, dozens of them, embedded into the stone walls at intervals. The floor sloped down toward a grated drain in the center, stained dark like the walls. And on the far side of the room, another door. This one was wooden, red, ornate, just like the one Mr. Conrad had described all those years ago in class. The sight made my blood run cold. The smell was worse here, clinging to my skin, thick and oily in the air. I moved toward the red door, ignoring Owen's whispered protests. My flashlight beam wobbled with each step. There were scratches on the walls, some shallow, others deep enough to suggest nails had been broken there. I reached out to touch one of the shower heads, and my fingers came back wet, not with water, something thicker. I turned to Owen. His eyes were wide, fixed on something behind me. He raised the flashlight over my shoulder, and that's when I heard it. The faintest shuffle of feet. I spun around, my heart thudding hard, but the room was empty, still. But that feeling, that awful sensation of being watched was back. I turned again to the door. Every bone in my body told me to leave. Instead, I reached for the knob. The door opened with a low creak. Darkness met us again, broken only by the flashlight's struggling beam. We stepped into a narrow passageway. The air here was colder, as if something had sucked the warmth from it completely. I saw what looked like broken furniture, old toys, piles of clothes discarded and damp. Owen picked up a child's shoe and dropped it like it burned. The passage twisted and narrowed until we could barely walk side by side. I heard something then, faint and distorted. A whisper? No, a chant. I couldn't make out the words, just the rhythm. Repeating, beckoning. We came to another chamber, smaller, round. The walls were different here, lined with photographs, hundreds of them. Faces, some smiling, some vacant, some screaming. Most of the images were old, faded, water-damaged, but they were all pinned carefully, as if someone had arranged them with purpose. In the center of the room sat a chair, rusted metal with leather straps. Beneath it, another drain, a large one. Owen refused to move forward. I could hear him breathing heavily, shaking his head. "We shouldn't be here," he whispered. "We already are," I said, and regretted it. That was when the whispering grew louder, not in our heads, from the walls, from the dark corners, and then we saw them. Figures. Not people. Children. But wrong. Too tall. Faces hidden beneath matted hair. Clothes soiled and hanging loose. They stood just inside the edges of the light, unmoving. Dozens, maybe more. I stepped back, my flashlight trembling in my hands. "Do not run," Owen said suddenly, his voice hoarse. "Don't give them a reason." We backed away slowly, retracing our steps. The figures didn't move, but I could hear them breathing. Shallow, synchronized, like wind through a graveyard. We reached the red door again and slammed it shut. I turned the latch just as the knob started to jiggle from the other side. The metal groaned under the weight of unseen hands pressing against it. We ran then. Through the shower room, past the hallway, back toward the entrance. But the corridors had changed. Every corner we turned led to another unfamiliar hall. The walls felt tighter, the air heavier. My flashlight blinked once, then again, and then died. Total darkness swallowed us. I gripped Owen's sleeve. We moved blindly, feeling our way along the walls. The chanting returned, louder now, closer. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. I do not remember how we got out. At some point I must have tripped, hit my head. When I woke, I was lying on the forest floor just outside the building. The sun was rising, pale and cold. My body was soaked, my hands stained. Owen was gone. I called his name until my voice gave out. No answer. I went back inside, once. Just a step. The hallway was gone. No metal doors, no shower heads, just rotting boards and collapsed beams. The place had closed itself. I walked for hours until I found the road. A truck driver picked me up. I never told him where I had been, just asked to be dropped at the nearest town. That was 6 years ago. I have never gone back, not to Nebraska, not to that forest. But sometimes I still hear the chanting. And sometimes I wake with water on my face and the scent of rust in the air. Part 5 will continue the conclusion. Let me know when you're ready. It took a long time before I was able to talk about what happened in that place, even longer before I could sleep through the night without waking up soaked in sweat, my lungs tight with the memory of rot and concrete. The weeks following my return felt like one long, disconnected dream. I told my parents nothing. I made up a story about hiking and losing track of time. I told them Owen had gone home early. They believed me. They had to. I told the same story to the police when they asked about him. I said we split up. I said I lost him in the woods. I said we were just two dumb kids being reckless. They filed a report. They posted flyers. A detective came to speak with me twice. Each time I gave him the same version. Clean, simple, full of holes. I could see in his eyes that he did not buy it, but there was nothing else for him to go on. No blood, no sign of foul play, just a missing person, and a friend with shaky hands and eyes that avoided contact. The days crawled. I kept thinking that maybe I would hear from Owen. Maybe he had gotten out, like I had. Maybe he was staying quiet for the same reason I was. But deep down, I knew. The last time I saw him, he had been pale and shaking, barely holding himself together. There was no way he made it out of that maze, no way he escaped those things. By the end of the month, I was back in class, trying to pretend things were normal, but nothing was. I stopped speaking up. I dropped out of the campus clubs I had joined. I stopped laughing. I just wanted to get through the day without thinking about red doors and children with eyes that did not blink, without remembering the smell of that room. One night, late in November, I was sitting in my apartment staring at a blank television screen. I had not turned it on. I had not moved for hours. I do not even remember what triggered it, but suddenly I was overwhelmed by the urge to talk to someone, not my parents, not the police. There was only one person who might understand. Mr. Conrad. I had not thought about him in months. I had forgotten all about his strange Halloween lecture, about the way he had gone quiet when I asked him about the showers, about the tired look in his eyes that day in the bar. But now the memory returned with brutal clarity. He had been trying to warn us. That story had not been fiction. It had been a confession. The next morning I found the school's staff directory and tracked down his contact information. He was retired now, living just outside Syracuse. I sent him a message, short, simple. Just 3 words. I found it. He called me the next day. His voice was older than I remembered, slower, but there was no hesitation in the way he spoke. "Where are you?" he asked. I told him. "I'll come to you." He arrived 2 days later. We met at a diner on the edge of town, far from campus. He looked thinner than I remembered, paler. His hair had gone fully gray, but his eyes were alert, focused. "You went in," he said as he sat down. I nodded. "And you saw them?" Again I nodded. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Did you go past the red door?" "Yes," I whispered. He sat back. His hands trembled slightly. He looked past me, through the window, as though expecting someone to be watching us. "I never did," he said. "We ran. I always wondered what would have happened if we stayed." I told him everything, from the start, the map, the motel, the forest, the building, the showers, the figures, Owen, the maze, the chanting, the escape. I held nothing back. He listened without speaking, his face unreadable. When I finished, he took a long breath and said, "You got farther than we ever did." "What was that place?" I asked. My voice cracked with the question. He shook his head. "I do not know. We called it the showers because that is what we found. But it is older than that, older than us, maybe older than the town." "Why tell the story every year?" I asked. "Why bring it up at all?" He looked me in the eye. "Because talking about it kept me sane. Sharing it made it feel less real. If I turned it into a campfire story, maybe it would lose its teeth." I nodded slowly. I understood now. The laughter in the classroom, the props, the dramatic pauses, all of it had been armor. But underneath that armor was a man still haunted. "I lost a friend, too," he said softly. "Back then, he never made it out. The police said he got lost, that it was just a tragedy. But we knew better. We never went back." "What do I do now?" I asked. "How do I live with this?" He paused, then reached into his coat and pulled out a notebook. Old, worn, the cover faded and bent. He slid it across the table. "I wrote it all down," he said. "Every detail I could remember, every theory, every dream. Maybe it will help. I opened the first page. His handwriting was shaky but legible. The title read, "The Showers." "I want to help you," he said, "but I also want you to be careful. You have seen too much already. They do not forget." He said it with such certainty that a chill ran down my spine. We parted ways in the parking lot. He hugged me before getting into his car. "You're not alone," he said, "even if it feels like it." I watched him drive away, holding the notebook tight in my hands. That night, I read the entire thing. There were entries from decades ago, descriptions that matched mine exactly. The red door, the figures, the drains, the whispering. But there were things I had not seen, a chamber filled with bones. Symbols carved into the cement, a tunnel that led even deeper, to something ancient and buried. He had not gone past the red door, but he had heard enough to know what waited beyond it. And now I had seen it too. I closed the notebook just as the sun began to rise. I was not going to run anymore. The story was not finished yet. Let me know when you are ready for part 6, and I will continue the final chapter. I did not sleep much the night after reading Mr. Conrad's notebook. My mind was a wreck of memories and questions, but more than anything, I was filled with a clarity I had not felt in weeks. I knew now that I had not imagined any of it. I had not hallucinated or broken under stress. The place was real, and it had taken Owen. It had taken others too, before and after. That thought alone made me feel like something inside me had shifted, like I could never go back to the person I had been before all this. By the time morning arrived, I had made up my mind. I needed to go back. I was not going for closure. I was not going to find peace. I knew peace was something I would never have again. I was going because I had to know the full truth. There was still something down there, something unfinished, and it had left a piece of itself in me. I packed lightly, a flashlight, a folding knife, a compass, and a camera. The camera was important. I needed proof, maybe not for the world, but for myself. I needed to look at those photographs, and know I had not invented any of this. I told no one I was leaving. I simply got in my car and drove west. It took most of the day to reach the town near the old site. I kept my head down, filled my tank, bought water and a burner phone in case I needed help, and headed into the woods. I still had the route memorized, burned into my brain like a scar. The winding dirt roads, the overgrown trail, the rotted fence. Nothing had changed. By the time I reached the clearing, it was nearly dark. The building looked exactly the same. The crooked roof, the dark windows, the dented metal siding. I stood at the edge of the trees, heart pounding. I half expected something to burst from the shadows, some skeletal figure to lurch into the open, but nothing moved. The wind rustled the trees, and somewhere far off, a crow called once, then went silent. I stepped forward. The door was still ajar. I entered slowly, the floor groaning under my weight. The main hall was exactly as I remembered it. Cold metal walls, a long corridor, that faint stench of decay lingering beneath the scent of rust and mold. I kept my flashlight steady as I moved through. No flickering lights this time. No echoing footsteps, just silence. When I reached the old door, the one with the rusted knob and peeling red paint, I paused. My breath fogged in the beam of light. It had not aged a day. Just looking at it made my stomach twist. I placed a hand on the wood, half expecting it to burn me, but it was only cold. I pushed it open. Beyond the door, the corridor stretched just as it had before, twisting in irregular, sloping turns, walls lined with more of those shower heads. Some still dripped. I stepped inside. This time I would not run. This time I would face whatever was waiting. I moved deeper into the maze. At one point I found the room where we had first seen them, the children. It was empty now, no light, no movement. But the stench was still there, and the walls were streaked with dark stains I did not want to examine. I lifted my camera and took the first photo. The flash lit up the room, revealing the shape of the shower heads and something that looked like dried handprints along the far wall. I pressed on. The path dipped lower, as if leading underground. The further I went, the colder it became. My breath came out in clouds. I passed more doors. Some locked, some open to reveal small, empty concrete rooms, each with a drain in the floor and chains bolted to the walls. I took pictures. My hands trembled, but I kept going. Eventually, I came to a chamber that looked older than the rest. The concrete here was cracked, and the walls were etched with strange symbols. It felt ancient, forgotten. I snapped another photo, and the flash lit up what looked like a pile of bones in the far corner. Human bones. At the center of the room was a final door. This one was made of iron, rusted to the point of flaking. A symbol was carved deep into the metal, a circle of jagged teeth. I pushed the door. It groaned open slowly. Inside was a wide, low-ceilinged room, completely circular, with walls lined with more shower heads. In the center stood a pit, maybe 5 feet across. Around the edge of the pit were more of those same symbols, etched in chalk or ash, and at the edge of the pit, just barely visible in the low light, stood Owen. He was not right. His skin was gray, his eyes blank, milky and wide. He did not move when I entered. He only stared. I said his name. Nothing. I stepped forward. He tilted his head slightly. Then, in a voice not quite his own, he said, "You came back." I froze. "There is no leaving," he whispered. "Not for you. Not for me. We belong now." Then he stepped into the pit. I lunged forward, but it was too late. There was no sound of impact, just darkness. I stood at the edge, heart hammering, staring down into nothing. Then I turned and ran. I did not stop running until I burst through the front door and collapsed into the grass. I crawled, sobbing, until I could breathe again. Then I ran all the way back to my car. I never went back. Weeks passed, then months. I developed the photos. They were real, the rooms, the tunnels, even the marks on the walls. But Owen was not in them, not in a single shot. I mailed the photos to Mr. Conrad, along with a letter explaining what had happened. He never wrote back, but 3 weeks later, I received a small package. Inside was a note, written in his neat handwriting. "Now you know, let it rest." Along with the note was a silver chain with a small carved symbol, the same circle of jagged teeth I had seen on the door. I keep it in a drawer. I do not speak of that place anymore. Some stories are not warnings. They are traps. And some doors are not meant to be opened. Every night, without fail, something walks down our street in Darrington, Montana, whistling softly through the dark. Rain or snow, no matter the season, the sound begins just after 3 in the morning. It starts out faint, drifting from the end of Huckleberry Lane where the Donnellys live, and it always moves slowly, steadily past our house toward the old stone bridge at the cul-de-sac. You can only hear it from the kitchen or the front sitting room, nowhere else in the house. When I was younger, maybe 9 or 10, my older brother Miles and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights just to listen. Our parents weren't fond of it and made it clear we weren't supposed to be awake, but as long as we stuck to the one big rule, they never punished us too harshly. Never look outside when the whistler walks past. Our neighborhood is the kind of place people dream of settling down in. Neat little houses with flower beds and white fences, tall pine trees edging every yard, and winding sidewalks shaded by maples that turn gold in the fall. It's peaceful, and everyone looks out for one another. I turned 13 last summer, and most of the kids I grew up with still live within a few blocks. We ride bikes, build snow forts, and roast marshmallows in each other's backyards. It's the kind of town you want to stay in forever, but there are only 2 strange things here that people learn not to question: the soft whistling at 3 in the morning, and the remarkable streak of luck that seems to follow the people who live on our street. The whistling never bothered me, not really. From my bedroom, tucked in the back of the house, I couldn't hear it. But if I happened to be in the kitchen late at night, maybe sneaking a cookie or a sip of juice, the tune would drift in, slow and cheerful, like a lullaby. My parents never wanted to talk about it. My mom would change the subject if it came up, and my dad would just look out the window, quiet and serious, like he was listening for it even in the daytime. Dad's family came from St. Lucia, and he used to tell stories about strange things he'd heard growing up, though he never went into detail. He only ever got rattled when the Whistler was mentioned. That was when his voice would tighten and his eyes would start scanning the windows. Then he'd remind us again. Never try to see what makes the sound. All the windows in our house have thick blinds that roll down from the top and latch at the bottom. They're made of this heavy canvas material that blocks out light completely. Dad installed them the week we moved in, locked them every night himself, and kept the key on a ring in his bedside drawer. Over the years, he'd grown more relaxed about it, but he still double-checked each window before going to sleep. Mom, well, I always thought she didn't believe in any of it, but sometimes, when I'd sneak a look from my room, I'd see her sitting alone in the front room just before 3, listening. Not often, maybe once every month or two, but enough to know she heard it too. The whistling is always the same, a slow, sweet tune like someone walking a dog or whistling to a baby. Too cheerful for that time of night, too out of place, but we'd all gotten used to it. You can live with anything, I guess, as long as it leaves you alone. Then there's the luck. People here win raffles, find long-lost family heirlooms, or get dream jobs out of nowhere. Gardens bloom twice as bright, pets live longer, and kids recover from illnesses that stump the best doctors. It's not flashy or loud, just a quiet string of good fortune that we've learned not to question too closely. That's why we stayed, even after we understood the cost. Our family moved to Darrington when I was 6 because my baby sister Elise was born with a heart defect. She spent the first 3 months of her life in the ICU, too weak to come home. After we moved in, everything changed. Her numbers improved. She came home. The doctors said it was a miracle. We knew better. Elise was our blessing. The night we moved in, 4 neighbors showed up with a basket of fresh bread, a pineapple casserole, and a thick manila envelope. They smiled a lot and made small talk before asking to speak to our parents in private. Miles and I were sent to our room, but we both leaned close to the door and listened. We always did things like that back then. The welcoming committee told our parents about the neighborhood, how things were good, better than good. People stayed healthy, jobs lasted, dreams came true, but there was something else. Every night, a figure walked down the street at exactly 3:03. No one knew what it was, only that it whistled as it passed. As long as you didn't look, it left you alone. Look once, and the blessing stopped. People who looked became shadows of themselves. The newspaper clippings in the envelope showed tragedies, lives unraveled, accidents, disappearances. It doesn't always kill, the woman leading the group said, but it never leaves you whole. Mom got upset. She thought it was a joke or some scare tactic. Dad stayed calm, but I remember his voice when he said he believed them. He'd heard things like this back on the island. Spirits that walked among people. Some were good, some were cruel, but most were just part of the world. You had to respect them. That night, Dad hung the blinds on every window. After dinner, he locked them. Then he sat in the living room holding Elise. I crept out of bed and sat beside him. At 3:03, the whistling came. It passed, and we never looked. Every night since, it's returned. We never open the blinds after dark. We don't talk about it too much. We don't invite people to stay over unless we know they'll follow the rules. And our lives here have been good. But not everyone takes the warning seriously, and some people always want to know what's behind the sound. After 7 years of living in Darrington, the whistling had become just another thread in the fabric of our lives. No one liked it, and no one talked about it outside of trusted family or old neighbors, but everyone respected the rule. The real test came when someone new moved in. You could always tell by the way people reacted. If they took the welcoming committee seriously, they stayed and lived quietly. If they didn't, it usually wasn't long before a new family was moving into the same house. About a month after Miss Florence passed away at 102, A couple with a son around my age moved into the house next door. Their names were the Whitakers. They were nice enough. Mr. Whitaker worked in construction, and Mrs. Whitaker was a nurse. Their son, Graham, was 12 and in the grade below me. I saw him around school a couple of times, but didn't think much of him. Quiet, polite, maybe a little too curious for his own good. My dad and the rest of the committee did their usual visit. Macaroni casserole, welcome basket, and the manila folder. I could tell by my dad's face when he came home that the Whitakers had been polite but skeptical. That was always a bad sign. I asked him about it, but he just shook his head and said he hoped they would take things seriously in time. I knew what he meant. Not everyone did. The first few weeks were fine. The Whitakers kept to themselves mostly. Graham rode his bike up and down the street and waved to me once or twice. Everything seemed normal. That changed when his parents had to go out of town for a weekend, and Graham was left to stay with us. It was a Saturday afternoon when they dropped him off. They were heading to a wedding 2 hours away and would be back by noon on Sunday. I remember Graham showing up with a backpack, his sleeping bag, and a grin that made me instantly uneasy. My mom welcomed him in and tried to make him feel comfortable. Elise, who was now 10 and fiercely protective of her routines, watched him with quiet suspicion. She didn't like strangers. She especially didn't like strangers who smiled too much. We spent the evening watching movies and eating popcorn. Graham was chatty and kept trying to steer the conversation toward the whistling. He asked if I'd ever heard it. I said yes. He asked if I'd ever tried to see what it was. I told him no and that he shouldn't either. He laughed and said it was probably just some old man walking his dog. Elise got up and walked out of the room. I followed her and found her sitting in the hallway, arms crossed. "He's going to look," she whispered. "You don't know that," I told her, though I felt it too. That edge in his voice, that way some people get when you tell them they shouldn't do something. "He doesn't believe," she said. "He thinks it's a game." I didn't answer. I just sat with her for a bit until we both heard Graham call out that the movie was almost done. We went back in, and the three of us played video games until it was almost midnight. My parents came in around then and told us to get ready for bed. Dad locked the blinds like he always did, and we settled into our sleeping bags on the living room floor. A little after 2, I heard movement. I opened my eyes and saw Graham sitting up, his eyes fixed on the front window. I didn't say anything at first, hoping he would lie back down. But then he stood up. I sat up too. "What are you doing?" "I just want to hear it," he said. "You'll hear it from here. You don't need to go near the window." "I just want to peek. I want to know what's got everyone so scared." I stood up and blocked his path. "You don't look. That's the rule." He scoffed. "What happens if I do?" "I don't know," I said, "but it's not worth finding out." He looked over my shoulder at the window. I could tell his curiosity was stronger than his caution. Then he said something that chilled me. "Your dad keeps the key on his nightstand, doesn't he?" I froze. "You've been in their room?" "I saw it when I went to the bathroom earlier," he said too casually. "It's just a little key." "You didn't take it," I said, though I was already sure he had. He didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to his backpack and pulled out the key. He held it up between 2 fingers and smiled. "I just want to see. 1 second, that's all. I won't even tell anyone." Elise was awake now, too. She sat up, eyes wide, watching the key like it might explode. I moved toward him fast, but he was quicker. He darted to the front window and began unlocking the latch at the bottom. "Graham, stop!" I shouted. He didn't listen. The latch popped open. He gripped the bottom of the blind and pulled. I turned to Elise and pulled her to the floor, shielding her. I shut my eyes tight. The sound of the blind rising cut through the silence like a scream. Then the whistling began. It was louder than I'd ever heard it. It filled the room like a song with no source. Elise buried her face in my chest. I didn't open my eyes. I just held her and waited for the sound to pass. I don't know how long it went on. Minutes, maybe. Then the room went still. The whistling stopped. I opened my eyes slowly and looked up. Graham stood by the window, frozen. His eyes were wide, his mouth slightly open. The key fell from his hand and landed on the rug with a soft thud. He didn't move. "Graham?" I asked quietly. "Nothing." I stood up, walked over, and gently turned him away from the window. His face was pale, drained. His eyes were glassy. He didn't speak. He didn't even blink. "Graham," I said again, louder this time. He flinched at the sound of his name but said nothing. Elise walked over and took my hand. The three of us stood there in silence, listening to the nothing that came after. I pulled the blind back down and locked it again. My hands were shaking. Graham didn't speak for the rest of the night. We all slept in the hallway, the three of us curled up in a corner like animals waiting out a storm. In the morning, Graham still wouldn't talk. He ate breakfast in silence, eyes down. When his parents came to pick him up, he walked to the door like someone twice his age, heavy and slow. He didn't say goodbye. My parents exchanged a long look as he left. No one said anything. But I knew. He had looked, and nothing would be the same again. Eli came back from his parents' room silent, pale, and blinking in disbelief. His shoulders were tight, and his mouth barely moved when he spoke. "Holden has the key," he said. I stood there for a second, unsure if I had even heard him correctly. My little sister's eyes widened as she looked from him to Holden, who was sitting on the floor again like nothing was happening. But I could see it. He was shaking a little. His smile had faded. "You went into their room?" I asked Eli, my voice low and sharp. He nodded. I didn't even turn on a light. I just wanted to check. But then I heard it. He didn't have to say what. We all knew what he meant. The sound had already started, faint at first. You wouldn't notice it unless you were really listening for it, but we were listening. We had all heard it before, even if we pretended not to. And just like every other night, it was coming closer. Nola clutched my arm. I could feel her nails digging into my skin through my sleeve. Holden, now clearly unsure of himself, still had the key in his hand, and he kept glancing toward the window behind the couch like he was trying to decide if he could get there before we could stop him. "You don't have to prove anything," I said. "Seriously, just give me the key and we can sit down. We'll wait, and when it passes, it'll be over." But he shook his head slowly. "Don't you want to know what it is?" he asked. "No," Nola said, her voice firm. "No, we really don't." I was about to say something else, anything to distract him, but it was too late. Holden moved fast, sliding across the floor, key in hand. He fumbled with the small lock on the living room window closest to the front of the house. The sound was louder now, almost directly in front of our house. There was a strange rhythm to it, like it had a pattern that never changed. "Holden, stop!" Eli shouted, lunging forward, but not fast enough. The lock clicked open and the blind began to lift. I moved without thinking, grabbed Nola and pulled her away, shielding her. I heard Holden laugh nervously again, just for a second, before it happened. Silence. It was the kind of silence that crushed everything around it. No wind, no creaking from the house settling, no hum from the refrigerator, nothing. I didn't see what was on the other side of the window. I didn't have to. I kept my face buried in my sister's hair, trying not to breathe too loudly. Then Holden screamed. It wasn't the kind of scream you hear when someone gets startled or even when they're in pain. It was deeper, hoarse and broken, like it was being torn out of him. He screamed again, this time lower and shakier. Then it stopped completely. When I turned to look, the blind was already back down. The window was closed. Holden sat on the floor, his face white, his lips trembling. His eyes were open, wide and staring, but they didn't move. "Holden," Eli whispered. No answer. He didn't even blink. Nola sniffled softly and I pulled her in closer. I felt Eli step around us slowly and crouch in front of Holden. He waved a hand in front of his face. Nothing, not even a flinch. "We have to get Mom and Dad," I said, finally standing up. My knees felt like they might buckle. "Yeah," Eli said. backing away slowly. Okay, okay. We moved as a group toward the hallway, keeping Holden in our sight, but not touching him. As we reached the hallway entrance, something knocked at the door. Not a light knock either, not polite. 3 slow, heavy hits. We all froze. Then again, 3 more. Holden didn't react at all. His eyes stayed wide, locked on the window where he had looked. The knocking stopped. Then came another sound, soft, from the kitchen, from the back of the house. Knocking again. 3 times, slower than before. "Why both sides?" Eli whispered. "Because it wants us to answer," I said, my mouth dry. We stood in silence, the air thick. Nola was shaking in my arms. Eli glanced back down the hallway. Then came a voice. "Police," it said. Not quite a question, not quite a command, just the word, delivered in a flat, strange voice. It came from the front door. Then again, this time softer, like a whisper. "Police." Eli looked at me, face pale. "That's not a cop." "No," I said. The voice again, now at the back door. "Call them," Nola whispered. I nodded and pulled my phone from my pocket, but the screen stayed black, dead. Eli did the same. Nothing, no signal, no power, just darkness. The knocking started again, this time on every wall of the house. It was like the sound came from inside the walls themselves, thudding, pounding, rattling the frames. "Go back to the living room," I said, taking charge now. "We stay together." We ran back as one. I pulled Nola close. Eli stood guard with a bat from the closet, and we huddled there. The noise kept going for minutes, maybe hours. I couldn't tell. Then slowly, finally, it faded. First the walls fell quiet, then the doors, then the taps. By the time it was fully silent, the sky outside was turning pale. The clock on the wall ticked over to 7. No more sound. No more knocking. But Holden still hadn't moved. Eli sat next to him, gently trying to talk. I sat with Nola, both of us silent. Something had changed in the air, something cold, invisible, but permanent. Whatever Holden had seen, it had taken something from him. And it wasn't giving it back. My parents came into the living room a little after 8 that morning, both of them fully dressed and alert. I could tell by their faces that they had barely slept. Dad looked first at Holden, then at Eli and me, then slowly walked over to check the front door. He unlatched it, opened it just a crack, then looked out for a few long seconds before shutting it again. He didn't say anything at first, just turned to Holden, who hadn't moved. Mom knelt next to him and gently put her hand on his arm. "Holden," she said softly, "Sweetheart, are you with us?" He didn't blink, didn't flinch. His face was a statue, eyes fixed on something we couldn't see. "Has he been like this all night?" Dad asked. I nodded. "He hasn't moved since he looked. He screamed once, and then nothing." Dad didn't ask anything else. He just quietly picked up the phone and tried to call Holden's parents. No answer. He tried again and again, pacing back and forth in the hallway. Eventually he hung up and told us to sit tight while he walked Holden home himself. Before they left, he pulled me aside and asked in a low voice if anyone else had looked. I told him no, that Eli and I had kept Nola turned away, and that we never opened our eyes. He nodded slowly, then looked at the key that Holden still gripped in his hand. "Take this," Dad said, prying it loose. "I'll make sure this never happens again." I watched from the window as they walked next door. Holden walked like he had no control over his own feet, like each step was someone else's idea. His arms hung at his sides, and his head never turned. Dad walked behind him, patient and careful, like he was afraid Holden might tip over and shatter. The rest of the day passed in a strange haze. Mom kept Nola close to her. She played cartoons, tried to make breakfast, but the mood in the house was like the air before a bad storm. Eli sat on the steps outside the hallway, just watching the door, like he expected it to start rattling again. When Dad finally came back, The sun was already starting to drop in the sky. He looked older somehow, like the day had taken something from him too. "They're packing," he said, shutting the door behind him. "Holden's family. They're moving. Tonight." "Did they believe you?" I asked. He hesitated, then said, "They didn't need to. They saw him. They knew something was wrong." He didn't say anything more for a long time. He just sat in his chair and watched the window, holding the blind key in his hand. That night, we all slept in the same room again. Nola curled up in bed with Mom, while Eli and I shared a sleeping bag on the floor. Dad took the chair in the corner and faced the door. No one mentioned the sound, but we all heard it again, just like always. Soft, slow, never changing. This time, none of us moved. Even Eli didn't shift. After it faded, we stayed still for another hour, just listening, just waiting. When the sun came up, the world outside looked exactly the same. Birds chirping, sprinklers turning on, kids riding by on their bikes. It was like nothing had happened at all. But Holden was gone. By the time we finished lunch, his house was already half empty. We saw his parents walking in and out, heads down, never speaking to anyone. I watched from our front steps as they packed the last box into the back of a small van. Holden never appeared. His mom rode in the front seat, staring straight ahead. His dad locked the door behind him without looking back. They drove off before dinner. No goodbyes, no waving neighbors, just a quiet exit from the neighborhood. For a while after that, things were still. The whistling came and went. The blinds were always locked. Dad kept the key on a new chain he wore around his neck. We didn't talk about it, and we didn't invite anyone over. Summer ended, and school started again. We kept to ourselves more than before. Nola didn't ask about sleepovers. Eli and I didn't hang out with friends outside of school. Something had changed in the air, and even if we didn't say it out loud, we all knew. Sometimes I would see Mom sitting in the living room around 3 in the morning, staring at the wall. I knew she heard it too, even if she never said anything. Once, I asked her if it still scared her. She looked at me with tired eyes and said it never scared her as much as what came after. We went weeks like that, routine, safe, careful. Then, a new family moved into the house next door. I was on the porch when they pulled up, a couple in their 30s and a boy around Nola's age. They had big smiles and waved at us right away. I forced myself to wave back. Mom came out with a plate of cookies and introduced herself. Later that day, Dad put on his committee badge and picked up the manila folder. I'd seen that folder only once before, years ago, when we first moved in. I remember the heavy feel of it, the thick stack of newspaper clippings and warnings. I watched him cross the street and knock on their door. The new family answered quickly and welcomed him inside. I didn't move from my spot on the steps, just waited. After an hour he came back. His face was unreadable. I wanted to ask him if they listened, if they understood, but I didn't. We both knew the answer would come soon enough. That night, I stayed up late, listening. The sound came on schedule, as always. But now, I wasn't sure if the new family was listening too. I wondered if they had already decided what kind of people they were. The kind who trusted warnings, or the kind who needed to see things for themselves, and whether either kind ever really walked away unchanged. Holden was sitting quietly again, the room thick with the kind of silence that feels too full. We had not moved since the sound vanished. The night outside pressed against every wall, and although the tapping was gone, something about the quiet felt heavier than the noise. My dad stood by the window for a long time before finally pulling the lock key from his pocket and slipping it onto his key ring. He caught my eye just for a second and gave the slightest nod, not one of reassurance, but of understanding. We had seen something we would never speak about again. Holden did not eat the next morning. My mom tried to offer toast, oatmeal, cereal, anything, but he sat at the kitchen table without a word, arms limp at his sides. When his parents arrived to collect him, they barely made eye contact. My dad spoke quietly to them at the door, and I watched Holden slowly walk out, pausing for a moment as if unsure which way to step. His mother took his hand and guided him to the car. They did not wave goodbye. That day after school, the house across the street had the blinds pulled down in every window. No lights came on that evening. By Friday, a moving truck was parked in their driveway. It took only a few hours to empty the place. My mom watched from the kitchen, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. They were good people, she said, not looking at me. They just didn't understand. I tried to go back to normal after that. I played video games, studied for school, even helped my dad clean out the garage that weekend, but nothing really felt normal anymore. Not when I passed by that now empty house every day. Not when I saw the new blank windows, the lock boxes on the doorknob, the patch of driveway where Holden's bike had always been. Not even when I slept, because I did not sleep the same way anymore. Now I kept one ear open, listening for the sound that marked the moment the neighborhood held its breath. One night the whistling returned. It had always returned. I was alone in the living room. My mom had gone to bed early. My dad was locking the back door when I heard it start down the street, a faint melody threading through the air like it always did. I froze where I sat. It was nothing new. I had heard this nearly every night of my life, but now it held a different weight. I closed my eyes and counted slowly, willing my body to stay put. 1, 2, 3. It came closer. 4, 5, 6. The whistle passed our home like wine down a narrow alley. It reached our door and kept going, fading toward the end of the road. I exhaled slowly and stood to go upstairs. When I reached the hallway, I heard the floorboards creak behind me. My heart stopped. I turned quickly. It was just my dad standing at the base of the stairs. "You all right?" he asked. His voice was quiet, not concerned, but cautious. I nodded. He stepped past me and looked out toward the locked front door. "Sometimes it's louder," he said, mostly to himself. "Like it wants to remind you it's still around." I wanted to ask him about Holden, about what it was like to live every day pretending nothing ever happened. But I didn't. Some questions do not need answers. My dad went upstairs, and I followed a few minutes later, the house settling into its silence again. The next week brought rain. For 4 nights it came in sheets, drumming hard against the windows and roof. You could not hear the whistler through that kind of storm. Maybe it was still out there, moving down the lane soaked and singing, or maybe it stayed away when the thunder came. My sister Anna asked me about Holden once during dinner. "Do you think he'll write to us?" she said. I shook my head. "Probably not." She frowned, and I could tell she was still carrying something from that night. I saw it in the way she turned her face from the windows before bed. I saw it when she refused to watch movies after dark, even cartoons. Something had taken root in her, and like all seeds planted by fear, it would take a long time to wither. When the skies finally cleared and the stars returned, so did the whistling. It came strong that first dry night, more distinct than usual, like it had missed us or was checking in. My parents and I stayed in the living room that night, talking about nothing in particular. We never acknowledged the sound, even as it passed within feet of us. My mom sipped tea. My dad rubbed his hands together slowly. Anna played with the hem of her shirt, eyes locked on the floor. None of us said a word. The new family moved in a few days later. The house that Holden had barely lived in was scrubbed clean, windows replaced, flower beds freshly mulched. They came in a silver sedan and unloaded boxes in the afternoon light. A mother, a father, and 2 young children. The boy looked maybe 8 or 9. The girl was just a toddler, bouncing between the porch and the lawn as her parents unpacked. Anna stood next to me by the window. "Do you think they'll listen?" she asked. "I hope so," I said. The welcoming committee arrived around 4. They brought the casserole, the gift basket, and the envelope. My dad was among them. I watched him shake hands with the father, then lean in to speak softly. The man's brow furrowed. He looked at the envelope, then back at his wife, who was wrangling the toddler near the porch steps. We watched all of it from behind the drawn blinds. No one spoke. When the committee left, the new family went back inside, their dinner still steaming in the foil-covered tray. That night, the lights in their house stayed on later than usual. I imagined them sitting around their table, reading the clippings, talking in hushed tones. And when the whistling returned at the usual time, the lights snapped off all at once. Anna exhaled, her shoulders relaxing. My dad stood in the hallway, watching us with quiet approval. "They'll be fine," he said, "at least for now." But we all knew that safety here was never guaranteed. It depended on choices, on silence, on faith, in the warnings whispered over casseroles and envelopes, and we knew that sometimes people forgot. Curiosity was a stubborn thing. Sometimes it whispered louder than fear. And the whistler always returned. Months passed. The seasons changed the color of our neighborhood. First, the green faded into golds and oranges, then the trees emptied out and stood bare, skeletal against gray skies. The leaves crunched beneath our feet, but the whistling remained. It always remained. Sometimes it sounded like it belonged to the wind, distant and harmless, but we all knew better. It was never the wind. It had a pattern, a direction. It began where the road started and disappeared where it ended, every night without fail. The new neighbors settled in like many had before. They kept to themselves. Their kids played in the yard. The father mowed the lawn on Saturdays. The mother waved at people during her morning walks. But no one really got close. Not after Holden's family. Not after the silence they left behind. I wondered if their kids asked questions about the thick blinds and the key their father kept on a special ring. I wondered if they snuck into the kitchen at night to listen, wide-eyed and whispering, the way Anna and I used to. My sister had changed. She still laughed, still played games, still spent hours in her room, drawing pictures of forests and dogs and houses, but she had learned fear. Not the kind that made her hide or tremble, but the kind that lives deep inside and teaches caution. She never looked out the windows after dark. She never walked outside after sunset. She always listened when our parents said to stay quiet, and in that way she became safer than most. I didn't talk about what happened with anyone, not my parents, not Anna, not even myself when I lay awake in bed. I simply carried it with me like a stone in my pocket, small but always there. Heavy in the quiet moments, sometimes I found myself listening too closely, wondering if the sound was closer than it should be. Sometimes I imagined I heard it hum a different tune. But I knew better than to give it any attention. One winter night, as snow blanketed the yards and the world seemed to breathe slower, Anna came into my room. She had her blanket wrapped around her like a cape, and her eyes were wide, but not scared. Just thoughtful. "Do you think it ever leaves?" she asked me. "No," I said. "I think it's always here." She nodded. "Do you think it wants something?" I paused, then shook my head. "I don't know, but maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe all we have to do is ignore it." She climbed up onto my bed and sat beside me. "Do you think Holden is okay?" "I don't think he ever really could be," I said, honest because she deserved the truth. "But I think he's safe now, somewhere else." We sat there for a while, the snow outside muting the world. I didn't realize how late it had gotten until I looked at the clock. It was 2:57. I looked at Anna. She saw it too. "We should go back to our rooms," I told her. She shook her head. "I don't want to be alone." So we stayed, and when the sound came, it was like it always was, soft, deliberate, consistent. My heart beat a little faster, but Anna held my hand, and neither of us moved. The sound passed and faded, and we were still whole. That spring, my dad retired from the welcoming committee. He said it was time for someone else to help new families understand. He had done his part. He told me one afternoon while we worked in the garage. He handed me a box of tools and said, "Someday you might be on that porch too. Someone has to tell the truth." "What if they don't believe me?" I asked. He smiled. "Then you did your job anyway. What they do with it is up to them." I understood what he meant. Sometimes doing the right thing didn't guarantee anything. You just did it because you had to. That summer, a new family moved into the house on the corner. They were young, newly married, no kids. The welcoming committee came like clockwork. My dad watched from our porch, not part of it anymore, but still invested. He saw them laugh nervously at whatever was said. He saw them accept the folder and the food. he saw them close their blinds and lock their doors. For a while, everything was quiet. The whistling came, the nights passed, the neighborhood remained wrapped in its strange balance of fortune and fear. Some people moved away, some people stayed forever. But no one who stayed ever tried to look. As I got older, I started noticing more, how the families that stayed longest were the ones that taught their children to be careful without scaring them, how the luckiest people always seemed a little more tired, how everyone, even the boldest and loudest, got quieter when the streetlights came on. One evening when I was 17, I saw a car parked outside the house next to ours. A teenage girl sat in the passenger seat, talking to her parents. She looked bored, chewing gum, nodding absently. She must have been about my age when we moved in. I watched her through the blinds as the committee arrived with their usual items. I saw her parents greet them politely. I saw the girl roll her eyes. I wanted to warn her myself, but I knew how that would look. I knew what she would think. So I stayed where I was, hidden behind the blinds, hoping her parents were better at convincing than most. That night the whistling came, same as always, but I listened a little longer, waited until it passed that house, waited to see if anything changed. Nothing did, no screaming, no light. Just the silence afterward. I went to bed grateful, not for the quiet, not even for the safety, but for the understanding that kept us here, year after year. The whistling would never stop. It didn't need to. As long as we remembered what mattered, as long as we never looked. Years later, I moved away. I went to college, started a new life. But the habit stayed. I covered my windows at night. I kept my keys in a specific drawer. I didn't whistle, ever. I still visit the old house sometimes. My parents are older now. Anna lives nearby with her husband and a little boy of her own. She's teaching him the rules. Not in fear, but in love. Quiet love. Protective love. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I think I hear something faint through the walls. Not a song, not a voice. Just something moving, slow and steady. And I close my eyes. I let it pass. Because I've learned that not every mystery is meant to be solved. Some are meant to be respected. And left unseen. Forever. I don't know how to explain what I saw that night. Even now, thinking about it makes my stomach twist and my skin crawl. It was one of those nights when sleep felt impossible, the air in the room heavy and restless. I was lying there in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, trying to will myself to drift off. Outside, the world was quiet, too quiet. That kind of deep silence that feels like it is pressing in on you from all sides. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up to a noise. It was not loud, just this soft scraping sound that seemed to echo in the darkness. At first, I thought it was the branches of the old oak tree outside, maybe the wind pushing them against the building. But the sound kept going. This steady, deliberate rhythm that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I sat up in bed, my heart already beating faster. The scraping was coming from the window, the one that looked out over the small strip of woods behind the complex. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal, maybe a bird, but there was something about it that felt wrong. I pulled back the curtain just a crack, and that was when I saw him. He was tall and pale, his skin almost glowing in the dim light from the street lamp. He was naked, completely and utterly exposed, and he was clinging to the drain pipe just outside my window. His fingers were wrapped so tight around the metal that I could see his knuckles, white and straining. His ribs stood out in sharp relief every time he took a breath, each inhale so deep and ragged that I could hear it through the glass. He did not move. He just stood there, staring at me with these wide, unblinking eyes that seemed to shimmer in the half-dark. For a moment, I could not move either. I just stood there, the curtain bunched in my hand, my breath caught somewhere between a gasp and a scream. I do not know how long we stayed like that. Maybe seconds, maybe longer. But it felt like an eternity, the two of us locked in that silent, frozen moment. My mind was racing, every nerve in my body screaming at me to do something. Call the police, run, hide, but I could not seem to make myself move. Finally, he shifted. Slowly, like every movement was deliberate, he turned his head and looked away from me, down at the ground below. Then, hand over hand, he began to climb down the drain pipe. His bare feet slipped once on the metal, but he did not make a sound, just kept going, inch by inch, until he reached the ground. I watched him walk away, his pale skin catching the light as he moved into the shadows of the trees. The woods swallowed him up, and then he was gone, like he had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time after that, the curtain still clenched in my fist, my whole body shaking. My mouth felt dry, and my legs felt like they would not hold me if I tried to walk. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way he had not seemed surprised to see me staring back, like he had been expecting me. Eventually, I managed to close the curtain and back away from the window. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down on the edge of the bed. I felt like I could still hear his breathing, that ragged, hungry sound echoing in my ears. I called the police a few minutes later. My voice was calm, too calm, like it was not really me speaking. I told them what I had seen, about the man outside my window, about the way he had climbed down and vanished into the woods. They said they would send someone to check it out, that I should lock my doors and stay inside. I did what they said. I checked every lock in the apartment twice, then a third time for good measure. I turned on every light and sat in the middle of the living room, my phone clutched in my hand. I could not stop shaking, my mind replaying the image of that man over and over again. The way he had stood there, so still and silent, like he was waiting for something. The police came about 30 minutes later. I could see the flash of their flashlights outside moving through the trees, the beams cutting through the darkness. They knocked on my door and I let them in, trying to keep my voice steady as I told them everything again. They nodded, their faces serious but calm, and said they would keep looking. They found footprints in the dirt under my window, bare footprints, deep and clear in the soft earth, but there was nothing else, no clothes, no sign of who he was or where he had gone. Just those footprints leading away into the trees like a trail of ghosts. They said they would patrol the area for the rest of the night, but there was not much else they could do. One of the officers gave me a sympathetic smile and told me to get some rest, that it was probably just some transient, someone passing through, but I could see it in his eyes. He was as unsettled as I was. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the lights still on, my back pressed against the couch. I did not want to go back to the bedroom, did not want to see that window again. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way his chest had heaved with every breath, the way he had not seemed afraid at all. I do not know what he wanted or why he had chosen my window, but I know I will never forget the way he looked in the dark, pale and still and utterly human. And I know that even if I never see him again, I will always wonder if he is still out there, watching. The next morning, the world looked exactly the same as it always did. The sun rose and painted everything gold. The birds sang in the trees, and the air smelled like fresh-cut grass and warm pavement. But nothing felt normal to me. Everything felt too bright, too loud, like the world was moving on without noticing the crack that had split open in my life the night before. I tried to go about my usual routine, made coffee, fed the cat, turned on the news just to hear another human voice in the room, but every small sound made me jump. The scrape of a chair against the floor, the creak of the old pipes in the wall, they all felt too close, like they were happening right beside me instead of somewhere in the house. I kept thinking about the man I had seen, his pale skin, the way his ribs moved with each breath, the way he had not even flinched when he saw me watching him. I could not get that image out of my head, no matter how hard I tried. At work, I tried to act like everything was normal. My coworkers made small talk about the weather, about the football game the night before. I smiled and nodded, but inside I felt hollow. My mind kept drifting back to the window, to the woods behind my building, to the footprints the police had found in the dirt. I wanted to tell someone. I wanted to stand up in the middle of the office and shout, "I saw him. I saw something I cannot explain," but I did not. I kept it locked inside, where it felt like it was growing bigger and colder by the hour. That night, I sat in the living room with the lights on and the curtains closed. I could not bring myself to go into the bedroom. I kept replaying it all in my head, the scraping sound, the way he had just stood there, the way he had finally turned and disappeared into the trees. I thought about how close he had been, just a thin pane of glass and a few feet of empty air between us. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. Not his features. Really, it was too dark to see them clearly, but the shape of him, the stillness, the certainty. It was like he had not been surprised to see me there at all, like he had been waiting for me to look. The next morning I called the police station to ask if they had found anything else. The officer who answered was polite but vague. "We're still looking into it," he said. "We've had a couple of reports of suspicious activity in the area, but nothing concrete." I thanked him and hung up, but his voice had that same careful calm that told me he did not really believe anything would come of it. Maybe he thought it was just some stranger passing through, someone with nowhere else to go, but I knew better. That afternoon, I went out back and walked along the edge of the woods. I told myself I was just getting some fresh air, but really I was looking for something, anything, a footprint, a piece of clothing, some sign that what I had seen was real and not just a dream I could not wake up from. The ground was soft from the rain the night before, and I could see marks in the dirt, small depressions where someone had walked. They could have been from anyone, I told myself. A neighbor. A kid playing in the trees, but they felt like a message, like a path that led back to that window and the man who had watched me. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the leaves and the distant hum of traffic. I kept expecting to hear that breathing again, the harsh, ragged sound of someone just outside my sight. But the woods were quiet, the kind of quiet that felt like it was holding its breath. When I went back inside, I locked the door behind me and checked every window twice. I tried to tell myself that I was being silly, that I was letting my fear turn something small into something bigger. But deep down I knew that what I had seen was real, and I knew that it was not over. That night I tried to go to bed like normal. I turned off the lights, pulled the covers up around me, and closed my eyes. But every time I started to drift off, I would jolt awake, sure I had heard something, a scrape, a breath, a whisper that was not really there. I finally gave up and went to sit in the living room again. I wrapped a blanket around myself and stared at the door to the balcony, half expecting to see him there, pressed against the glass. But there was nothing, just the soft glow of the street lights and the distant sound of a car engine somewhere far away. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up with a start to the sound of something moving outside. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear. I got up slowly, every nerve in my body screaming at me to stop, to go back to bed and pretend I had not heard anything. I pulled back the curtain just a little, just enough to see. He was there. Standing at the edge of the woods, his pale body almost glowing in the darkness. He was closer this time, just at the edge of the light from the street lamp. I could see the shape of him clearly, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the trees. He was watching me. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there, but I could not look away. We stood there like that for what felt like hours, locked in this silent, terrible moment. And then, as slowly and carefully as before, he turned and walked back into the trees. I do not know what he wants. I do not know why he chose my window, my building, my life. But I know he will come back, and I know that next time I might not be brave enough to just stand there and watch. The next few days passed in a haze. I went to work, I went through the motions, but I could not shake the feeling that he was always there, watching, waiting. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his pale face, the way his ribs seemed to move with each ragged breath, the way he never flinched, never looked away, even when I did. At work, I felt like I was moving through a world that did not quite fit anymore. My coworkers talked and laughed and shared weekend plans like nothing had changed, like the world was still safe. But I could not join in. I felt like there was a pane of glass between me and everyone else, and on the other side was that man, breathing softly in the dark. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. I started sleeping on the couch in the living room, the lights on, the curtains drawn tight. It did not help much. I still woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding in the darkness. Sometimes I would think I heard that scraping sound again, soft and patient, like fingers tracing the window frame. Other times it was just the wind, but I never really knew. One evening, I decided to go for a walk just to clear my head. The sun was setting, the sky painted in soft pinks and oranges that almost made me forget how heavy everything felt. I walked slowly, letting the air fill my lungs, trying to remind myself that the world was still there, that it was still turning. As I walked past the edge of the woods, I stopped. There, in the dirt, were footprints, bare footprints, long and narrow, pressed deep into the soft earth. My breath caught in my chest. I crouched down, reaching out to touch the edge of one. The dirt was still damp from the rain the night before, the shape of his toes clear and sharp. I stood up quickly, my hands shaking. I looked around, half expecting to see him standing there just beyond the tree line, watching me. But the woods were quiet, the shadows deep and still. I backed away slowly, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. I went home and locked the door behind me, turning every light in the apartment on. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, trying to calm my breathing, my mind replaying the feel of the dirt under my fingers. The shape of those footprints felt burned into my memory. That night, I could not bring myself to sit by the window. I turned the couch to face the door instead, as if that would keep me safer. I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and waited for the night to end. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the noise again. Not the soft scrape of branches or the hum of the refrigerator. It was breathing, slow, steady, too deep and too close to be mine. I held my breath, my hands gripping the edge of the blanket so hard it hurt. I did not move. I did not even blink. The breathing went on for what felt like forever, each inhale and exhale a quiet promise in the darkness. Finally, it stopped. I waited for a long time after that, listening to the silence that followed, half afraid to believe it was really gone. In the morning, I checked the window. There were smudges on the glass, faint and oily, like the marks left by fingertips. I ran my hand over them, feeling the cold smoothness of the glass, and shivered. I called the police again, my voice calm and measured, even though my hands were shaking. I told them about the footprints, about the breathing outside the window. They said they would send someone to look around. But when they came, all they found were those same footprints, leading to the edge of the woods and disappearing into the trees. They told me they would keep an eye on the area, that they would increase patrols, but I could hear it in their voices. They thought it was just a drifter, someone passing through. They did not see the way he looked at me, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the night itself. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the quiet pressing in on me. I thought about moving, about packing a bag and leaving everything behind, but I knew it would not matter. Wherever I went, I would still see him in the dark. I would still feel his breath on the glass. That night, I dreamed about him. I dreamed I was standing at the window, the glass cold against my forehead. Outside, he was waiting. He was closer than before, his face just inches away. His eyes were so dark, like the night had found a way to crawl inside him and never leave. In the dream, he raised a hand and pressed it against the glass, his fingers splayed and thin. I raised mine too, and for a moment it felt like we were touching, like the cold of the window was the only thing that kept him from pulling me out into the night. I woke up gasping, my heart racing, the sheets tangled around my legs. I could still feel the cold of the glass, the weight of his gaze on me, even though I was alone in the room. I sat up and looked around the living room, every shadow suddenly sharp and alive. I got up and checked the locks again, even though I knew they were all still closed. It was not the locks that scared me. It was the feeling that he did not need them, that if he wanted to come in, nothing I did would stop him. I do not know how long this will go on. I do not know what he wants or why he keeps coming back, but I know that I will never forget the way he looked at me, the way he breathed in the dark. And I know that no matter how bright the morning sun, I will always be waiting for that scraping sound to come again. The next day felt like a blur of static in my head. I went to work, but everything felt off. The lights in the office seemed too bright, the hum of the air conditioning too loud, and the voices of my coworkers all blurred together like white noise. I moved through the day like a ghost, nodding and smiling when I had to, but always with one ear turned inward, listening for the echo of his breathing, even when I knew he was not there. When I got home that evening, I stood in the doorway for a long time before I stepped inside. The apartment smelled like coffee and soap and something else, something sharp and clean that reminded me of hospitals. I told myself it was just the scent of the cleaning spray I had used that morning, but I could not shake the thought that it was something else, something left behind by him. I walked through each room slowly, checking every lock, every window. I knew they were all secure, but I had to be sure. When I finally reached the bedroom, I stood in the doorway and stared at the window. The curtains were drawn tight, but I could still feel the cold of the glass, the memory of his hand pressed against it in my dreams. I turned away and went to the living room, pulling the couch closer to the center of the room so I could see every doorway. I turned on the television, not because I wanted to watch it, but because I needed the noise. The chatter of the newscasters was thin and artificial, but it was enough to keep the silence at bay. As the night settled in around me, I tried to read a book, but the words would not stay in my head. My eyes kept drifting to the window, to the faint movement of the curtains in the draft. Every creak of the floorboards felt like footsteps. Every brush of the wind against the glass felt like a hand reaching out to find me. I tried to tell myself that I was being paranoid, that he would not come back again, but I knew better. I knew the way he had looked at me, the way he had stood there like he was waiting for something only he could see. Around midnight, I turned off the television and sat in the dark, listening. The night outside was quiet, the distant sound of cars on the main road, the only sign that the world was still turning. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders and closed my eyes, focusing on the rhythm of my breathing. I do not know how long I sat there like that. Time felt slippery, like it was stretching out into something that did not have an end. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. It was not loud, just a soft shifting in the darkness, a careful, deliberate sound that made my blood run cold. I sat perfectly still, my heart thudding so hard I thought it would wake the whole neighborhood. Slowly, I turned my head to the window. The curtains were still closed, but I could see the faint outline of movement behind them, a shadow, tall and thin, swaying slightly like it was breathing with me. I did not move. I did not dare. I watched the shape for what felt like forever. My hands clenched so tight in the blanket that my knuckles ached. I could hear my own breath, shaky and too loud in the silence. Then, as if it knew I was watching, the shape leaned closer. I could hear it now, the ragged sound of its breathing, so much like mine but not mine at all. The slow drag of air in and out, like it was trying to match the rhythm of my own lungs. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but sit there. But I could not move. My body felt like it was made of stone, every muscle locked in place by a fear that went deeper than anything I had ever known. The shadow stayed there for a long time, just breathing, and then, as slowly and carefully as it had appeared, it slipped away. The curtains stopped moving. The air in the room felt less heavy, and I was alone again. I sat there until the sun started to rise, the first pale light of morning pushing back the darkness. When I finally stood up, my legs were stiff and shaky, and my head felt like it was full of fog. I went to the window and pulled the curtains back. The street below was empty, the world washed clean by the light of dawn. There was no sign of him, no footprints, no smudges on the glass. Just the quiet of a new day. But I knew he had been there. I could still feel the cold where his breath had touched the window, could still hear the echo of that ragged sound in the back of my mind. I called the police again, my voice calm but tight. I told them what I had seen, about the shape behind the curtains, the breathing. They said they would send someone to look around, but I could hear the doubt in their voices. I did not blame them. Even as I said the words out loud, they sounded crazy to me too. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. When the police came, they walked through the woods again, their flashlights cutting through the trees like thin blades of light. They found nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone having been there at all. After they left, I sat in the living room, the morning light creeping slowly across the floor. I thought about the way he had watched me, the way he had moved so silently through the night. I thought about how close he had been, just a breath away from me. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he will come back tonight, or if he is already here, standing just outside the reach of the light, but I know that I will be ready. I will sit in the quiet and listen, and I will not look away. Because I know now that he is not just a man, he is something else, something that does not need a name to be real. And I know that no matter how bright the sun, he is still out there waiting. The next few days were a kind of quiet torment. Each morning I woke up exhausted, the memory of those long hours of darkness clinging to me like a second skin. I went through my routines, work and home, and the small rituals I used to keep the world feeling normal, but it all felt like a performance, like I was going through the motions of a life that no longer fit. My co-workers did not notice, or if they did, they were kind enough to pretend. I would see them looking at me sometimes, eyes flicking up from their screens, a moment of concern that quickly passed. I could not blame them. I did not know how to explain it to myself, let alone to anyone else. At home, I kept the curtains drawn tight. Every night I moved the couch again, pulling it closer to the center of the room. It felt like the only place where I could see everything at once, the only place where I might have a chance to keep him from slipping inside. I had stopped calling the police. I knew they would not find anything. They had come 3 times already, each time walking the perimeter of the building with their flashlights and polite questions. Each time leaving without answers. I could see it in their faces, the careful patience of people who thought they were dealing with someone on the edge. I knew what they thought, that I was seeing things, imagining it all in the darkness. Maybe part of me even wanted to believe that too, but I couldn't. Not when I had seen him so clearly. Not when I could still hear the way he breathed, deep and ragged and too close. One night, I tried something different. I left the window open a crack, just enough to let in the cold night air. I wanted to see if he would come closer if there was nothing between us but a thin veil of air. I do not know why. Maybe I thought it would be better to face him than to keep waiting for him to come to me. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, and waited. The hours passed slowly. The city around me was quiet, the usual sounds of traffic and distant voices muted by the heavy darkness. I watched the curtains move in the faint breeze, the way the moonlight painted shifting patterns on the floor. Around 3 a.m, I heard it again. That slow, careful breathing just outside the window. My heart froze in my chest. I forced myself to stay still, to keep watching. I saw the curtain move just a little, a pale hand, long fingers splayed, pressed against the glass. The skin was so white it almost glowed in the moonlight, the veins beneath it dark and thin. I could see the way his ribs rose and fell with each breath, the slow heave of his chest. He did not speak. He did not move beyond that. He just stood there, breathing, his fingers leaving faint smudges on the glass. I could feel the air from his lungs, cold and damp, seeping into the room. I do not know how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours, though I know it was only minutes. Then, as slowly and deliberately as he had appeared, he pulled his hand back. The curtain settled into place, and the breathing stopped. I sat there, my whole body trembling, and listened to the silence. It felt heavier than any noise could have been, a thick blanket of quiet that pressed in on my chest. When dawn came, I got up and opened the window all the way. The air smelled fresh, clean, like rain. I leaned out and looked down. There were footprints in the dirt, the same bare prints I had seen before, leading away into the trees. I closed the window and sat back down. My head felt light, my hands numb. I kept thinking about the way his hand had looked against the glass, the way it had seemed almost gentle, like a question he was asking that I did not know how to answer. At work that day, I could barely concentrate. My boss asked me to stay late, some last-minute report that needed to be done. I said yes, even though I knew I would not be able to focus. Anything to keep me out of the apartment for a little while longer. When I finally got home, the sun was already down, the air cool and still. I stood in front of the building for a long time, staring up at my window. It looked so normal from the outside, just another square of darkness in a row of dark windows, but I knew what waited on the other side of that glass. I went inside and locked the door behind me. I did not turn on the lights. I sat on the couch in the dim glow from the street lamp outside and listened. The quiet felt almost like a living thing, a presence that pressed against my skin. I do not know how to explain what happened next. It was not a sound, not exactly, more like a shift in the air, a sudden awareness that he was there. I turned slowly, and he was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, just a few feet away. His skin was as pale as ever, his eyes dark and hollow in the shadows. He was breathing slowly, his chest rising and falling with that same deliberate rhythm. I could see every bone, every line of muscle beneath his skin. He did not speak, he did not smile, he just watched me, his head tilted slightly to one side like he was studying me. I could not move. My whole body felt locked in place, every instinct screaming to run, but my legs refusing to listen. We stared at each other for what felt like a lifetime, the silence between us thick and suffocating. Then, as if he had made some silent decision, he turned and walked back into the kitchen. I heard the faint sound of the back door opening, the soft scrape of his feet on the floor, and then he was gone. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of day washing the fear from the corners of the room. But it did not wash it from me. The morning after he stood in my kitchen doorway felt like I was walking through a fog. I moved around the apartment slowly, touching everything like I needed to be sure it was real. The kitchen table, the edge of the sink, the soft worn rug beneath my feet. The apartment was exactly the same as it had always been, but it felt different somehow. Like something invisible had been shifted just enough to make me question every shadow, every creak of the floorboards. I kept expecting to find some sign that he had been here, a footprint, a smudge on the door, but there was nothing, just the same quiet, empty rooms. I tried to tell myself that it was over, that maybe I would not see him again, but deep down I knew better. I could feel it in the air, that thick, electric tension that never really went away. I thought about calling someone, about telling a friend or even my mother what had happened, but the words felt too heavy to say out loud. I knew how it would sound. Like a bad dream or a story I had made up to scare myself. I did not want to see that look in their eyes, the one that said they were trying to understand but did not really believe. So I kept it to myself. I went to work and smiled at my co-workers. I answered emails and filed reports. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in my kitchen, pale and still, and utterly patient, waiting for something I could not name. At night, I sat on the couch with the lights on, my eyes fixed on the window. I thought about moving, about packing up and leaving everything behind, but I knew that would not change anything. I could go anywhere, start over 100 times, and he would still find me, because he was not just a man in the dark. He was something that lived in the spaces between waking and sleep, in the soft edges of the night that never really belonged to the day. I decided to do something I had been too afraid to try. I went out to the woods behind the building in the daylight, my feet crunching softly on the leaves and twigs. The sun was bright, the air cool and sweet. It felt almost normal, almost safe. I walked slowly, looking for anything that might explain why he kept coming back to me. I did not find much. A few broken branches, a faint path where the dirt was pressed down, but no answers, no sign of where he had come from or where he went when he disappeared into the trees. I stood there for a long time listening to the soft rustle of the wind in the leaves. I thought about how he had looked at me, the way he had never seemed surprised or afraid, like he had always known that I would be here, waiting. That night, I went back to my routine, the couch, the blanket, the soft murmur of the television turned low just to keep the silence at bay. But there was something different in the air, a kind of stillness that felt almost peaceful. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the scrape of his hand on the glass. My breath caught, my heart beating so hard I thought it would crack my ribs, but I did not move. I just sat there, my hands clenched in the blanket, and waited. The curtain moved slowly, and he was there, standing just outside the window, his pale skin almost silver in the moonlight. His eyes met mine, and for the first time, I thought I saw something like sadness there, a flicker of something that was not hunger or malice, but a quiet, endless loneliness. He raised his hand and pressed it against the glass. I did not flinch this time. I raised my hand too, and for a moment it felt like we were touching. The cold of the glass, the soft whisper of breath on the other side. It was not comfort, but it was not fear either, just a quiet recognition, a moment of understanding that I did not have words for. We stayed like that for a long time, the night holding its breath around us. Then, as slowly as he had come, he stepped back. He turned and walked into the woods, the darkness closing around him like a door. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of dawn painting the world in soft gold. I felt tired, but it was a clean, quiet tired, not the frantic, panicked exhaustion that had lived in me for so long. I do not know if he will come back. Maybe he has finally found what he was looking for. Or maybe he will always be out there, just beyond the edge of the light. But I am not afraid anymore. I have seen him, I have stood in that silence and let it wash over me. And I know that whatever he was, whatever he is, he was never really mine to fear. The next morning I opened all the windows and let the cool air fill the apartment. I washed the blankets, cleaned every corner, letting the scent of soap and fresh air push out the last of the shadows. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the sun warm on my skin. It felt like the first breath I had taken in a long time. Sometimes late at night I still think I hear him, a soft scrape against the window, a breath that is not quite mine, but I do not run, I do not hide. I just sit in the quiet and let the darkness be what it is, because I know now that there is nothing left to fear in it, nothing but the soft echo of my own heart, steady and strong in the night. And that, I think, is enough. It showed up on a Thursday, late morning. I was working from home, half answering emails, half trying not to fall into a YouTube hole. It was one of those cold, gray days where everything feels like it's moving half a second slower than usual. The knock didn't even sound like a knock. It was more like someone thumped their fist against the door once, then walked away. I figured it was a delivery, so I opened the door and looked around. Nobody there. Just a small package sitting dead center on the welcome mat. No box markings, no Amazon tape, no shipping label, just plain brown cardboard sealed with duct tape, with a bright red, fragile sticker slapped on the top like an afterthought. I didn't think much of it at first. I get deliveries all the time, work stuff. Junk I forgot I ordered, the usual. But something about this one bugged me right away. I picked it up and turned it over. No address, no sender, no postage. Not even my name. Just nothing. I looked up and down the street like maybe someone was pranking me. But everything was normal. Trash bins at the curb, leaves blowing across the sidewalk, no one in sight. I brought the box inside and set it on the kitchen table, sat down, stared at it for a minute. That's when the unease started creeping in, not panic or fear, just that off-center feeling you get when you walk into a room and forget why you're there, something not fitting into the pattern. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed a steak knife and sliced through the duct tape. Inside, nestled in crumpled brown paper, were two things. A black burner phone, still in its shrink wrap, and a flash drive. That's it. No note, no instructions, just those two items sitting there like a puzzle I didn't ask for. I took the flash drive out first. Standard USB, no markings. I plugged it into my laptop, more out of habit than logic. I think I was expecting some kind of weird spam file or a dumb prank video. Maybe someone in my building accidentally dropped it at the wrong unit. What opened was a folder, no name. Inside were video files, dozens of them. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. Grainy, jittery footage. Some of it shot from high angles, like security cameras. Others were handheld. Phones, probably. Or dash cams. I clicked on the first one. A woman walking home from work. She had a tote bag, white sneakers, AirPods in. The camera followed her from a distance, staying behind trees and cars. At one point, she stopped to look at her phone, and the camera zoomed in, shaky, breathing audible in the background. My stomach turned a little. I clicked another. A different woman, this time at the gym. The angle was from behind a cracked locker door. She was tying her hair up. The camera lingered, moved closer. The next video showed someone's kitchen window at night, interior light on, a woman inside making tea. The camera sat still in the dark, filming through the glass. I opened 3 more files in quick succession. Different women, different places. Always the same thing. Someone watching. Not once did the women look at the camera. They never knew. I sat back, suddenly aware of how quiet the house was. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. I ejected the drive and shoved it back into the box. My hands felt weird, tingly, like they'd touched something hot, and the nerves were just starting to register it. I grabbed the burner phone next. Still in its plastic, brand new. I didn't open it. Not then. Instead, I called the non-emergency police line. I told them I received a suspicious package, that it contained possible evidence of stalking, maybe even a crime. They told me someone would follow up. I hung up and stared at the phone again. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw one of those women from the videos looking over her shoulder, not because she knew she was being watched, but because she felt it. That stayed with me. The next morning, no one had called me back. By noon, I called the station again, got transferred twice, left a voicemail, never heard anything. That night, around 8:30, the burner phone rang. It was sitting on my desk, still sealed. The sound made me jump. I stared at it until the ringing stopped. It started again immediately. So I answered. There was a soft click, followed by a second of dead silence, then a voice. Distorted, filtered, hollow. You opened it, the voice said. It wasn't a question. That means it's yours now. Click. Dead line. No number, just unknown. I didn't sleep at all that night. I checked all the locks twice, left the porch light on. Every time a car drove past, I peeked through the blinds. Still nothing. But by the next morning, I started feeling watched, not from inside the house, outside. Like if I opened the door too fast, someone would be standing on the sidewalk pretending to tie their shoe, or if I stepped onto the porch, a camera shutter would click somewhere behind a parked car. Paranoia, maybe, but that doesn't mean it's not real. 2 days later, I saw the van. White, no logo, idling across the street, lights off. The windows were tinted. I couldn't see the driver. It sat there for about 10 minutes. Then it rolled away. I watched it disappear down the road, didn't chase it, didn't call anyone, just stood there at the window, holding the curtain edge like it was a shield. Later that night, I went back through the drive. I looked at the footage frame by frame, faces, locations. One of the gym clips had a mirror in the background. I zoomed in. And there it was. The same white van, parked outside, partially obscured by trees. It wasn't just following them. It had been part of the story the whole time. I spent the next morning trying to convince myself it wasn't the same van. White vans are everywhere. Delivery drivers, contractors, maintenance crews. It didn't have to be the van. but that logic didn't stick for long. I kept flashing back to the video, that grainy reflection in the gym mirror. Same shape, same taillight sticker on the left corner. And it wasn't just that it looked the same, it was the way it parked, the way it sat. Lights off, engine running, facing my house. I didn't go outside that day, not even to grab the mail. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the non-emergency line. I told them everything: the package, the burner phone, the drive, the van. They said an officer would swing by. I waited 3 hours. No one came. When I called again, they said my report had been noted, but there wasn't much they could do unless I had something actionable. No license plate, no footage, no confirmed threat. Just a gut feeling. I asked if they wanted the burner phone or the drive. They said, "You can turn it in if you'd like, but we can't guarantee follow-up." It didn't feel like a brush-off exactly. Just bureaucracy doing what bureaucracy does, taking the teeth out of urgency. That night, I tried to distract myself, put on a movie, ordered takeout, kept the lights low, but I kept checking the window every 10 minutes, scanning the street for headlights. Nothing. Until just after 11, when I went to brush my teeth and noticed something strange. My bathroom window doesn't face the front of the house. It faces the side, toward the alley. There's a narrow gap between my place and the neighbors, maybe 10 feet wide. Just enough space for trash bins and weeds. As I leaned over the sink, I saw movement. I froze, toothbrush in hand. Someone was standing in the alley, just standing there. They weren't looking into my window. They were facing the other way, toward the back fence. But the posture was too stiff to be casual. No phone, no smoke, no motion at all. Just stillness. Like they were waiting for something. I shut the light off, then peeked again. Gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. I didn't sleep that night, again. The next day, I started making copies of the videos. I bought a fresh pack of drives, transferred everything from the original one, labeled each folder with the dates and timestamps that were embedded in the file data. I figured if anything happened to me, I needed someone else to have this, something to prove I didn't make it up. I emailed a copy to myself, sent another to a burner Gmail account I made that morning, hid one of the physical drives inside an empty cereal box in the back of the pantry. Paranoid? Probably. But it gave me some illusion of control, and that was better than nothing. Later that night, the burner phone rang again. It had been silent since that first call. I'd left it in a drawer, battery still full. When the screen lit up, it was the same as before: unknown number, no caller ID. No ringtone, just vibration. I let it buzz for a while, didn't want to answer. But eventually, I did. This time the voice was quieter, same distortion, but almost tired. "You're still watching," it said. I didn't respond. The voice waited, then said, "You shouldn't be." And then it hung up. I stood there holding the phone like it was radioactive. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't sit in Zoom meetings pretending I wasn't unraveling. I didn't even log on, just sent a vague email about feeling unwell. Instead, I drove. Nowhere in particular, just away. I put on sunglasses and a hoodie and took back roads out of town. Every time I passed a white van, I felt my pulse jump. I ended up at a rest stop about an hour outside the city. Sat there for 20 minutes with the windows up, locked, engine running. Then I realized I was being watched again. Not by a person, by a camera. Mounted on the corner of the rest stop building, angled right at me. I know it sounds ridiculous. Of course I was being watched. It's a public area. Security is everywhere these days. But something about that moment hit me differently. For the first time since this started, I wasn't just afraid of whoever had sent the package. I was afraid of being seen with it, of being connected to it. Because what if someone had followed me? What if a camera somewhere picked up footage of me carrying that box inside my house? What if someone traced it back, scrubbed it to make it look like I was the one recording those women? That's when I finally understood what the voice meant. You opened it. That means it's yours now. I wasn't just a recipient. I was now part of the chain. When I got home, I checked every inch of my place, not just the locks, but the vents, the smoke detector, the potted plants. I even unscrewed a light switch plate just to make sure nothing was behind it. No cameras, no wires. But when I turned on my computer to check the burner Gmail, the inbox had a new message. No subject, no body, just a link. I stared at it for a long time. Clicked it. It led to a private live stream, one that had already been playing for nearly 2 hours. It was footage of someone's apartment. Not mine, but familiar. A young woman, maybe mid-20s, working at her kitchen table, drinking coffee, typing something into her laptop, completely unaware. The stream had no chat, no name, no watermark. I refreshed the page, it kept going. I watched for a few more minutes, heart pounding. And then she looked up. Not at the camera, just into the room, like she'd heard something. She stood up, walked to her front door, looked through the peephole. She stayed there for a while. Then she walked back, sat down, and shut her laptop. The feed cut to black, and my screen stayed that way. No rewind, no playback. Just blank. I shut the laptop and sat in the dark. For a long time I didn't move. I just sat there with my hands on my knees, staring at nothing, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do now, what anyone would do. Because the truth was, I didn't know if what I'd seen had already happened, or if it was happening live. I didn't know who the woman was. I didn't know what I was watching. And I didn't know if I was the only one watching it. That was the part that got under my skin. Not the footage itself, disturbing as it was. Not even the idea that someone was out there recording strangers. It was the implication that I was expected to see it. Not as a witness, as a participant. That night, I pulled all the blinds in the house. Not just closed them, taped them down. I shut the laptop, unplugged the router, left my phone on airplane mode. Then I packed the burner phone and the flash drive into a shoebox, duct taped it shut, and shoved it into the bottom of my closet behind a stack of old coats I hadn't worn since college. I wanted to believe that if I physically distanced myself from it, if I pushed it far enough away, it would lose interest in me, like a stray dog that would stop following if you stopped feeding it. That worked for a little while. For almost 3 full days, everything was quiet. No van, no calls, no emails. I tried to work, tried to act like a normal person again. I even went out for groceries, walked the longer route around the neighborhood, just to keep my head clear. It was cloudy that day, drizzling, that kind of slow, soft rain that makes you feel like time is passing slower than it really is. It almost felt normal. Until I got home and found the envelope. It had been slid under my door, thick manila, no writing on it, not sealed. I picked it up slowly, already feeling that sinking weight in my stomach return. Inside were photos. Printed, glossy, full color. The first few were of my house, different angles. From the street, from the alley, one from my backyard near the fence line. Then they moved inside. Shots through my windows, me at my desk, me brushing my teeth, me eating on the couch with the TV on. But it was the last photo that nearly made me drop the envelope. It was a picture of me asleep, in bed, taken from inside the room. I stood there for a long time just holding it, chest tight, every part of me buzzing. It wasn't just that someone had been in the house. It was that I didn't know when. There had been no forced entry, no signs of a break-in. The locks were untouched, the windows all still latched. The alarm system, which I'd finally started using, had never gone off. Nothing. I tore through the house again, checked everything. Closets, crawl space. Even inside the vents, nothing. I found the shoebox still in place, unopened, untouched. That somehow made it worse. I called the police again. This time I didn't go through the formalities. I told them someone had been in my house and left behind surveillance photos. I told them it wasn't a prank, that I felt unsafe, that someone was stalking me. They said they'd send someone. An officer showed up an hour later. Young guy, polite but skeptical. He looked through the photos, took a few notes, asked if anything was missing. I told him no, just that they'd been inside. He asked if I had roommates, any exes who might want to mess with me. I said no. Then he asked if I had any enemies. That one caught me off guard. I almost laughed. What does that mean? Like people who want to kill me? He shrugged. Sometimes it's not about killing, just control or chaos. There are people who do stuff like this for fun. They like watching what happens when you know you're being watched. That stuck with me. They like watching what happens. He filed a report and said they'd follow up if anything came of it. I didn't believe him. That night, I didn't sleep. Not because of fear, exactly. Not even because I thought someone might come back. It was something else. This deep, creeping suspicion that I'd already crossed some invisible line. That it didn't matter what I did now. The door was open, and I hadn't closed it in time. The next morning, I called in sick again, made coffee I didn't drink, sat on the couch flipping through the photos until my hands went numb. Then I opened the laptop again. The live stream was gone. The link led to a blank page now, 404 not found. I checked the email it came from, deleted. The burner Gmail account had been wiped too. Everything I'd sent to it was gone. I tried the other drive's copies I'd made, backups I thought were safe, Two wouldn't open. The third one had files, but when I clicked them, every video showed static. Corrupted. I dug the shoebox out from the closet and opened it. The original flash drive was gone. So was the burner phone. In their place was a note, typed in all lowercase on a strip of plain white paper. You don't need these anymore. That was it. No threats, no instructions, no explanation. Just confirmation. They'd been in my house again. Not just once, again. And they hadn't taken anything. They hadn't destroyed anything. They'd replaced the evidence with a message. They wanted me to know. That afternoon, I put everything I had left, the photos, the note, even the shoebox, into a garbage bag and drove it to the far side of the city. I tossed it into a random construction dumpster and walked away without looking back. I didn't know if it would help, but it was something. When I got home, there was nothing on my porch, no envelope, no phone call, no new emails. Just silence. For the first time since this started, I felt something close to peace. But it didn't last. Because just after midnight, my phone buzzed. Not the burner. My real one. And there, in my messages, was a single photo. Blurry, low resolution, but unmistakable. It was a picture of the woman from the live stream. This time she was asleep, and the photo had been taken from inside her room. I stared at the photo on my phone for a long time. I didn't save it. I didn't delete it. I just stared, like maybe if I looked long enough, I'd see something new, a detail I missed. A reflection in the mirror, a shadow in the corner, anything that would help me understand what I was actually looking at. But it was just her, the woman from the live stream, asleep in her bed. Same room, same blankets, same worn headboard, same angle as before, same sickening implication. Someone had been in her home, standing right there, just feet from where she slept. And somehow, they'd sent it to me. My personal number, not the burner, not email, me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know what this was anymore. It wasn't just voyeurism. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a trap, not in the traditional sense. This was something else, something deliberate, slow, like someone winding a clock, watching to see how long it would take for me to break. I tried calling the number back. Blocked. I tried saving the image, forwarding it to my computer, to my work account, to anywhere outside my phone. Every attempt failed. File cannot be transferred. Unsupported format. Corrupted attachment. But I could still see it, clear as day. I called the police. Again. Told them someone had broken into my home twice. Had sent me a photo of a sleeping woman taken inside her bedroom. They asked if I knew her. I said no. They asked if I had the original message. I said yes. They told me to come in the next day and file a report in person. That was it. No urgency, no visit, no follow-up. Just a clipboard and a desk if I wanted it. I didn't sleep that night, again. I sat on the couch with all the lights on and tried to reason through it. Was this just punishment? For opening the box? For not reporting it soon enough? Foreseeing too much? Was I being warned? Or was I being invited? Because the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel like they didn't want me to run. They wanted me to watch, to keep watching. And every time I tried to pull away, they sent something new, a reminder that I was still part of this, whether I liked it or not. The next morning, I didn't go to the police station. I just couldn't. I didn't have anything solid, a blurry photo, a wiped flash drive, a phone that vanished from my own locked closet. It all sounded insane when I played it back in my head. Like something a person makes up when they're having a breakdown. Instead, I called in sick again. I couldn't even remember the last time I worked a full week. That afternoon, I started researching. Not on my main laptop. I used an old one I kept in the closet, barely functional, something I hadn't touched in years. I didn't log into any accounts, no Wi-Fi. Just tethered it to a mobile hotspot and started digging. I looked up missing persons in my area, surveillance crimes, burglary cases where nothing was taken, women who'd gone to the police about being followed but were dismissed. I combed through forums, comment sections, weird Reddit threads that skirted the edge of being removed. And I started seeing patterns. Most of the cases weren't connected by location or method. They didn't even fit the same age groups or neighborhoods. But they did have one thing in common. No one ever believed them. Most reports were dropped. The people who filed them stopped following up. In a few of the older threads, the original posters deleted their accounts entirely. One thread stood out. It was short, only 3 comments. The subject line just said, "I saw the van. What happens now?" The original post had been removed. So had the user. But someone had replied, a user called Passenger Seat, with an old account that hadn't posted since. The comment was simple, just 3 sentences. Don't try to track them. Don't call the cops again. Whatever you do, don't open the second package. That's what froze me. The second package. I hadn't received one. Not yet. But the way the message was written, not if, when made it clear that this was part of the pattern. You get one, you engage, and if you keep watching, they send another. An escalation. I shut the laptop and packed it back into the closet. And then I waited. I didn't want to. I didn't have a plan. But what else was there to do? The police wouldn't help. No one I knew would believe me. I couldn't send the photos, couldn't save the evidence, couldn't even hold on to the original hardware without it vanishing or corrupting. All I could do was try to stay ahead of whatever was coming next. But I didn't have to wait long. 2 nights later, it came. Same time, around 10 at night, just after dinner, while I was pretending to read. Another knock. Soft, just one. When I opened the door, no one was there. Just a box. Same duct tape, same red fragile sticker, same silence. I didn't bring it inside. Not this time. I left it on the porch, just stood there staring at it, heart pounding, hands shaking, trying to decide what to do. I grabbed my phone, took a photo of it. The screen went black as soon as I pressed the button. Just shut off completely. When I turned it back on, the image wasn't in my gallery. I tried again with a spare phone I'd bought the day before. Nothing. The moment the camera pointed at the box, the screen glitched and froze. It was like the box couldn't be recorded, couldn't be saved. I left it there overnight. In the morning, it was gone. No footprints, no tire marks, no sign it had ever been there at all. Just my porch, empty again. And in the middle of my welcome mat, a single item left behind. A key. I didn't touch the key for over an hour. I just stared at it from the other side of the glass door like it might disappear again if I blinked too long. It was small, brass, and worn smooth. No markings, no tag. Just a single, ordinary key lying in the center of my welcome mat like it belonged there. I opened the door and crouched down slowly, trying not to make any sudden moves. I don't know why. I was alone. But it felt like I was being watched again, and this time I didn't even bother to look for the van. I picked the key up. It was cold. No note, no box, no explanation. I took it inside, set it on the table, and backed away from it like it might bite. I didn't touch it again all day. That night, I stayed up scrolling through every locksmith forum I could find, looking at key types, blank codes, anything that might help me figure out what kind of lock it fit. I learned more than I ever needed to about pin tumblers, warded locks, and how many possible cuts a standard house key can have. None of it helped. I tried it on every door in my house. No match. I didn't expect one, but I had to check. At 2 a.m, I was still sitting at the kitchen table, staring at it under the overhead light like it might start speaking. I remember thinking, what if I'm not supposed to use it yet? What if I already have? That's when I noticed the envelope on my counter. It hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. Smaller than the last one, plain white, no name. Inside was a photo, just one this time. It was me, walking. Not recent, it had to be at least a month old. I was wearing my blue jacket, the one I lost on the train back in March. I was crossing a parking lot toward my old apartment, earbuds in, head down, completely unaware. But the angle it was taken from was strange. Too high for a normal person. I flipped the photo over. A date was scribbled on the back in black marker. Not the day the photo was taken. Tomorrow. That's when I started to understand. The key wasn't for something here. It was for something else. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on the edge of my bed with the key in my hand and the photo face down beside me, trying to piece together what was happening. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were guiding me. Not with threats, not with force. With permission. That's what the key felt like. Not an order, not a message. An invitation. And for the first time since this all started, I wasn't afraid in the same way. I wasn't sure if that made it better or worse. I left the house early the next morning. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't bring my phone. I didn't take the car. I walked, with the key tucked into my jacket pocket and the photo in my back pocket, folded in half like it was mine. I didn't know where I was going until I got there. It was an old self-storage facility on the west side of town. I'd passed it dozens of times over the years, but never paid much attention. It had one of those faded signs with crooked letters and a number to call that no one ever answers. The front gate was open. No one at the desk. The place was empty, quiet. Rows of steel doors stretching down long concrete corridors that smelled like dust and oil and old cardboard. I didn't need a map. I turned left, then right, then stopped at Unit 37. The door was painted red, same color as the fragile sticker. The key slid into the lock like it had been waiting. I hesitated just for a second. Then I turned it. The latch popped with a soft clunk. The overhead bulb in the corridor flickered once. Then I lifted the door. Inside it was dark. No light, no motion. Just shelves. Floor-to-ceiling metal racks, maybe 10 feet deep. Every inch of them filled with cardboard boxes, all identical. Same size, same duct tape, same red sticker. Some were labeled, some weren't. Some had names, most didn't. There had to be hundreds of them. I stepped inside. It felt like walking into a library where nothing had ever been read. I ran my fingers along the boxes, not really sure what I was looking for. And then I saw it, a box with my name on it. Printed in bold marker across the top flap, underneath a date, today's date. I opened it. Inside was a phone. Not a burner this time, a smartphone, standard, black case. It vibrated the moment I picked it up. No lock screen, no password. Just a single open window, a video. I pressed play. It was a live stream. Of me, standing in the storage unit, holding the phone. I looked up, then back down at the screen. The feed was live. No delay. A perfect mirror, 1 second behind. I turned slowly, heart hammering, scanning the corners of the unit. No visible camera, no sound, just the quiet hum of the corridor bulb and the echo of my own breathing. Then, on the screen, a second video window popped open. Split screen. On the right, a live feed of someone else, a woman, not the one from before, a different one, walking through her apartment, towel on her head, brushing her teeth. No awareness that anyone was watching. Below the video were 2 buttons, archive and forward. That was it. No names, no instructions, just options. I stood there for a long time. I don't know how long. Eventually, I put the phone back in the box. I closed the lid. I locked the unit behind me. I walked home. That was 4 days ago. No more packages have come. No more photos, no more knocks, no more vans. Just silence. But sometimes at night, I still think about those 2 buttons. Archive, forward. And I wonder how many people actually press them. I never told anyone about the storage unit. Not the police, not my coworkers, not the few friends I still talk to, not even my brother, who's the kind of guy who would believe me without asking for proof. Because that's the thing about stories like this, once you say them out loud, they stop sounding real. the more detail you give, the less anyone believes. It becomes easier to assume something's wrong with you, not the world. Safer too. So I stayed quiet. The phone stayed in the box. The box stayed in the unit. And the key stayed in my desk drawer, where I could see it every morning when I reached for my wallet. For the first few days, I didn't sleep much. Every little noise at night made me freeze. I kept checking the window, waiting to see the van again, but nothing came. Not a sound, not a message. The air around me stopped vibrating. It was like they were done with me. And for a while, I believed that. But then something strange started happening. I started noticing other people. Not in the obvious sense. Not staring at me or following me. Not others, like you see in movies, lurking in black coats. Just other people. At coffee shops, on the bus, at the library, people who sat too still, who didn't touch their drinks, who didn't scroll their phones, people who watched. Not me, just everything. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. A certain stillness, a focus, like they're waiting for something to happen, and they already know what it's going to be. That's when I understood. I hadn't been singled out. I'd been inducted. Not into a club, not a cult, just a system, a pattern, something old and invisible and quiet that most people pass by without ever noticing. But once you open that first box, you stop being most people. It's been 3 weeks since I went to the storage unit. I went back once. I told myself I wasn't going to open the box, that I just needed to know if it was still there, but I already knew it would be. Same box, same phone, same 2 buttons. Only this time, there were more names on the shelves. Labeled, tagged, dated. I didn't recognize any of them, but one of them near the bottom, close to the wall, had today's date on it, just like mine did the first time. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. The phone in my box vibrated when I touched it, the same way it did before. It lit up on its own. There was no live stream this time, no face, just text. You understand now. I didn't reply. I put it back and left. When I got home, there was nothing on the porch, nothing in the mail, nothing under the mat. But there was a man sitting on the bench across the street. Middle-aged, business casual, paper cup in hand. He never looked at me. But I knew. He'd opened his box, too. That's how this works. You're given a glimpse, a key, a choice, and whether you use it or not, you're marked by it, changed. Your role begins the second you know. There's no ceremony, no reward, no speech. Just silence. And responsibility, because this isn't a chain of violence. It's a chain of observation, and now I'm part of it. It took me a while to make peace with that. At first, I thought I'd go to the police again, try to push harder, bring them the key, demand an investigation, but what would I say? That I was being watched by people who didn't threaten me. That I was sent a phone that let me look into people's lives, and instead of turning it over, I kept it. That I was curious? There's no way to say that and come out clean. So I chose something else. I made a decision, I went to the unit one last time. I brought a fresh phone, factory reset, no accounts. I opened the box, picked up the original phone, and watched the screen light up again. Another stream. Another woman. Different this time, older, maybe in her 50s, watering plants, listening to music, completely unaware. Below her feed, the buttons. Archive, forward. I didn't touch them. Not for a long time. And when I finally did, I pressed archive. The screen went black. That's all that happened. No confirmation, no sound. Just gone. I put the phone back in the box and closed the lid. When I stepped outside, the sky was just starting to turn. That soft pink blue that comes before sunrise, where the air smells faintly like electricity. The world was still the same. But I wasn't. I didn't feel proud or brave. I just felt steady, like I'd finally settled into whatever this is. And now, I think I understand my place. I don't get to walk away, but I do get to choose. Every day. What to see, what to pass on, what to stop. And maybe that's the point. Maybe this whole thing doesn't exist to create harm, but to decide who lets it happen, who passes it forward without thinking, who looks, shrugs, and clicks. There are more units, more shelves, more boxes, more people waking up to a world that doesn't quite fit the shape they thought it had. And some of them will press forward. But not me. Not today. Tomorrow, maybe. But not today. When Hannah and I met, she had this calm, grounded energy that felt like a breath of fresh air. We met through friends, and it didn't take long before everything just fell into place. After 4 years of dating, we got married in early spring. Those first months as newlyweds were as close to perfect as I could have asked for. We had a little house on a quiet street outside of Pine Hollow, a small town where not much ever happened, and honestly, that was what I liked about it. Hannah was never the playful or spontaneous type. She was practical, always made lists, always kept our schedules tight. She preferred documentaries over fiction, hated scary movies, and rolled her eyes when I tried to get her to carve pumpkins on Halloween. She wasn't cold, not at all, just level-headed, steady. If you had told me a few months ago that I'd end up terrified of my own wife, I would have laughed in your face. It started with something that seemed harmless. A few weeks ago, I was rushing out the door one morning with a travel mug of coffee in hand, running late for work. As I passed through the hallway, I noticed Hannah just standing near the edge of the living room, peeking at me from behind the corner. Only part of her face was visible, one eye and a lock of hair. I thought it was a joke, some weird new form of flirting. "Morning?" I said, unsure if I was supposed to laugh or react some other way. She didn't say anything, just ducked out of view quickly and scurried into the other room. I called after her, kind of amused. "You're being weird," I told her with a chuckle. She giggled faintly from wherever she had gone, and I left for work thinking she had decided to be quirky for once. I even smiled about it later, telling myself maybe marriage was loosening her up. The next time it happened, I was not so amused. It was just past midnight. I had gone downstairs for a glass of water. The kitchen was quiet, dimly lit by the under-cabinet lights. I turned toward the sink and nearly dropped my glass. There she was again, but this time she was on all fours, peeking out from the other side of the kitchen island. Her chin rested against the floor, her eyes wide and unblinking, and there was this crooked smile on her lips. like a doll's smile that had been carved too deep. I jumped, a chill rolling up my spine. "Hannah?" I asked, unsure what else to say. She didn't respond. She didn't even blink. I just stood there, gripping the counter, frozen by the way she was watching me. Then, just like before, she darted away on all fours, her hands slapping against the tiles as she disappeared into the hallway. I stayed in the kitchen longer than I needed to, staring at the spot where she had been. Eventually I crept upstairs, half expecting her to leap out again, but she was in bed, asleep, or pretending to be. I couldn't tell. Her breathing was steady. She didn't move when I got in next to her. I lay there for what felt like forever, wondering what the hell that had been about. The air felt strange, like the walls were pressing in just a little tighter than before. The next morning I brought it up casually over breakfast. "You got me good last night," I said with a light laugh, hoping she would own up to the creepy prank. She just blinked at me. "What are you talking about?" "Last night, you were crawling around the kitchen. You scared the hell out of me." She laughed, a short, genuine laugh. "You must have been dreaming." I stared at her. She seemed sincere, even confused, but her eyes held something else, something unreadable. Later that day, I tried to shrug it off. Told myself it was just sleep-deprived imagination. Maybe I had dreamed it. But that theory died quickly, because it kept happening. I'd find her peeking at me from behind the shower curtain when I thought I was alone. Once, she was crouched behind the curtains in the living room, her head tilted sideways like a curious animal. She didn't speak during those moments, not once. She just watched, sometimes smiling, sometimes not. I began to feel like I was losing it. I started locking the bathroom door. I double-checked windows at night. My chest felt tight constantly, like I was bracing for something I couldn't quite name. Every shadow in the house felt heavier. Every silence was louder. Then came the moment I'll never forget. It was a weekend morning. I got up before her, went downstairs to make coffee. Everything was quiet. The smell of beans grinding was a comfort, but something pulled my attention toward the staircase. That feeling again, that awful sense of being watched. I glanced toward the landing, and there she was, not standing, but curled up inside the old wooden trunk we kept by the stairs. One eye just barely peeking through the gap in the lid. I froze. "Hannah?" I said, my voice barely audible. The lid moved a bit, just a twitch. I stepped closer. The eye disappeared. The trunk lid closed with a soft creak. I didn't open it. I couldn't. I just stood there, every hair on my body standing up. When I saw her 20 minutes later, dressed and sipping her tea like nothing had happened, I didn't say a word. I couldn't bring myself to. She looked up from her mug and smiled like everything was fine. Like she hadn't been hiding in a box watching me with the intensity of a predator. That night, I slept with the bedroom door locked. I told myself I needed rest, that maybe work stress was catching up to me, but deep down I knew the truth. Something was happening to my wife. And I was terrified to find out what. The next few days blurred together in a fog of unease. Every hour felt long. I caught myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, checking doorways and dark corners like a kid afraid of monsters. Only now I was not a kid, and I knew the monster was someone I used to kiss goodnight. I tried to convince myself that Hannah's behavior was just some strange attempt at fun, a twisted way of letting loose, maybe something she was experimenting with. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. Something was wrong. It was in the way she stared too long without blinking. It was in the quiet movements when she thought I wasn't looking. Something in her eyes no longer belonged to the woman I married. It all reached a boiling point late one evening, when I came home from work and found her nowhere in sight. The house was dark, unusually quiet. I called her name, checked the kitchen, the living room. No answer. The bedroom door was shut, but when I pushed it open, it creaked louder than it should have, like the house was trying to warn me. I stood in the doorway, staring into the room. She wasn't there. The bed was made, the lights off, the curtains drawn. I turned back down the hall and nearly screamed. She was at the end of it. Standing there with her back to me, her posture was rigid. Her arms were stiff at her sides. I called her name, but she didn't move. Hannah? Nothing. I stepped forward slowly. The hardwood creaked beneath me. Hannah, are you okay? Still, she didn't respond. I was only a few feet away when she turned around. Not slowly, not like someone simply turning to face a voice. She turned fast, sharp, like something jerking on strings. Her head tilted slightly to the left, and her eyes were locked on mine, wide and watery. Her lips were curled into a smile that did not touch the rest of her face. I stepped back, startled. She took one step forward, still silent. "Stop," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Just stop." And she did. She stopped immediately, feet planted, head still tilted. Then she let out this small hiccup of a laugh. It wasn't a real laugh. It sounded broken. Like the sound of a doll with a cracked speaker. She turned and walked back into the shadows of the hall without another sound. That night I barely slept. I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling while she slept peacefully next to me, or pretended to. Her breathing was slow and even, but I didn't trust it. I couldn't. I stared at the outline of her body under the sheets, trying to remember the feeling of being safe next to her, but it was gone. That warmth had vanished. I didn't know when. In the morning, I left for work early. I didn't tell her goodbye. I needed space, time to think. I even considered booking a motel for a few nights, just until I figured out what to do. But part of me couldn't bear to leave, not yet. Around lunchtime, I got a text from her, a photo. It was a picture of me taken that morning standing in the driveway by my car. My back was to the house. I hadn't noticed her watching. I hadn't even known she was awake. There was no caption, just the image. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of what it meant. Was she trying to scare me? Was it a joke? Or was it something worse? That same tight feeling in my chest returned. I didn't reply. I didn't know how. When I got home that night, the house was silent again. I unlocked the front door slowly, half expecting her to leap out from behind it, but she didn't. The living room lights were off, the windows covered, and the hallway ahead was dark. I turned the light on. Still no sign of her. I made my way upstairs, calling her name. No answer. The bedroom door was cracked open. I pushed it slowly and looked inside. The room was empty. I stepped in, heart thudding, and froze. The closet door was open just a sliver, enough to see an eye. It blinked. I backed out of the room without saying a word, without making a sound. I turned and walked down the hall, down the stairs, into the living room. I sat on the couch and stared at the wall, every muscle in my body tight as a wire. A few minutes later, she came down the stairs like nothing had happened. She smiled when she saw me and plopped down next to me on the couch. "You're home early," she said. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My mouth was dry, my thoughts racing. She leaned her head on my shoulder, her fingers curling gently around my arm. "You're so quiet lately," she whispered. "Are you mad at me?" I finally turned to look at her. Her eyes were soft, her voice was sweet, but none of it felt real. I shook my head. "Just tired," I mumbled. We sat there in silence, the television playing something neither of us were watching. Her hand never left my arm. Her head never moved from my shoulder, but I didn't feel comforted. I felt trapped. Her presence was no longer something familiar. It was something heavy, something wrong. I told myself I'd leave tomorrow. I would pack a bag, get in the car and go. Call her mother, call a therapist, call someone, anyone. But not tonight. That night, I locked the bedroom door again. She didn't question it. She said goodnight with a kiss on my cheek and climbed under the covers. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling once more. My heart was pounding, my hands shaking beneath the blankets. Sometime around 2 a.m, I opened my eyes and looked toward the closet. It was closed, my ears strained in the silence. And then I heard it. A soft scraping sound. From beneath the bed. Just slow enough to be deliberate. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just lay there, holding my breath, wondering how long I could pretend to be asleep. Wondering what would happen when I couldn't pretend anymore. I did not sleep that night. Not really. I lay motionless for hours, my eyes barely closed, listening to every tiny shift in the room. Every creak of wood, every brushing of fabric, every imagined breath from beneath the bed. I knew something had moved down there, something with a purpose, something that waited. By the time morning light filtered through the curtains, I felt no relief, just exhaustion and an increasing dread that had settled like a weight inside my chest. I got out of bed slowly, trying not to disturb her. Hannah remained still, lying on her side with her back to me. Her breathing was even and soft. For a moment I let myself believe she had not heard the same things I had, that she was untouched by the sickness spreading through our house. But then I saw her eyes. She had been watching me through the reflection in the bedroom mirror. Her eyes were wide open, unmoving. I said nothing. I simply walked out of the room, down the stairs and into the kitchen. My coffee tasted like dirt. I left it on the counter and stepped outside onto the porch, needing to put a layer of distance between myself and her. The air was cold, unusually so for that time of year. Everything around the house felt still, but not in a peaceful way. It was the kind of stillness you feel before a storm breaks loose. The kind where even the birds go silent. I sat there until the sun had fully risen. She never came to check on me. Around noon, I finally returned to the bedroom to get dressed. She was no longer in bed. The sheets were messy but empty, twisted like someone had been tossing and turning for hours. I opened the closet. It was empty too, my stomach twisted into knots. I found her sitting at the kitchen table, dressed in a clean white t-shirt, her hair still damp from a shower. She smiled as I entered, that same too wide, slow, unnatural smile. "Morning," she said, even though it was well past noon. I nodded, afraid to speak. "I made you something," she added, and gestured toward the table. On a white plate sat a piece of toast. No butter, no jam, just plain, cold toast, cut perfectly into 4 squares. I sat down slowly, unsure if I should eat it. She waited, eyes fixed on me. "You didn't sleep much," she said, her voice airy and light, almost cheerful. I shook my head. "No, I didn't." "Bad dreams?" I looked at her then, straight in the eyes. They looked different, almost glassy, too still. "Something like that," I said. She leaned forward, her chin resting on her hands. "Do you think you're losing sleep because of me?" I did not answer. The quiet that followed stretched too long, and she suddenly sat back, her expression unreadable. "I don't want you to be afraid," she said. "I'm not afraid," I lied. "You are." Her voice was soft now. "I see it." I left the toast untouched and stood up. I told her I needed to go out for a few hours. She asked if I wanted company, but I said no. I told her I just needed to clear my head. She watched me as I walked away. When I closed the door behind me, I heard her laughing, quietly, almost to herself. I drove with no destination in mind, just driving to be away. I ended up in the parking lot of an old library, one I had not been to since I was a teenager. I sat in the car, letting the silence of the interior calm me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, a friend, her sister, maybe even her mother, but what would I say? That Hannah had turned into something else? That she crawled on all 4s and grinned like a jackal? Nobody would believe me. I barely believed it myself. Eventually I went inside. The library smelled of paper and dust and something old I could not name. I wandered the aisles without purpose, until I found myself in a section filled with books on dreams and psychology. One book caught my eye. It was old and faded, no dust jacket, just a title etched into the spine in gold. I pulled it out, sat down in one of the back chairs and opened to the middle. The pages were filled with handwritten notes, old underlines, and phrases that made no sense at first. One passage stood out. It talked about something called shadow mimicry, a behavior in which a person mirrors another, obsessively, sometimes without realizing it. In more severe cases, the mimicry becomes twisted, exaggerated. The person being mimicked no longer recognizes themselves in the eyes of the one watching. The notes in the margin were frantic, written in sharp, slanted letters. Words like possession, obsession, fragmentation of identity. I closed the book and put it back. When I got home that evening, I found Hannah in the basement. The door had been left slightly open, something she never did. I called out to her, and she responded with a single word, "Down here." I paused at the top of the stairs, unease climbing my spine like cold fingers. I slowly descended, one step at a time. The basement was dark, except for a single lamp flickering in the far corner. She sat beneath it, cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by Polaroids, dozens of them, spread out in a perfect circle around her. Each one was a picture of me, sleeping, eating, brushing my teeth, all from angles I did not remember seeing her at. "I've been collecting these," she said, without turning around. "It helps me feel close to you." I could barely speak. When did you take all of these?" She laughed. "You'd be surprised what people don't notice when they think they're alone." I took a step back, unsure whether to run or cry or scream. She turned then, slowly, and looked at me with that expression I had come to dread. Her smile stretched far too wide, her hands twitching in her lap. "You're always beautiful," she said softly, "but you're even more beautiful when you're scared." I ran. I don't remember going up the stairs. I don't remember grabbing my coat. But the next thing I knew, I was in my car again, driving fast and aimlessly, hoping that putting miles between us would mean safety. I slept in the parking lot of a 24-hour gas station that night. I did not check my phone. I did not want to know what she had sent, because I knew she had. I did not go home the next day. I could not. Even thinking about opening that door again made my chest tighten like a vice. I spent the morning in the back seat of my car, a blanket pulled around me, watching the sunrise through the fogged-up windows. A gas station employee knocked once, asked if I was okay, and I lied with a nod. There was no way I could explain what I was running from. I drove around with no direction. I pulled into fast food drive-thrus, not because I was hungry, but because I needed some kind of human interaction, even if it was just passing a greasy bag through a window. The sound of normal voices helped, but not for long. The moment I was alone again, the quiet came back like a whisper in my ear. I tried calling her sister Mara. I told myself I would keep it simple. Just ask if Hannah had ever acted strangely as a kid, maybe share a weird story or two. I needed to know if this behavior was new, or just something that had been hidden all along, but Mara never picked up. I called twice, left no message either time. Something told me she would not call back even if she knew it was me. By late afternoon, I gave in and called an old friend from college. Eli had always been the kind of person who took things seriously when it mattered. He did not laugh at people's fears. I figured if anyone would listen to me without telling me I was crazy, it would be him. He picked up on the second ring. "You sound like hell," he said right away. "I feel worse." We talked for a few minutes, meaningless stuff. He asked where I was, if everything was okay with Hannah. I hesitated too long before answering. That silence opened a door, and everything started tumbling out. I told him about the peeking, the grinning, the way she watched me like I was a stranger in my own house. I left out some of the more unbelievable details, like the pictures and the basement, but I told him enough. He was quiet for a long time when I finished. I thought maybe the call had dropped. Then he said, "I don't know what's happening to her, but that's not just a prank. That's something else." I felt a wave of relief. Just having someone believe me helped. I asked if I could crash at his place for a few days, and he agreed immediately. I drove the hour and a half to his house without stopping, looking in the rear-view mirror far more often than necessary. When I got there, I felt safer. His place was warm, full of normal sounds like a radio playing softly in the kitchen, the hum of the fridge, the ticking of a wall clock. He offered me a beer, and I almost cried. I slept on his couch, but the comfort didn't last. That night, I woke up to scratching, not loud, just faint, rhythmic. It was coming from the kitchen. I lay there frozen, listening. I heard nothing else, no footsteps, no voices, just that slow, repetitive scratch. Eventually, I forced myself up. I crept toward the noise, barely breathing. The kitchen light was off, but enough moonlight came through the window for me to see. There was no one there. But on the table, something had been carved into the surface. Just one word: mine. The letters were jagged, uneven, fresh, the wood around them still curling at the edges. I didn't sleep again. The next morning I asked Eli if he had seen anything strange. He said no, he hadn't heard a thing. When I showed him the table, he went pale. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at the carving. "I need to go," I said. "I shouldn't have brought this here." "Brought what?" he asked. I couldn't answer him. I packed my things and left. The ride back toward town was slow. I didn't want to go home, but I had nowhere else to go. Every place I stopped felt like it was already tainted, like something was following me, not physically. Not that I could see, but something lingered behind my thoughts, like a smell you can't quite place but never forget. At a rest stop just outside the city, I pulled into a spot far from the other cars and shut the engine off. I stared out the windshield for a long time. It was late afternoon again. The sky was that dull color between blue and gray, the kind of sky that promises nothing good. My phone buzzed. I didn't want to look, but I had to. A message from a number I didn't recognize. Just 2 words. "Come home." I dropped the phone onto the passenger seat, breathing shallow and fast. I didn't touch it again. Eventually I drove, not toward the house, but toward a park I used to visit when I needed to think. It was empty this time of day, just a few benches and some crooked old trees swaying in the wind. I walked the path slowly, my hands buried in my pockets, my ears straining for any unusual sound. I was beginning to see her everywhere. Reflections in puddles, faces in clouds, shadows behind trees. I told myself I was losing it. But deep down, I knew better. I sat on one of the benches for almost an hour, trying to steady my thoughts. When I finally stood to leave, I saw something that made me freeze. On the bench next to mine, scratched into the wood just like the table at Eli's, was another word. Waiting. I did not remember seeing it when I sat down. I drove straight back into town after that, not to the house. I couldn't make myself go that far, but I needed answers. I needed someone who knew something. Anyone who might have some clue as to what was happening to Hannah, or to me. I parked outside a small community library I remembered from years ago. It had a local history section full of old newspaper clippings and weird town legends. I figured if nothing else, I could look for anything that matched what I had been experiencing. The woman at the front desk barely looked at me as I entered. I walked straight to the back, past dusty shelves and forgotten books. I spent hours searching. It felt pointless. I almost gave up. But then I found it, an old journal donated by someone decades ago. Tucked into the middle was a page with a single paragraph highlighted in faded ink. She waits for the eyes to find her. She waits behind the glass, under the floor, inside the skin. When the one she watches runs, she follows, not with feet, not with voice, but with the promise of never being far. My hands shook as I read it again and again, because the last page of the journal was signed by a name I recognized. Hannah's grandmother. I sat in the library until they turned off the lights. The old woman at the front desk tapped her watch and gave me a half-hearted smile as she walked past, keys jangling at her side. I nodded without speaking and waited until I was alone again. The silence in that place pressed in on me like thick cloth. Every breath I took seemed too loud, every step I made echoed too far, but I stayed. I needed to read that journal again, needed to be sure I had not misread the name. It was unmistakable. The signature at the bottom of the final page was written in small, neat letters. C. Renly, Hannah's grandmother's name. I remembered seeing it in old photos around our house, embroidered onto dish towels, engraved on the spine of a dusty family Bible that Hannah refused to open. The paragraph before it, the one that chilled me most, read like something out of a nightmare. She waits behind the glass, under the floor, inside the skin. I could not stop repeating those words in my head, even as I left the library, even as the night air bit at my face. I drove aimlessly again, trying to shake the feeling that had settled in my chest. A weight. A growing certainty that whatever this was, whatever had begun inside my home with Hannah's strange behavior, it did not start with her. It started long before her. This thing had roots. Roots deep in her bloodline. I ended up back in my car, parked across the street from my own house. I turned off the engine and stared at the silhouette of the place. My house, my wife, my life. All sitting in the dark, waiting for me. There were no lights on. I had not been there in 2 days, and yet I could not shake the feeling that someone was home, or something. I did not go inside. I watched from the safety of the car, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles ached. My phone buzzed once, then twice. I glanced down. Unknown number again. No message this time, just an image. It took me a second to understand what I was looking at. The picture was dark, but I could make out the shape of a chair, the one from the corner of our bedroom. The light from the hallway spilled just enough to show the outline of someone sitting in it. Her. I knew it was her. Only she was not smiling in this one. Her head was tilted slightly to the side, mouth slack, eyes vacant, staring straight at the camera. And that was the part that made my blood run cold. She had taken it. That meant she was not the one in the chair. I threw my phone onto the passenger seat and gripped my head with both hands. I sat like that for a long time, shaking, trying to catch my breath. Something was wrong. Something I could not even explain in words. This was no longer about my wife behaving strangely. This was about something wearing her like a coat. I drove to a hotel just outside the city limits and checked in using cash. I gave a fake name, one I had not used in years. The man behind the counter barely looked at me, which was fine. I did not want to be seen. The room was clean but soulless. No pictures on the walls, no clock on the nightstand. The silence inside was different than the silence in my car or the library. This one felt thick, like syrup. It clung to me no matter how loudly I turned up the television or how many lights I switched on. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed with the blankets pulled to my chest, my eyes flicking toward every sound, the heater ticking, the floor settling, the faint hum of traffic outside. Each noise seemed too deliberate, too slow, like something trying to mimic what it thought was normal. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to get some water from the tiny sink near the bathroom. As I reached for the cup, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror. I froze. It was my reflection, but not. In the mirror, I stood still, but I could see my face was not right. My mouth was open too wide, my eyes too dry. I blinked, and it blinked a second later. A delay, subtle, but there. I backed away slowly, refusing to look away from my own face. My reflection kept grinning, just slightly, just enough. I slept in the bathtub that night, with the door closed and the lights on. The next morning, I knew what I had to do. I needed to go back to the house, not to live, not even to stay for more than a moment, but I had to see it again. I had to find the journal. The rest of it, that one page I found, could not have been the only thing. And if her grandmother had written it, then maybe there was something else. Something she had left behind that could explain what was happening. I waited until the sun was high, just past noon, before I returned. The house looked smaller than I remembered, shrunk somehow. The windows were still dark. The yard was overgrown, though it had only been a week since I last mowed it. I approached slowly, every step deliberate. The front door was locked. I still had my keys. Inside, the air smelled different, damp, rotten, like something had died inside the walls and no one noticed. I moved quickly, keeping to the edges of the room, avoiding the hallway where I had seen her peeking the last time. In the living room, I found the trunk, Hannah's grandmother's old trunk. It had been moved, not far, just slightly off-center, as if someone had opened it recently. I knelt and opened it slowly. Inside, wrapped in a faded red cloth, was a book, leather-bound, old. I recognized the handwriting right away. The same neat, precise letters from the library journal. I opened it. There were dates, notes, observations, scribbled symbols, strange little drawings that looked like people but wrong, twisted. Some of the entries made no sense. Words like mirroring, echo skin, soul shadow. But one phrase kept repeating. She watches until she learns the rhythm. Then she copies it. She will wear it until it fits. I turned the pages faster. Dozens of entries, all circling around the same idea. Something that mimics, something that waits, something that peaks. A sudden creak sounded behind me. I turned toward the hallway. She was standing there. No smile. No expression at all. Just watching. She did not move. She stood at the end of the hallway like she had grown out of the shadows themselves. Her eyes were on me, unblinking, locked with mine. I clutched the book tighter to my chest as I backed away from the trunk, never taking my eyes off her. Her face was pale, almost ashen now, and her lips were dry and cracked. She looked thinner than the last time I saw her, like something had hollowed her out from the inside. And yet, despite everything, her shape was still the same. She still looked like my wife, but I knew better now. It was not her. There was no screaming, no sound of footsteps pounding toward me, just her standing there, so still, her head slightly tilted as if confused that I had finally figured it out. I moved quickly, clutching the old journal as I made my way toward the kitchen. I had no plan, just a gut instinct that I needed to get out of that house. She did not follow. She only turned her head slowly, eyes tracking me as I moved past. That blank stare was somehow worse than the smile. It was emptier, deader. Once I was outside, I ran to the car. I did not look back until I had driven halfway down the block. When I did, I saw her through the front window. She had not moved from the hallway. She just stood there, still watching. I drove back to the motel and locked myself inside the room. I placed the journal on the bed and stared at it for a long time, afraid to open it again. But I had to. Whatever this thing was, it had come from that bloodline, from that family, and it had been documented before. I needed to know how it ended back then. I needed to know if it could be ended at all. I spent hours reading. The entries grew more unhinged the deeper I went. Hannah's grandmother had been obsessed with what she called the mimic. A thing that waits behind the eyes, learns your patterns, learns your behaviors, then begins to replace you piece by piece, first in gestures, then in voice, eventually in presence. By the time anyone notices, the real person is already gone. But there was one entry that changed everything. I almost missed it. It was written in different ink, sloppier, as if it had been added in a hurry. It simply said, "She cannot follow her own reflection. She copies, but does not cast. Mirror her, trap her." I read the sentence over and over. Mirror her, trap her. My mind raced. I stood in front of the motel bathroom mirror and looked at myself, searching for anything that might help. And then it clicked. That night, in the motel, when my reflection had been off, slightly delayed, that had not been me, that had been her. She had found me. She had been watching through reflections. But she could not reflect herself. She could copy a person, copy their smile, their voice, their behaviors, but she could not create a perfect reflection. Her image had no soul behind it. I looked again into the mirror. My own eyes stared back, tired but alert. I waved slowly. The reflection matched. This time it was me. So I made a plan. That night, I returned to the house for the last time. I brought the mirror from the motel with me. It was large enough to carry, but not heavy. I left it in the trunk while I went inside and placed a trail of lamps and candles from the front room to the hallway. I knew where she would be. She was there again, just standing, staring, waiting. I did not speak to her. I didn't need to. I left the journal in the middle of the hallway, knowing she would see it. Then I went back to the car, retrieved the mirror, and placed it in the hallway across from the closet door. I set up one of the tall lamps behind it, casting just enough light to illuminate the glass. Then I waited. At first, nothing happened. The house was still, no sound, no footsteps, no breathing. But then the mirror flickered, just once. Her figure appeared behind me in the hallway. I stood motionless, heart pounding, breath shallow. I knew she was there. I could feel her presence like a pressure on my spine. She stepped into the mirror's view. She did not make a sound, but I saw her face twist in a way I had never seen before. Not rage, not fear. It was pain. She could not enter the reflection. Her image warped, her body blurring like smoke, like static on a dead channel. She reached for the mirror, hands trembling, and her fingers hit the glass with a dull thud. She looked into the face staring back at her and saw nothing. Nothing looking back. And then she began to scream. It was not a scream made by human lungs. It was jagged, uneven, layered, like many voices at once, all distorted, all crying out. The glass cracked. I held my ground. I knew now that she was not real. She was not flesh. She was memory and echo and hunger, and the mirror refused her. She kept screaming, clawing at the glass, and with each second her shape faded. Her skin turned translucent, her eyes hollowed out. The mimic could not survive in the truth of her own absence. With a final shriek, her body shattered into light. Like a candle snuffed out, the mirror cracked all the way through. And then there was silence. I stood alone in that hallway for a long time, breathing hard. The journal lay where I had left it. The candles flickered in their holders. There was no more shadow in the doorway. I buried the mirror in the backyard that night, wrapped it in sheets, nailed it inside a wooden crate, and buried it deep. I poured salt around the edges of the yard and lit every light in the house. For weeks, I waited for her to come back, but she never did. Hannah was gone. I had to accept that. Whatever had taken her had done so long ago, and what remained was only the shape of her, a shell, an echo. I moved out of the house, sold it to a couple who wanted to start a family. I did not tell them what had happened. I could not bear to. But I kept the journal. I still have it. Sometimes I open it and run my fingers over the last page. She copies but casts no reflection. That was the key. That was how I survived. And now, whenever I pass a mirror, I always look. I make sure my reflection looks back the same way, at the same time. Because if it ever does not, I will know what is waiting on the other side.